She's very mad because you rated yourself at a rate that you thought you were, really are. On you for 2 years, which has nothing to do with the conversation. And it really doesn't, because no one had that discussion. I told you before, ugly and average girls still have guys in the order spot, which does not make you special, because ugly and average girls have to look exactly you might have known. So, I mean, nice try, right? With that, but I'm still saying try. Funny as well. I'm just trying to prove it. You say you want that, a man's bitch, top 10. Yeah, I never said that. Yo, you're the queen of like making things up of what you think I said. I never actually said that. I just said that she's not a 10, and I just said that a lot of girls have no reasons. I never said I want a 10. Are you on the same podcast as us? I don't think so. You're just hearing what you want to hear, so you can articulate, or so you can manufacture some argument. No, it's no argument here. You're trying and you're failing. It's not. I'm not failing. I'm talking facts. Facts. Okay. So, are you aware of the fact that a lot of guys that of our higher status are bald and have a lot of bitches? Okay, let's keep it. Shit! As important as looks for a woman. That's not true. Really? That's not true. Really? That's not true. Gucci Mane famously said, "My money makes me handsome." There's a lot of ugly guys who works out. I mean, he also but he was getting chicks even back then. Okay. Regardless. His wife. So what I'm trying to say is that my looks as a man don't matter as much as your looks as a woman. Oh, I can make up for it in other ways. Let me finish. I can make up for it in other ways, whether it's status, income, charm, charisma, height, physique, etc. You, on the other hand, if you're ugly, you're fucked. No, you just said an average woman will make it to the marriage. Or something. No, I said she could, but she's got to add a lot of value to make up for that discrepancy. So what's the value you're talking about? It's sad that you don't know. That's what I'm saying. I keep asking you which one is it. What's the value? When you say it as a guy that you keep knowing these women, you gotta tell me what it is since you're trying to guide us. I'm not trying to. This is. Well, again, don't swear at me ever. I didn't mean to swear. The whole point here is for the guys in the podcast to realize that most girls don't know and don't care about what men want. So anyway, you're gonna say something. So I just explained a man can make up in other ways. As a woman, your looks matter. Mine really don't. So nice try. Actually, a man's look does matter. You can ask all these girls and the chat or whatever, they're gonna tell you the same thing. And I really like you, boss. I like ugly men.
Looks don't matter. You got money, you got fame, nothing else matters.
She's far more attractive than you are.
Oh no, I think she's beautiful. But
I think the chat would agree that she's far more objectively attractive than you are.
That's fine.
She's in better shape than you are. More attractive than you are.
Okay.
More attractive than you are. That's fine. If she wants to play this game, we can play this game.
What game?
The game that you're trying right now.
Let's be real. You can't fix a bald head. I could fix my whatever I got. I could do a BBL.
I did a hair BBL.
It didn't work. I did not see no.
Dating with girls like you. Way worse. Yeah.
See, I'm not here whatever. I'm not here to shame you. No, I'm here to speak facts. I'm not.
What fact you stated?
That you got a bald spot, and yeah, like if you wanna keep it a bug and real, like girls don't fuck with that.
Okay. I mean, you can say that you don't fuck with it.
No, I'm not speaking for me. I'm speaking for like girls here, girls in general. Like they don't. Nah.
Yo, we know so many bald-headed millionaires. That shit don't matter.
It's not given.
It don't matter. Your argument's futile.
Yo, you're so pressed right now, bro.
I'm not pressed, y'all. I'm not
your entire demeanor, right? Like, the hand motions and the body language. It's actually comedy because you are so.
The men, most of the men that got bitches is bald.
I'm mad right now.
I'm not mad.
I said that you're not a 10.
Oh no! You and her were talking. I was backing her up.
Yeah,
you butted in.
Yeah, you butted in.
Right.
Retardedly, you did.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at the. Okay, I have a bald spot. What else?
I'm not gonna sit here and check you out and point out all your, but the first impression.
To find that ball spot.
No, honey, I'm saying the first impression I see is like, oh, ball spot. Like, no, like I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm looking at you.
You can't do it, but plenty of other girls will.
That's what we were trying to say earlier. Just that's what the girls were saying earlier. When you were trying to call us out, the point we may not be attentive to you or
No, but that y'all are missing the point that you're saying you're a 10, which means objectively perfect. We're not talking about. Here's the difference. My value. Ladies, no, you're trying to do belly. It's fantastic. It's fine. What you ladies fail to realize is that as a man, you being rated is not just on your looks. There's a multitude of factors that we can use to make ourselves attractive. Unfortunately for y'all, your looks are the main component.
I can agree with that.
You just got our past had to do with something too. So.
No.
We're going back down the wrong road.
The attractiveness overrides the
Women, no.
Please, no, do not stop tripping. Retarded.
Oh my God.
Fuck, bro.
No, we could.
Not again.
Yo, these girls are pressed, bro. Like, yo,
Okay. Okay, so look.
these two right here, mad on a scale of 1 to 10, how angry are you right now?
Oh, like a good 3.
3-0. They're 30 out of 10. Clapping her hands. Yo, she pressed, bro.
I'm not pressed, but I'm saying every guy has different.
You know, chat, real talk. I want you guys to be 1000% objective. Rate her on a scale of 1 to 10. If you want, you can stand up for the people.
That is not the official rating.
He
What
goes,
you look like, sir? You look like a 0, a -3. That's what you look
he
like.
goes, this is the official rating for tonight's episode. Brittany 3, Quinny's 1, Anna 7, Rochelle 5, Freckle 6, Katie 3, Cardiona 5.
Okay, times 3.
That's right, girl. Give it to him, honey. Oh shit, we can see it all.
It looks like the average is right where I said, around 4 or 5.
Okay.
Oh, some of them are giving 2s. I'll be nice.
6.
4 or 5s.
They said 11. So
I got 11.
yeah, I saw 11.
I only got 11.
1 7. -6.
Damn, they just being mean.
Nah, bro.
She ain't gonna have no stamina.
You got an 8.
They can be honest. I'm
I'm
telling
not
you.
gonna
She
lie.
look good, but her stamina, I know her stamina low.
There was an 11 in there. I saw you go up.
That was the 8 to my side.
Yeah, obese.
Oh,
Yeah,
not be
bro.
-11, -5.
I mean, weight is a very important component to a woman's
It
beauty.
is.
Like, it's a signifier of health and fertility. Like, so how you gonna call yourself a 7 or an 8 when there's girls that are 7 and 8s for real that are in shape? See how the math doesn't math?
Type shit. But a little fat on.
That's a lot of fat.
It's not a lot. Let's be real.
But real talk, you are close to 200 pounds. I know all of
I'm
you.
not.
That's like close to
I'm 170.
That's pretty close to
Is it?
200 pounds, yeah. And how tall are you?
That's a good weight for her height, though. I want to gain weight. Shit, I'm like 140, and I'm 5'11". Wow.
171 from 5'6" is obese, bro.
I'm not obese.
No.
I've seen shit. I've seen some shit.
Obese is 30 pounds over target weight. Over like
I don't know what the limit weight is.
So you are obese.
I mean, you know,
That's a fact, you're obese.
a guy don't mind a little bit of thickness.
It ain't a little bit.
It's a lot of taking.
Like, you know, what the
Her stamina gonna be
You know what
negative.
I'm saying? Like, bro, it's obese. Like, that's what it is.
See, they're like, I knew she was a 175. You could just tell from somebody.
I guarantee if we put a scale though, you'd be close to like 180. Yeah, Christina, grab the scale.
Damn.
Yeah.
Can I get Wait, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda ate before coming. No, you know, I kinda ate before coming.
You look good. You look good. You look good.
Yeah, I did.
You look
I
like
guarantee you that me and you are close to weight.
Yes.
No,
You have to stand on it literally now.
Win right there.
Go ahead.
stop.
Yeah, put it right behind you. Here you go.
Damn.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
Hey, so no, you can embarrass me. Stop.
Oh,
You are gonna be like, oh, you see, you gotta come for me. I don't want.
oh, Jack. Oh, you got me, right? So, okay. So now you don't want to step on me.
Hey, bro. Hold on. I'm dying. What they bought a scale for this lady, bro? Oh shit! When you get roasted like this, bro, this is bad, bro.
For you?
I can't, but
We can take 5 pounds off for you.
no, stop.
That's a meal. I mean, if you ate 5 pounds of food, that's a lot.
I'm not worried like about my weight. I'm not. It's just my stomach has a little. So no one here has a little gut.
No. Don't, I'm saying about that. Don't defraud you.
Hold
It's
on.
about you.
You
It's about you.
don't be like. So you just a little when you sit.
No.
It's different when a female sits.
Oh, now it's different.
I got a little cut. It's okay.
You got a kid.
Oh my
I
God.
just have a kid.
Yeah.
You don't have a kid?
No.
Yo.
Yeah. So you just, I guess you're gonna just concede and take the L on this
Well,
one. I don't want to stand
again.
on.
I'll take the L because I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like choking on my stomach. Wait, stop. But I'm not saying that.
She holding that, talking all that smack.
Chill. Like a guy's not gonna be like, oh look at you, you're so fat. Like you feel me? Unless it's like,
Oh, I had one to tell
Yeah.
me, oh, look at you, you so fat. And I was smaller than this.
But to be honest, let's be honest here. If the guy didn't say that, you probably
I'm gonna get hurt. No, I'm gonna get.
You'd be ashamed.
No, I already have enough women for my tummy. So,
Why not just
but-
go to the gym?
because it's hard. It's
Oh,
going to
you're
the
lazy.
gym consistent. Like I'm a medical assistant, so it's
Oh.
like it's different. You can't just
Excuses.
Go, I'm tired. Like I want to go to sleep.
It sounds like excuses to me. Goat Mike used to be 400 pounds. People don't know. I used to be 400 pounds. I lost a lot of weight, bro. I'm down to like 222. I'm like 220, 225 right now. I used to be 450 pounds. I was 450 pounds at one point. So, you know what I mean? Never had surgery, never had weight loss. Lost weight through diet and exercise. This chick sounds lazy.
I want to eat. I want to watch Netflix.
You're lazy.
No, but
That's the point.
I'm not
That's
lazy if
lazy.
I'm working full time. Like
I worked full time for many years. I was arresting terrorists, drug dealers, working 10, 12, 16-hour days, still going to the gym. What's your excuse?
Someone said, I bet you're married.
No.
I mean, just accept the fact, just accept that you're lazy. It's cool.
All you gotta do to lose weight really is diet, drink a shit ton of water, eat veggies, and move around. That's really it. The fuck?
I mean, I am lazy sometimes, but I'm not
Most of
gonna
the time.
lie. Like I'm not.
So you're lazy. Sometimes you be in so much.
I don't care how thick. I don't care how thick a bitch is if she's lazy.
Okay. Finish.
Okay.
Hold on. Finish.
Half the guys tell me, "Do I have a BBL?"
Oh,
Like
bro.
I'm not gonna lie to you. They tell me, "Do
That's
I have
crazy.
a BBL?"
They ain't lying to your ass. Yo. Hold on. Finish this sentence. Beluga. No, beluga. Beluga. Man harpoons.
I'm trying to say you a whale, bro. Yo, we're talking. I'm talking. I need you guys to be honest with women. If y'all niggas were honest with women, she would be in the gym losing weight. She'd be smarter. She'll rate herself maybe
I'm
like
in
a 5.
gym.
Bro,
I
she's
just
in the gym
started.
now. Bro, men need to be honest with women. Yo, you do realize to validate all of your claims that I told you, you said, well, men tell me this, men tell me that. This is what happens when men lie to women.
Yeah.
They show me. They pull up to my crib. I have to be like, nah, bro, I'm gonna call the police. Like, leave. They be like, oh, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna stay up until you come out. Like,
What they
no.
should be doing is saying, yo, I'm gonna stay out here until you get on the diet.
They say that until they doesn't work with me. And then they have to be like aggressive. Come outside.
That's what I'm trying to say. Sis, perpetuate bad behavior. You're lazy because you haven't got negative reinforcement for your behavior.
I have though. I have.
When?
What do you mean?
Clearly not enough.
I have.
Clearly not enough.
Just
I think we need to bring bullying back.
Just hold it out, man.
Bullying is a good thing.
That's a crime.
So people commit suicide from that.
Yeah, it's a crime.
You're really hitting spots here for people.
World.
Just hold it out, ladies.
Bullying is extremely important and lets you know.
This is bullying, all the shit that people are writing. That's literally an example of bullying. I know, but it's like, that's bullying. This is exactly what children like.
Thank God we're a
Bro.
I know, but like that's just horrible. This shit.
No, it's not horrible
That's
because
horrible.
because bullying is needed to let people know.
No, it's not.
When their
Is it
behavior
needed when
isn't
you're? Is
acceptable.
it needed when your 10-year-old daughter killed herself? Some shit like that.
That's not
Listen,
extreme.
bro. Here's the thing you gotta
That's
understand.
not extreme. What do you mean?
This is the issue. Like,
Here's the
in
thing.
the world, they
When
think
you
that
have-
bullying is okay.
Yeah, it is
not.
okay.
It's
And
not.
I'm gonna say why.
People who commit the S word are soft-minded people. There's a lot of people in the world that's soft-minded, weak-minded, and they do things they don't need to be doing. So I totally disagree because I've faced a lot of shit, and I'm still checking. In life, you're gonna face a lot of stuff, but that don't mean give up and quit. Like a lot of people do that on a regular.
So many people are soft, can't accept the truth, can't accept self-improvement, needing to be better in certain things. It's because we don't bully people. We need to get back to bullying people, making people stronger, more resilient, and tougher. The reason why we have so many obese women in 2022 is because we don't tell women that they're fat anymore. But if you go back 50 years ago when bullying was a thing and the internet wasn't around, we'd have sis running around telling women that they're special. Women were in better shape. Men were more masculine. Families lasted longer. Two-parent households were a thing. But as we've stopped bullying, we've become a fagified society. And guess what? We got fat women running around talking shit, people saying bullying is bad, etc. It's wild to me, bro. We need to be more honest. Why? I think bullying on both sides. What's your vote for that? Go ahead.
But hold on.
I just think bullying is horrible. I know people who kill themselves from bullying, and it's fucking
That's a
terrible.
minority.
Hold on.
That's
A minority? What do you mean it's fucking facts?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
but people
Let's say,
kill
no,
themselves
hold on.
over
She's
things,
right. Let's say that they get
It's
suicide, right?
horrible.
It's messed up. However, you know what's worse? Heart attack. When you're too fat, cholesterol.
Look up
No,
suicide.
the number one killer is heart attack. When you're too fat. So suicide is
We're
at least
talking
your
about
worst.
someone killing themselves,
Right,
taking
right.
their life for something you're saying.
Bruh, we understand that. We're
You
just
can eat
saying.
a fucking Big Mac and have a heart attack. Okay,
But the truth can save
But
more
you-
lives. He's telling you the
that's I
facts.
can't.
Here's the thing. No, it's not about what he's actually saying. Hold on.
You're talking about being fat and heart attacks. Okay, people eat. They have whatever you
The
want to eat.
fat lettuce. Hold on.
You're
Hold
gonna
on.
say something that's gonna make someone kill themselves. It's not. You're
No,
gonna be all
I'm
right.
saying we can save lives. If they know the truth.
You're not saving lives by calling this girl fat.
Oh my
No, she
god.
got to think about going to the gym now.
I'm not though because I have an appointment for my. You've been making no sense on this, but I just let it ride.
But the point I'm trying to make, my thing first about the surgery. The point I'm trying to make is more people die from obesity than from suicide.
Okay, but people still kill
And if you want to
themselves.
play this game,
I'd rather die from something that I'm doing to myself than someone saying you're eating whatever. That's your choice. You want to eat, get fat, have a heart attack. Okay, but I wouldn't want to kill
That's a
myself
horrible
because
example.
I just can't. With either of you, you guys are like really.
They train.
Bro,
Yes.
no, it's not that we train for this. It's that we operate in reality. We understand that people die anyway. So what do you want to do? You want to have people, a majority of people die from heart disease
No.
or suicide? Suicide is a minority, unfortunately. I'm not saying it doesn't exist and it's not bad, but if we can stop the bleeding from a major artery versus a minor, obesity is the real problem. Suicide sucks too, but what's the bigger problem? Obesity, heart disease, number one killer of Americans. That's a fact.
And the government doesn't care at all about your health. They don't care. Don't give a fuck about you at all.
I'm not talking about health. I'm just saying like this stuff is like this is bullying.
It's true.
Straight like that's. I don't know, but it's still.
She is obese. That's a fact.
It's in his head.
It's in my head. You're over 30 pounds where you should be.
When they called this man a bald head, that wasn't bullying. When it comes to certain sex, you know, it's always a two-way sword. So
You won't step on the scale. That's a fact. You are obese. Sorry.
So
Just like I'm all on my head.
okay, I'm not trying to
I'm not
point you
trying to-
out. I'm not trying to point you out, but is she obese? Are you obese? Like, is she obese? Like, is she obese? Just because we're thick?
Translation overweight, yes.
Right. Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
You like your skinny girls, right? Right. Other men like their thick girls. Other men like to be filled.
I don't take offense to that.
Thank
No,
you.
my body is in the right places.
No.
People have different types.
Yeah.
They do. They have different types.
It is what it is.
It's not like one man can say, "Oh, everybody likes this." No, it might be somebody who like a fat ass, a flat ass, big. Accept it.
Okay. We're not. I wasn't even talking about male attraction. I was just talking about obesity in general.
But isn't this the subject? This whole
Okay.
podcast?
You want to play this game?
Yes.
Cool. A majority of men don't want obese women. There
That's
you
not
go.
true. I have to stop you right there.
No, you're delusional, bro. You're delusional. You really think a majority of men want obese women? No.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you.
The answer is no.
Yes.
The answer is no.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? Hold on, real quick. If a majority of men actually like obese women, why you get a tummy tuck?
Because like.
Oh shit.
Okay, wait.
Oh shit.
But you can still get a tummy tuck and still be obese. You can still get a tummy tuck and be obese. Your thighs could be fat. Your back, you know what I'm saying? You can still get. She can have a flat ass stomach and her ass can be. You know, you can.
That's what I'm saying. Long as the fat is in the right place.
Yeah, you can still be obese. But yeah, you're just taking a bad with stomach.
What do you consider obese?
30 pounds over your weight. What is it? Like,
Or BMI, but I mean, you do realize that her actions don't align with what she's saying. She's saying some guys like big girls, but she's getting a.
she's still gonna be. Her thighs are still gonna be the same size.
She's
Still gonna be obese.
She just wants her
She
fat
just
in the
wanna,
right place.
yeah, she's just transferring her fat.
I'm still gonna be talking more overweight when I get my tummy tuck. Like, do
She
you
just wants
not
a
think?
flat, yeah, a flatter stomach.
You don't like.
No, you are more.
Yeah, you will. You will.
You're gonna lose weight in the process, and it's to create the illusion that you actually weigh less than you
You
really
have
do.
to balance it out. You gotta balance it out. Am I wrong or right?
Balance
You
it
gotta-
out.
I just said that, as long as it's in the right shape.
You can balance it out.
But when you get the tummy tuck,
I never had a tummy tuck.
No, the tummy tuck doesn't balance the fat.
The reason why you're doing the tummy tuck is going to create the illusion that you weigh less than you really do.
Just give you a flat stomach. That's what.
But you still are obese, and you're trying to conceal it through
Okay.
mirages.
okay, I don't got fat. Okay, let's.
Bro, you won't even
Hold
step on the scale.
It's not about the
You won't even step on the scale, bro.
If you was getting a BBL, this would be a different conversation.
Right.
But the tummy tuck is.
Bro, here's the facts. You're obese and you're lazy. Period.
I'm not lazy.
You quite literally said a second ago.
But lazy as in what? There's 20 million reasons of being lazy. What are
You are lazy though.
doing? A lazy person,
You are lazy though, which is the
She doesn't want to go to the gym.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, you want to eat right.
I am.
If you ate right, you wouldn't be fat.
Oh my God, I'm not fat. To you, I'm fat. Okay, let's just put it like that. To
You
you,
are
I'm fat.
obese, which is the definition of fat.
So you feel like when Rick Ross was talking, he was lazy or something?
He's a man.
He was.
Well, he was
Yeah,
a man,
man
so it didn't matter.
don't matter. But he gained it back tremendously.
Well,
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
and guess what?
He
Bucks
gained that weight
because he
back,
has
man.
money. Because
Yes.
again, status for men. You can make up for in other ways.
Exactly what I'm saying.
What he's
You
telling
said
you.
that.
I did say that though. I did say
You said
that.
what?
It's just for men as well. Look how Gucci was fat. Look at Rick Ross. He could change that. I could change that. Stop making that face. You know what I'm saying.
I have no idea what you're saying. Which is why the face is being made.
No. Oh my God.
You are terrible at articulating yourself. You sure you got that she's have to?
Oh my God.
She can barely formulate a sentence or an argument.
It's not about that. It's like you take anything that comes out of my mouth, you want to be like, you want to attack me. Let me talk.
Because you're just talking to talk. I'm listening to understand.
I'm not. I'm trying to prove a point here.
Which is
but
what?
you're not.
What's the
You're not
point?
understanding.
What's the point?
Like,
What is the point?
I mean, where's Like, he understands.
What's the point?
He gonna be like,
He
oh, okay.
What are you talking
But
about?
you like, no.
Wait, what?
So what's the point?
What are we understand?
So what I'm trying to prove
Which
is like earlier, like what I was talking about your bald spot. Some girls like it, y'all chill. Some girls like it and some girls don't.
Mhm.
Basically what I'm trying to say about me, some guys like my stomach, some guys don't. You get it now?
Some people don't mind.
They
Take the L so we can go home.
yeah,
Yeah,
honestly. No, I'm gonna debate this with him because he's gonna understand where I'm coming from. Because you know with that bald spot with my cut, you know different people like, you know.
Here's the difference.
Does anybody have
Here's the difference. Hold on. Because she about to take L right now. I can make more money, get in better shape, get more status. I can improve my looks. I can improve. Hold on. I can improve my value to get more girls in other ways. You, on the other hand, are stuck to one thing: your looks, which is why you're getting a tummy tuck. Hold the L.
But didn't you just say that you had a touch up?
Because if you make more money
But didn't you say you
or
had a
get more
touch
vision,
up?
it ain't gonna help you.
But didn't you say that you had a touch up here?
Yeah, it's a component.
Exactly why?
Did I not say earlier that looks is just one component to the overall metric?
Why? Why did you get that touched up? Why did you get that bald head touched up?
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
I'm gonna get him right here.
hold on.
I'm gonna get him right here.
I
Sorry.
didn't get anything because I literally
No. Why did you get a touch up? Why?
Did you listen?
You're asking me why do I want a tummy tuck, but why did you get a touch up on your bald spot?
Did you not listen earlier?
I did, but that's not the point. I did a
What
question.
did I say earlier?
Answer the
What did I say earlier?
Answer the question.
What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier?
Answer the question.
What did I say
You can't
earlier?
answer my question. Just take
Because
the L.
no, because you're asking a very stupid question. I was answered.
No,
way earlier
I
in the
never
conversation.
asked you why you got a touch up though. I never asked that.
No, I stated it earlier.
I'm asking
I
you.
stated
You
it
can't
earlier.
answer now.
No,
Like how
'cause you
you
weren't
asked
listening.
me. No, you
difference
asked
is-
me.
The difference is I've been listening to everything you said.
Right.
You've not been listening to
Yes, I
everything
have.
said.
Yes, I have. I can't just recall right now. But what I'm
I
saying
can recall what you
is.
said.
But what I'm saying
I can
is.
recall what you said.
What I'm saying is, why did you get a touch up and you're asking me why am I getting a touch up? Go ahead and answer the question.
I don't know whose podcast you think you are, but you sound extremely foolish right now.
How?
Because I already talked about this
Okay, so
earlier
just
at the
answer
beginning of
the
the discussion.
question for I could prove my point. Should I put my point? Answer the question.
I'm going to say this one more time because I've said this already, but you clearly aren't listening.
Okay, let's just say it one more time.
Lower IQ. I don't know what it is. Okay. Are you actually listening? It's going to be the third time now that I've said this. Men have a bunch of different things.
We're talking about you.
The light and air conditioning, our technicians aren't paid on condition, meaning they have.
First and foremost, I must mention that my mother and I are both Caucasian, but my stepfather is Latino, so my younger sister is half Caucasian, half Latino. Because of this, I learned Spanish growing up. When I was a young teenager, only about 12 or 13 or so, I can't remember exactly, my sister was 7 at the time. She was invited to a classmate's birthday party, and this classmate was also Latino. This will be important later. My parents asked that I walk her to the party and stay with her till it was over. The party was literally 4 doors down from our house, so it really wasn't that far. So I agreed without much complaint. Besides, it was free cake. As my sister interacted with her classmates, I sat back near some of the older kids, minding my own business, when I heard a group of guys off to the side say my sister's name in Spanish. This caught my attention, as I didn't recognize them, and I started eavesdropping. This group of guys were probably in their mid-20s or so, and I found it odd that they knew my sister's name and that I was even her sister, as we hadn't really been together for much of the party, and again, I didn't recognize them. They were, still in Spanish, talking about my hair, my skin color, and such, and then one of them said, in Spanish,
Man, I bet her pussy is great.
and the others laughed and nodded and pretty much thought it was funny. I grabbed my sister from the party and immediately left. As I passed the group of guys as we left through the back gate, I muttered, "You're disgusting," in Spanish as I passed them. And at first, they seemed surprised before the one who made the comment started leering at me. As soon as we got home, I told my stepfather what happened, and he took me back to the party and asked me to point them out. As I did, they spotted me and my stepfather, who was a very large and imposing man, by the way, and they bolted. When we asked the host of the party if they knew who they were, no one seemed to know. Everyone just had assumed that they were friends with the eldest son, who was 20 at the time, but he admitted that he didn't know them. That's probably the creepiest part. Not only did they know who me and my sister were, but they showed up to a little girl's birthday party and no one noticed something was amiss or even knew who they were. Okay, so let me start off by saying that I'm a female college student. My school is known for being a big party school, but I'm not into that. I have never been, even in high school. I never saw the point in it all, but after my last party, I have even more reason not to be. It was my first semester of freshman year. I'm a chemistry major, and I met a lot of friends through various labs and lectures. There have also been a fair share of creeps. I'm not really used to being the center of anyone's attention, as I never have been before, and I really don't see a reason why I should be. I like having only a few friends and keeping my circle close. I liked being myself in the background, but still, new state, new rules, and there were creeps. Anyway, one such creep was named Tom. He was in my chemistry lecture, and from day one, he just seemed to fixate on me. At first, I would catch him staring at me when I looked over my shoulder at the clock. He always made sure he sat behind me. I would smile and politely turn back around, slightly creeped out, but nothing super bad. Then, after a couple of weeks, he got up the nerve to talk to me. I was raised to never be rude or just ignore people talking to me, so I played nice, even though I wasn't interested. I don't know why I was so against him at first. He seemed nice enough when he talked, but something in my gut told me it was off. Anyway, I started seeing him everywhere, even when I knew he was supposed to be in his class. I tried everything for him to get the hint. I tried avoiding him, moving seats in lectures, shutting down his attempted conversations. Unfortunately, I'm not a very confrontational person, and I couldn't find a way to just tell him to leave me alone. And he didn't seem to get the hint. My friends would always tease me that I had a secret admirer, and I would laugh along, but it unnerved me. He just started inserting himself into my life, and I didn't know what to do. One time after Thanksgiving break, I was standing outside at a picnic table, and lo and behold, Tom shows up. He just starts asking me how my break was, how my family was, and if I was happy to be back. And then he asked how Bruno and Riley were. Bruno and Riley are my dogs, and while I love to show them off, I knew for a fact that I have never talked about them with him or showed him any pictures. The rational part of my mind reminded me that Riley was the lock screen on my phone, so he could have at least seen her when I checked the time or something, and Bruno was my wallpaper, so he might have seen him at some point. But how did he know their names? When I asked him, he got nervous and tried to convince me that I had told him, but when I insisted that I didn't, he made some excuse and walked off. I should have done something then, maybe talk to security or something, but I didn't. I regret to say I didn't want to. I thought I could handle it myself. I've never been good at asking for help. So fast forward a little, Tom started to get more weird. He kept asking me for my number, asking me out, trying to get me to invite him back to my dorm. He got really aggressive. Eventually, I got to the point where my instinctual, well-learned manners went out the window, and I flat out told him, directly yet gently, as I'm not in the habit of hurting people's feelings, that I was not interested in having a relationship with him or anyone right now. He got angry and yelled at me for leading him on, calling me names like slut and bitch and whore, and then just stormed off. He started texting me nonstop, telling me how much he hated me and how I deserved to die. I still don't know how he got my number. I know what you're thinking. Now, she must have gone to the police or security or something, right? No, I was an idiot. I'm not a very confident person as it is, and some tiny part of me felt guilty, like I actually led him on. I didn't even tell anyone about the text. I just deleted them all, convinced myself that if I just ignored him long enough, he'd eventually give up and go away. I was a stupid, naive little 18-year-old, and I just let it happen. Okay, so fast forward about a month or so. It's near the end of the semester, close for us to head home for the winter break. My friend Anna had just broken up with her boyfriend, and she and my other friend Tori wanted to go drink to take her mind off things. Tori and Anna are both very petite girls and naturally are incredible lightweights. They've been known to make some terrible choices after just a few beers. So they asked me to come with them to keep an eye on them. I agreed, and I brought my own water bottle with me so I wouldn't have to drink anything there. Even the water at these parties made me suspicious. The three of us went to the party, and while Tori and Anna went and got to drinking, I just sat on the couch in the corner and kept an eye on them, taking sips from my water. We'd been there for about 3 hours, and then someone sat down beside me. I look over, and you guessed it, there's Tom. He seems totally hammered already and starts talking to me, telling me almost incoherently how sorry he is, how much he misses me, and how he overreacted, how he wishes he could take it all back, and asking if we could hang out later. I refused and told him to leave me alone, but still he persisted. After another 10 minutes, I saw Anna across the room stumbling drunk, about to walk off with some guy. I got up from the couch after telling Tom yet again to leave me alone, and went over to Anna. I separated her from her new friend, who was clearly not as drunk as her and clearly wanted to take advantage of her. I got her and Tori back together and tried to tell them that we should leave, but they begged me to let them stay just a little bit longer, just so they could dance some more. And there's really no arguing with those two when they're drunk, so I just let them. I went back to the couch and Tom was gone. Please note that most of the rest of this story I only pieced together after the fact, as some of my memories are vague at best, and most are just missing altogether. I must have left my water bottle on the couch when I went to save Anna. After I took a few more drinks, I started to feel weird. I was super dizzy and shaky, so I decided it was time to go home. I grabbed Anna and Tori and we left, taking the bus back to the dorm, or at least We must have. When I woke up, I was in my bed, still in my clothes from the night before, and I had the worst headache. I couldn't remember anything at all after I started to feel weird. My roommate told me that I came home around 2 and stumbled into bed and passed out, mumbling something about not feeling well. She was surprised, as she knew that I didn't drink, but just figured that I decided to let go a little and had a little too much. I started to realize what happened. Tom must have drugged my water. I felt sick. I knew Tom was a weirdo, but I never thought he would be quite so driven. It sent shivers down my spine to think about what he planned to do. As if to confirm my suspicions, when I checked my phone, I saw it had a new text from Tom. It said,
"Why did you leave so early last night? I had such a night planned for you."
I didn't go out much after that, not just to parties, but to class either. I told my friends and professors that I was sick and got the last week's notes from them. After the finals and break, I came back and found out that while Tom was stalking me, he was neglecting his classes, and as a result, he had flunked out. I haven't seen him since, but still, I haven't gone to a party since then. So, Tom, you're one sick bastard. Let's never meet again. Since numerous people have asked, yes, I did eventually go to the police. I waited a little while just to make sure he wasn't on campus anymore. At my school, once you finish your last final, you have to be gone within 24 hours. And I didn't want to keep looking over my shoulder while trying to pass my classes. I'm not sure what, if anything, came of it, and I'm fairly certain that I didn't give them enough to go on, but it's a footnote somewhere. I'm a 27-year-old female from West Virginia. This story happened to me when I was about 7 years old. To start off, I have two siblings, an older brother and a younger sister. My brother is a year older than me, and my sister is a year younger. I'm the middle child. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my parents got a divorce, and my mom pretty much raised us after that. Anyway, eventually my mother moved on and got a new boyfriend. This boyfriend actually ended up becoming very physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive towards our mother. He would hit her right in front of us, scaring us half to death, and would frequently call her names. I remember one night when I was about 6. I was cleaning my room while my sister and brother were watching TV. We heard them fighting on the porch, and we looked out the window and saw him strangling our mother, holding her by the throat against the front door. It was traumatizing to say the least. Another time, he started a fight with our mom because when we kids were eating a bag of chips, we were crunching too loud with our mouths. I think I was about 6 at this time. Another was when we went in the McDonald's drive-thru and he started a scene right in front of the workers and was yelling at my mom and the worker. I remember that it was extremely embarrassing. Yet again, another time when I was walking into my mom's room to talk to her, thinking that she was in there, and he screamed,
"Don't come in."
There was a hallway before my mom's room where you can't see into the room unless you walk down the hallway and turn left. Well, I was halfway down the hallway and turned left where I could see, but not actually be in the room. I thought he meant exactly what he said, don't come in, by not to walk in the room because maybe they were doing something with the floor. I don't know. I was 6 at the time. When I stood there scared, he yelled,
"Get out. Are you stupid?"
He had just got out of the shower and didn't have a towel, so he was covering himself with a shower curtain. I hurried back to my room in tears, and I believe that there was a fight that night as well, meaning that we would have to go to bed early again. Our whole family knew about how abusive he was to my mom. I assumed that she was just depressed and had a low self-esteem because of all the abuse. She would keep taking him back. My grandparents, who lived next door, absolutely refused to accept their relationship because of his abuse towards my mom and made it clear that he was never to return to the house again. Well, my mom eventually started sneaking him into the house and covering all the windows with dark sheets. I remember it was always dark in the house, and we could never have people over. My mom didn't want to be involved in family events, and I just remember this as a very dark time. He was obviously doing his best to keep her from the rest of the family, as most, if not all, abusers do to their victims. When my grandparents found out that he would be there, they would freak out and call the police to come over and pound on the door to get him out of there. We were sworn never to tell anyone, especially our grandparents, that he was there. One time, my sister told my grandma that he was there, probably because my grandma got it out of her somehow, or she was scared and felt she needed to tell her. Anyway, I told my mom that she told because I saw my grandma coming over with a baseball bat and I was afraid that she would get hurt. So my mom, her boyfriend, and all of us kids piled in the car quickly and took off in the car before she could make it over to the house. I felt bad because I got my sister in trouble, but I also knew that I didn't want my grandma to get hurt. Lastly, I remember the state coming to our school at least 3 times and asking to talk with us kids individually about the abuse, and our mom warned us never to tell them anything about any abuse taking place in the house because she said that they would take us away from her and go to a foster home or something. We were all very scared and was always instructed to lie to them, saying that there was nothing going on, which we did because we were scared of being taken away from our mom. Eventually, our mother got away from this creep, even though he pretty much stalked her for years before she could completely get away. We were all very relieved to be away from him. The main incident I want to tell you, though, was after she broke away from him for the first time. The time that I'm referring to is a few weeks after she kicked him out. My mother, sister, and brother all went to the grocery store this day to fill up the fridge. We all had a great day and got lots of yummy food and snacks. We all were carrying groceries into the house. I remember feeling so happy that we didn't have to live on pins and needles anymore, and that we could all just be happy. When I walked into the house, I went straight to my mother's room. As I walked into her room, I heard a noise and saw the shower curtain move. I was positive that someone was in there. I ran out to my mom, who was in the kitchen putting the stuff away, and looked her straight in the eyes and said, "Mom, I think there's someone in your room." At first she said that I probably just saw something, but after I looked at her with the most serious face I could conjure and said, "Mom, seriously, I saw them behind your shower curtain. Someone is in your room for real." Her face became pale white as she realized that I was being dead honest and that there was a real chance that someone was actually in her room. Before she could even respond, a figure popped out of the hallway and yelled, standing there wide-eyed and creepy looking as fuck. He had the biggest, most sinister grin on his face, and my mom was in pure shock. This weirdo broke into our small trailer while we were out grocery shopping and was hiding in my mom's shower for when she got home. What the hell? It was basically terrifying. And I think another fight started up that night because she wanted him to leave. I don't know why the cops were never called, but when I grew up, I remember my mom telling me that he used to be friends with all the cops in town. The creepiest part is that I remember at some point hearing that he was suspected of the murder of some guy because he was apparently the last person to see him before he drowned it in a river. That makes him even more terrifying. After they eventually broke up for good, years later my mom remarried to a man that has never laid a hand on her. I think she heard from him on and off over the years, here and there, but I'm assuming that he has moved on to terrorizing some other family because because we thankfully have been able to live in peace from that psychopath all the way up to now. If I could give some advice for a child who is going through a similar situation, my advice would be to tell someone, even though your parent or guardian forbids you not to, or you fear that you will be in trouble or be taken away from your family. You need to tell your school officials or some other family members or even the police because what is happening is not right, and your parent or guardian who is being abused is being brainwashed by the abuser, and they will snap out of it once you do the right thing and take some action. They will eventually realize that what is happening is wrong. Please just tell someone and don't waste years of your life being miserable like we did. The National Domestic Abuse Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. And to the creeper who stole years of my family's life, let's never meet. And for the love of all that is holy, go see a fucking therapist. This is a story that my friend told me. This happened to her older sister. She goes to a large private religious university in Utah. She was staying at an apartment not too far away from campus with three other girls. The semester had just started, and two of the three girls were asleep. My friend's sister was on her phone, sitting in the living room, when she heard what sounded like footsteps outside the window behind her. She listened closely, but dismissed it as just some stray cat or dog. Soon after, she heard a thud against the dining room wall coming from the outside, and heard what sounded like muffled whispering. My friend's sister is an excellent marksman, so she decided that she would scare off whoever was outside by opening the blinds, turning on the lights, grabbing the shotgun that she kept on the mantle, and pointing it out the window while screaming for the other girls to wake up. She saw a short man wearing all black and a ski mask running away. The cops came shortly after, and she filed a report. Fast forward a few weeks later, and my friend's sister keeps seeing a small white truck with tinted windows following her. She dismisses it as her imagination, but it still freaks her out a little. One weekend, her roommates have gone out of town, so it's just her by herself. Right as she's about to fall asleep, she hears a pounding on her door. She bolts to the door and looks through the peephole to see a cop standing there. "Who are you?" she asks.
I'm a cop.
Says the guy.
Open up. It's the law.
He yells menacingly. My friend is starting to call bullshit, but she's scared of disobeying him if he actually is a cop. "Why are you here so late?" she asks.
Remember a few weeks ago when that guy tried to break into your house? I have an update on him.
My friend is freaking out now because why would a cop try to talk to her about the case so late by himself? He wasn't even the officer who helped her fill out the report. "Show me your badge," she demanded. He pulled it out and shoved it into the peephole. She sighed with a breath of relief. Right as she was unlocking the door, she glanced down at his legs and noticed that this cop had very elevated platform boots and a machete in his utility belt, and the name on his uniform didn't match the name on his badge. "You're not a fucking cop," she yelled at him. The fake cop screamed and started slamming on the door, saying,
I'm an officer of the law, and you will obey me. Open up.
She called 911 and held her way behind the front door, clutching her shotgun until the real cops arrived. The guy was long gone by then, but he left behind his cap, which was a prop from a party store. The day after this, my friend broke her lease and moved to a new city in Utah transferred schools, and bought a Doberman to keep her company. This didn't happen to me, but to my mom about 4 years ago. I was about 12 at the time and was at a 3 day long field trip with my school and had left on Wednesday and would be back on Friday. When I came home, my mom and brother told me this story. My mom, my brother, and sister were all driving back from my brother's wrestling practice. That was from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. It was about 30 minutes away from my house, so it was not that long of a drive. About 10 minutes into the drive, my mom noticed that she was being followed by a gray car. I don't remember what the car was, but she had an eerie feeling, but pushed it off as it was a busy street and it wasn't really anything scary. It followed her until she got off the road and onto a more quiet street, and the car was still following her. At this point, she started to feel a little weird, but she did not say anything to freak out my little brother, who was 10, and my little sister, who was 8. So she kept quiet and kept looking out her rearview mirror. It had followed them until she got onto our road, and our road did not have any street lamps except for the one at the end. So this meant that our street was very dark. So she pulled into our driveway, and to my mom's horror, the car had stopped in front of our house. My mom is a very strong woman, so she got out and told my brother and sister to stay in the car. A skinny white man stepped out of the car and told my mom that he was the police and that he would need to take her to the station to ask her some questions about her reckless driving. My mom is a very safe driver, and she never drinks or smokes, and she knows that she wasn't driving recklessly. She told him that she didn't recall any of that and would like to see proof that he was a cop. But he just kept persisting that she come with him and then said,
Bring your children as well.
at this moment, she knew this man was not a cop because she never told him that she had any children. She kept refusing to go and told him to leave. The man suddenly started walking towards my mom. She was startled at this sudden movement and was frozen in fear as he came closer. Suddenly, the front door opened to my house and my dad stepped out. The man froze in his tracks and squinted at my dad. My dad is a big guy. He used to be a wrestler and also boxed. The man made eye contact with my dad and started to walk back to his car. Then he said to my mom,
I will let you off with a warning.
he got into his car and drove away. My mom quickly rushed my brother and sister into the house and locked the door. She hugged them and cried. My dad told them that he had a strange gut feeling and felt like something made him go outside. They believed that it was a guardian angel. When she told me this story, the one thing that bothered me the most was that he had known that she had kids and that we drive home from practice every day of the week. This could only mean that he was stalking us and knew our daily routine. But it doesn't end there. About 2 weeks later, me and my brother are getting dropped off at our bus stop to go home. We're the only two kids to get off at our stop, and the walk home is about a 3 minute walk. As we're about to get off the bus, my brother freezes and grabs me by the shoulder and points out a window to a gray car and whispers in my ear, "That's the guy that followed us." I stared, and a chill ran down my spine. The man was sitting in the car, looking at the bus. I turned to the bus driver and explained the situation. He then told us to go sit down in the seat right behind him. He then drove us directly to our house and dropped us off. Our dad was home, and we came running to him and told him that the man was back. As we said this, he told us that maybe it was just a coincidence. But then he looked up and his eyes grew wide. I turned around to see the car slowly coming down our road. But as it came in view to my house, the man looked at my dad and sped away quickly. From that day forward, my dad picked us up and dropped us off to school every day, and we never saw the car or the man ever again. So this happened to my aunt and uncle in the early 80s. They were living in Austin, Texas, and had attended a party in a neighboring area. They were driving back very late, and at one point, they were driving on a very long, completely deserted stretch of road bordered by woods and brush on either side. No houses, no streetlights, no other cars on the road, nothing. Until my uncle, who is driving, notices a car coming up behind them, which then speeds up and gets very close. My aunt and uncle start talking about how weird this guy is. They can see it's just one man driving, and there's no reason to tailgate on an empty road in the middle of the night. Then the guy speeds up even more and pulls up alongside them. He starts yelling at them to pull over and is flashing what looks like a police badge. My uncle starts to slow down to pull over, and my aunt absolutely freaks out and tells him not to. She's really creeped out by this guy who is driving a car that has no police markings and no flashing lights and pulled up to them out of nowhere and is now trying to get them to pull over just by flashing a badge. While they argue about whether or not to pull over, the man in the other car is getting more angry, yelling at them to pull over, beating his horn and flashing the badge, saying that he's the police. My aunt starts crying, but my uncle says fine, if he really was a cop and they need to stop for him, they will do so in the next populated area, which will be a while. But they reasoned that if he really was a cop, he would have to understand their point of view. My aunt and uncle keep wavering between worried this guy is out of his mind and worried it's a real cop and we're going to get in big trouble for not pulling over when told. Finally, they see a gas station up ahead and plan to stop there. As soon as they pull into the gas station, the cop speeds off, never to be seen by them again. They didn't think to try to get his license plate number at the time and were just thoroughly creeped out. They drove the rest of the way home without incident. But the story does not end there. A few months later, on the exact same stretch of road, a man is rescued who tells a horrifying story, which is then big news in Austin. A fake cop, flashing a badge and beeping his horn, had gotten this man, who was driving at night with his girlfriend on that very same road, to pull over. Once pulled over, the fake cop forced the man and his girlfriend to get out of the car. By gunpoint, maybe. I'm not sure on all the details at this point. My aunt refused to read too much about the story back then because she was so freaked out, and my uncle doesn't remember everything in detail. The man and his girlfriend were taken into the woods on the side of the road. He ties the man and his girlfriend to separate trees, facing each other, and does horrible things to both, ultimately killing the woman while the other was forced to watch just a few feet away. I'm not sure how the man ended up being rescued, but it was long after the fake cop was gone. Either someone must have found the man tied there, or he finally got loose and found help. They never caught the fake cop murderer. That could have been my aunt and uncle if they had pulled over their car that night, like my uncle wanted and started to do. My aunt always ends the story with, and that's why my husband always has to listen to me. I have this close friend named Jack who relayed to me a pretty terrifying tale of something that happened to his friend a long time ago. My mentor, Jack, is now a retired former HR community college guy in his mid 60s. 30 years ago, however, Jack was working as a bartender in Portland's gay community. That's how Jack met Randy. Randy was a good-looking, well-spoken customer in his mid-20s, a pretty attractive 1980s preppy type. Randy lived close to Jack, and the two went on a couple of dates for a few weeks. Randy was relatively new to Portland, having moved there a few years ago after his parents in small-town Connecticut flipped out about him being gay and tried to commit him to an institution. They were dating casually, but Jack was shocked when he discovered that this clean-shaven college graduate was working the streets of Portland as a hustler. You see, we think of Portland as being this hipster haven now, but back in the 1980s, there were a lot of seedy elements to the town that included the gay underground prostitution scene. The revelation about Randy's career happened this way. Randy called Jack one night and asked him if he could come over. He showed up at Jack's apartment pretty upset. Randy confessed to Jack that he was a prostitute and relayed a wild tale about something that happened to him the night before with a client. He refused to name who it was, but told Jack it was a very prominent local businessman, someone who was very high profile in mid-1980s Portland. The client was into S&M bonded stuff, and Randy saw him about once a month for a year. The previous night, after they concluded their scene, the client said to Randy,
I had a fantasy. I kidnapped you and kept you forever.
He asked Randy if he wanted to stay with him. Of course, Randy said, no way, and the guy got angry. The chauffeur drove Randy home, which in hindsight was a huge mistake. The client now knew where he lived. Earlier that evening, Randy was heading home, but before he got to his apartment, Randy noticed that his client's limo was parked down the street from his building. Randy noped the fuck out of there and ate dinner elsewhere. But when he went home, the limo was still there, with the chauffeur sitting in the car. That's when he decided to go over to Jack's place and confess everything. Randy was completely terrified now. He tried to laugh it off as some dumb joke, but the fact that the chauffeur spent hours parked in the same spot a few blocks from his apartment building was scary as hell. Randy begged if he could stay at Jack's place for a few days so this could die down. Even though Jack was totally surprised and pretty confused about all this, he let him stay at his place until a few days later, Randy called him at work and told Jack that he had decided to go back to his apartment. Randy said that he would call Jack later in the week about a movie they were planning on seeing that weekend. When Jack went to his apartment building a few days later to check on Randy, the building manager said that Randy had moved out. After that, there wasn't much Jack could do. Randy did not tell him who the guy was, and he didn't know much about Randy's background, except for some vague idea from where he was from. This was, again, the 1980s. Policemen were not going to make a big deal about some male prostitute that went missing. Jack kept hoping that he would get a call from Randy, but as days turned into weeks, weeks turned into years, and years turned into a quarter century, he stopped expecting that call. Hopefully Randy just skipped town. He ran all the way back to Connecticut, found some sympathetic family member who helped him get on his feet, and he put all this behind him, and he's just some regular 50-something-year-old guy now with a regular career and regular concerns. Or maybe not. And Jack will never know. I used to work at a security company with a bunch of friends. We all got along well, and most of us even hung out after work. The ones I didn't hang out with kept to themselves. They were two brothers that worked nights with me, and they were in their own group. They were new to the company and would have many conversations about their guns. Bill was the older brother, and Luke was the younger. After hearing Luke and Bill talk about target shooting so much, I developed an interest. I don't own a single firearm, but my roommate owns several. I mentioned at work one night that I was going shooting in the morning with my roommate, and I needed a good place to go to. Well, the two brothers pointed out a spot on Google Earth for me and said it was great, and they have gone shooting up there once before. It was about 45 minutes away and was higher up in the mountains. I knew the spot precisely due to a single image posted to the coordinates on Google Earth, with used shotgun shells covering the ground. I decided that it was as good a spot as any and told my roommate Don where to drive us. We arrived the next morning at 10 a.m. and parked at the top of the hill. We saw our spot about 150 yards away in a clearing down in the valley and began hiking down. A quick side note, I wore this bright neon yellow hooded sweatshirt at work, and during the winter, I'm also a pretty large fella. Being big and brightly colored makes you very visible from far away. I've seen hunters using bright colors to avoid accidentally getting shot by other hunters. I decided to wear my trademark bright hoodie on our little hike. We made it a quarter way down the hill, and I see a group of fellow target shooters at our desired spot. These were the only other people we had seen in 30 minutes. Our spot is taken. Lame, I said. The second I said lame, that's when shit hit the fan. We were on the side of the mountain walking down towards them, and the rounds started flying. This group was shooting at us. Dawn and I were targets for about 3 guns, and we didn't have immediate cover. I see Dawn running across the mountain, strafing the shooters. I see what he is running for. It was a small plateau about 20 yards next to us. The sounds of bullets flying inches away from my ears is a sound that I will never forget. Movies do not do the sound justice at all, not even close. I still get chills thinking about it now. The vibration and the rotation of the bullets chilled my bones. It's not a sound I would want to hear again. It made everything go slow-mo and very clear. My adrenaline was kicking in. We made it to cover and hit the dirt. We were pinned down, but at least we had cover now. I had to have heard at least 100 rounds pass just over the lip of the plateau. I heard a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. I know I did. The trees, boulders, and mountainside were being hammered by round after round. If we had sat up from our cover, we would have been shot in the face. These people were shooting up a hill towards a road. They had their backs to their paper targets. Thinking back on it, my father said I should have yelled down to them and let them know they were shooting at 2 people and to hold their fire. But the thing is, I think they knew they were shooting at us. How could they not? We weren't that far, and the mountainside was almost bare. I didn't want to let them know they were close to hitting us. I should have shot back. We had the high ground, but I'm not a killer. We just waited and listened for their footsteps and wanted them to stay where they were. If we were killed, no one would have found our bodies out there. 15 minutes went by, and the gunfire didn't let up until it just ended. The mountain was quiet again. After about 5 more minutes of silence, we checked down the hill. They were gone. We had our guns ready as we scanned the valley down below. Nothing more. No more guys, no vehicle, just their garbage left behind. We decided it was a great time to get the hell out of the hills. We made it back to our car and back to our house faster than ever. When I went back to work the next shift, I told this story to everyone. I even thanked Bill for the sweet advice. He apologized for the bad vocals and said, "That's crazy." Another coworker told me that Bill and Luke went shooting that same morning in the same area. I asked Bill immediately about it. I asked him where he went shooting and what guns he brought with him to shoot. He pointed at the same damned Google Earth image as before. Luke, his friend, and Bill were using a Glock, a 22 rifle, and a 12-gauge shotgun. It was all coming together so quickly. I told him that he was a psycho and almost killed us. He denied shooting at us, even changed his mind about where they went shooting. He said it was actually 2 miles west because his GPS was inaccurate. I knew that he was lying, but what could I do? I had no proof. He worked with me for another 2 years before I moved away and never heard from them again. I remember how emotionless he was when he denied shooting at me. He was like a robot. We never spoke of it after that first time, and I haven't gone shooting since. To give a little bit of background information, this started in the winter of 2012. I was 23 years old at the time and living with my dad. My mom and my brother were living in another house about 10 minutes away from us. One morning, I woke up at around 8 a.m. because I had an early doctor's appointment. I went outside to see a note pinned to the windshield wiper of our car. The note said, "I'm going to kill you, fucking pedophile scum." I kind of just laughed it off. I assumed the note was for my dad, who had a habit of complaining to parents in our neighborhood about their children's shitty behavior. There were these twin boys who liked to try and catch and torture squirrels. He often marched them home by their ears to complain about them to their parents. I thought one of the parents was just being a douchebag, so my dad and I didn't bother with it too much. Later in the day, while talking to my mom on the phone, I mentioned the note to her offhandedly in a very casual way, and I was shocked by her response. She responded by very emphatically warning me several times to make sure all of my windows and doors were locked, and to bring a weapon to bed with me at night. I was a bit taken aback because she had never said anything to me like that before. She had never even given me the good touch, bad touch talk. She reminded me at least 12 times over the course of the conversation to bring a knife or a baseball bat with me to bed, and to lock my bedroom door at night. I thought she was just overreacting, so I waved her off. Then other weird things started happening. We started getting random packages and deliveries sent to our house. Bibles and Qurans, newspapers, horn flyers and pizzas, and moving trucks that we hadn't ordered. The first few times it happened, we thought it was a mistake, but it kept happening. I came to the conclusion that somebody must be pulling a prank on us. We didn't know who it was, so there was nothing that we could do about it but apologize profusely to yet another confused pizza delivery man. In September of that year, I started taking a night school class with my best friend. The course went from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Monday and Wednesday night, and after the class, his mom would come pick us up and drive us home. Sometime in November, his mom dropped me off in school, and I went inside and chilled out on the couch for a couple of hours. I like to wind down a little bit before I go to bed, or I can't sleep. I ended up falling asleep on the couch. Something woke me up abruptly at about 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard the unmistakable sound of a car tire being slashed, and it sounded like our car. What the hell was going on? We didn't have any enemies. In retrospect, this was probably a stupid thing to do, especially considering that I'm a relatively small female. I'm only 5'5" and was 23 at the time. But I grabbed a generic kitchen knife and went outside to check it out. When I got outside, I discovered immediately that I was correct. There was a man in our driveway slashing our tires. Unwisely, I immediately yelled, "Hey, you!" and he turned around to face me. That's when I noticed that he was slashing our tires with an enormous hunting knife, at least 6 inches long. He looked surprised, but then defiant, and began to advance towards me with the knife slightly raised. I just froze. I didn't know what to do. He was coming at me so fast, I couldn't even think. Thankfully, at that exact second, my across the street neighbor, who had also heard him slashing our tires, turned his porch light on and yelled out the window, "Hey, I'm calling the police." The man yelled back,
I don't give a fuck. Call them.
They quickly retreated back to his car, where I could see a middle-aged woman with long brown hair waiting for him in the passenger seat. Our eyes locked, and I knew instantly we had met before. I couldn't quite put my finger on when or where. I just knew in my gut that I've met this woman before. They sped off into the night. We called the cops, who said they couldn't do anything for us because they didn't know who had done it. I mean, isn't that kind of your job, though, to find out who did? I called my mom and told her what happened and asked her if she had any idea who had done this to us. She immediately said no, but there was something in her voice. I could just tell that she wasn't being honest. A few weeks later, I decided to go to my mom's house and spend a day or two there, determined to get some answers. As soon as I walked in the front door, I knew something was wrong. The second she saw me, she just started bawling her eyes out. She took me by the hand and sat me on the couch and explained the whole story to me, start to finish. It's necessary for me to give a bit of background information here. My mother is a businesswoman by trade. She was still in sales at the time, but she is also a bit of a hippy dippy. It's retrograding, so I don't get into any arguments with this weak type of person. On the side of her regular day job, she was selling Arbani makeup, which is a all-natural brand of makeup that is free of parabens, oils, sulfates, and other common cosmetic additives. A couple of months before this all started, she ended up being referred a new client named Andrea by her weed dealer. Yes, my mom smokes weed. This is Canada. Everyone smokes here. Andrea was the dealer's girlfriend, and she was interested in buying our body. So my mom invited her over to her apartment to look at some makeup samples. They started chatting about a variety of topics, as women do, and my mom let it slip that her last name was Hayes. As my mom told me, Andrea paused for a few seconds, looked at her, and said, "Hayes, did you used to be married to a man named Darren Hayes?" My mom answered that yes, Darren Hayes, my father, was her ex-husband. And then shockingly, this Andrea woman actually bursted into tears, threw my arms around my mom in a hug, and began to tell her a story about all the disgusting things that my dad had done to her. Apparently, when she was 14 years old, she's now in her mid-30s. I would have been 4 years old at the time. This would have happened around 1994. She had been dating a man named Andrew, who had been living with my dad at the time after my parents divorced. According to Andrea, this man, her new boyfriend Andrew, Andrew's twin brother Daniel, and my father had taken turns beating her, raping her, and forcing her to prostitute herself in order to make money off her. Eventually, they ended up selling her to child prostitution, from which she said she had never recovered. At this point, I realized that this is where I recognized her from. My dad had been roommates with her boyfriend Andrew, and I used to see all three of them when I went over to visit him every second weekend. She sobbed inconsolably during the whole retelling of the story, telling my mother how after this traumatic experience, she had turned to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain of her abuse, and she had been addicted to crack and alcohol off and on ever since because of what my father had done to her. My mom was shocked. She didn't know what to do. On one hand, she knew my father to be a generous, soft-spoken, and kind person who never lifted a finger to her or to any person, and who rarely raised his voice. But on the other hand, it seemed odd that Andrea would just happen to remember his name all these years later if she had been lying. She didn't know who to believe. After several hours of crying and much consoling on my mother's part, Andrea finally left. And that's when the stalking began. A few days after this encounter, my mom came home from work to find Andrea's boyfriend sitting on the couch, waiting for her. He immediately told her that he was planning on killing my dad, and that my dad deserved to die because he was a pedophile, rapist piece of shit. And that if my mom told anybody at all, especially the cops, he would be sure to kill me as well. He then concluded his threat by describing the layout of our living room and exactly what outfit I was wearing that day. From then on, he and or Andrea would text or call her several times a day to threaten and taunt her, telling her that they were going to call the cops on my dad and have him thrown in prison. They were going to have him killed, and if she told anybody, they would hire someone to rape and murder me. Naturally, my mother was absolutely terrified. She was from an upper middle class family who immigrated to Canada from Germany. She had never dealt with this type of person before. She stopped eating, she couldn't sleep, and she even stopped going to work. She lost 30 pounds and her hair started to fall out from stress. She started having panic attacks because she didn't know what to do. Later, she told me she understood how I felt now because I have an anxiety disorder that causes me to have panic attacks. Eventually, after the night I almost got stabbed, she decided that she had to call the cops. She couldn't take the chance that they would hurt me. She had to do something about it. And what she found out was shocking. Andrea was well known to the police. When my mom told them this story, she was so well known that they weren't even surprised to hear her story. In fact, they told her Andrea had done this exact same thing to at least a dozen other men. She would meet and blackmail men into giving her money, electronics, drugs, etc., threatening to call the cops and report them for rape if they didn't. Her boyfriend, who was a dealer of other drugs than just weed, turned out would often use his drug connections to intimidate and extort the men. And for some reason, he never questioned her stories of being raped, abused, and enslaved by all these different men, because there was no doubt in my mind that he genuinely believed that she was telling the truth. Then when Andrea, who was a crack and heroin addict and prostitute, would get arrested on a possession or a drug distribution charge, would attempt to make deals with the police by offering them information about men who were rapists and pedophiles in exchange for less prison time. She eventually did this so many times that the police stopped believing her. After mom called the cops, the whole story came undone, and Andrea and her boyfriend thankfully haven't bothered us since. But it's been over a year since the whole thing happened, and I'm still terrified to leave the curtains open at nighttime in case somebody is watching me. I don't think I'll ever be able to feel fully safe in this house ever again. I grew up in a rag city in Connecticut and in poverty, but then again, nearly everyone else was too. Around 13 or 14, my mother, who had a stroke while having an aneurysm, was warned that one blow to the head could be fatal. She used to take me everywhere. We lived off a disability from my father, so she didn't work. Instead, she would take me cigarette butt hunting at night in the downtown business district, which was ripe with half-smoked cigarettes. It's important to note that my mother was a friend without nicotine, and I would do everything to give her some. During the day, we did the soup kitchen tour, where we met some nice people who were homeless or poor. It was at a soup kitchen where we met Ray. Don't worry, he's gay. He's not going to try nothing, my mother's friend said during our introduction. He was a tall man, probably 6'2" or 6'3", very thin, with skin that hung from his bones as if he had once been a rather large man. He wore small, thicker lens glasses, but but spoke with a southern accent and a gentleness. Something about him was alluring, and he seemed rather paternal to me. Ray and my mother Linda hit it off and became friends. We met up at the soup kitchens, and soon the nightly adventures to the ashtrays in the business district stopped, as he would often give my mother some money and smokes. He also fed me chips and fast food, a much appreciated break from the canned corn I would otherwise be eating. Fast forward a little. A couple of months pass, and we begin to trust him. He seemed genuinely excited to see us and was very kind, so much so that my mother did not hesitate to go over his house and take me. At his house, my mother would take up residence on a love seat, and Ray would sit next to me. He often put his arm around me and pressed me up to him. I loved this because I was young and had a rotten tough time in school and was without friends. My family was broken, so I didn't see my father. The genuine love he had for me makes me cringe now that I'm older and more aware. While walking down the hallway from his apartment, his hand brushed my backside. I matured early and was about as tall as my mom and half a foot smaller than him. The hallway was tight, and I thought about it for a second, but dismissed the caress as innocent. I knew I swung my hands like an ape whenever I moved, so I could hardly fault him. Other people we knew saw us with Ray more and more. They became concerned. Grace and Matt had known Ray. They pulled my mother aside and told her that he was insane. They told her that they had gone to buy a trailer, but Ray wanted it as well. They argued for a bit, but the couple didn't budge. That trailer burnt down a couple of days later. Another friend had told my mother that Ray's son was a dentist and was doing well for himself, but had been molested as a kid by Ray. Ray never told us he had a son, not even a hint of it. When my mom told me this, I broke down and cried, but she wanted to keep it hushed. I should point out that my mother was a immoral woman. She had been old enough to know what she was like before she had health issues. She suffered, but my brother said that she was always bad, but afterwards became a monster. She would still see Ray and bring me around him. I broke down in class one day. I looked at my teacher, who really loved me and had been there for me during rough times. She asked if I was okay because she saw my eyes water, but I burst out uncontrollably and sobbed. I could not stop thinking about him touching me and what I had heard. I know it sounds melodramatic, but the uncertainty and the betrayal of my trust wounded me greatly. I don't know if I can give out the school name or not. We'll call it LMM, as that is the school's initials. The teacher told the principal and guidance counselor. The guidance counselor took me into a room and sat me down. He asked me a bunch of questions about Ray that I answered. He kept me alone with him in a room and would not tell me why. I found out later they called my brother's school and my mother at the same time and interviewed them over the phone. My brother had moved into his girlfriend's house, so he hadn't really dealt too much with Ray, but said that he knew him, and my mother ended up telling them everything. The police were called and they drove me to my house as school had ended and they did not want me walking home. They got to my house and told my mother that they would talk to Ray about me. They came back an hour later and told me that he could not speak to me anymore. They couldn't stop him from coming near us, but he was absolutely forbidden to talk to me. It turns out they found him outside the school with money and a new bike. The money was for me because he knew I valued cash to get my mom smokes, and the bike was for my brother. Ray planned to kidnap me that day. I have no doubt about it. A few years more until I turned 16 and moved out of my house, I would run into Ray while walking with mom. He would always stare at me, but talk to her. My mom would talk back with him, and she never addressed what happened. I moved to Maine at 16, though, away from them both. So, to the mother who I suspect was willing to give me up for her addiction, and to the stranger who slithered into my life like a snake, let's not meet again. Okay, so this event only occurred really recently, and I still can't believe it happened. I live in Sydney, Australia, and I'm very used to the occasional insane or creepy person on the street or bus, etc. I know how to deal with them and act around them most of the time. A few weeks ago, I decided to go shopping at a big shopping center known as Westfields in Australia. I'm not sure where they're called elsewhere. They are always busy, and it's hard to find parking, but I managed to get a great spot in the parking lot on the level where you can enter the center. I shopped and everything was good. I had some lunch, bought some groceries, and a new dress. I exited the shopping center and started walking towards my car. There wasn't anybody in the parking lot except for a few cars trying to find a spot. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I noticed a lady walking in the other lane next to mine. She had tangled, matted, and thinning hair. She wasn't dressed in the nicest or newest clothes. She was talking to herself. But I didn't think much of it because people do that when they're trying to remember something or going over something in their head. Then she starts screaming. Nothing in particular, just gibberish. I look over to see what she's doing or if she's injured, but nope, she's fine, just staring directly at me and screaming. She locks eyes with mine as soon as I turn to see what she was yelling about. A few seconds pass and nothing happens. She keeps screaming while keeping direct eye contact with me. Then her mouth spreads into an insanely terrifying grin. She stops screaming and starts bolting towards me. I was frozen for what seemed like an eternity, but it was probably only 3 seconds. I hightailed it to my car, chucked my shopping bag in the seat next to mine, cracked all my eggs, and slammed the door shut just in time. This lady starts banging on my car, screaming while trying to open the doors. I quickly back out of my spot, not caring if I knocked this batshit crazy lunatic to the ground. I didn't. She was fine, physically. But at this point, she climbs onto my fucking trunk and tries to break my back window. I start to move the car, and she jumps off, but chases after me for a few levels, and then I lost her. My heart was beating so fast, I thought I was going into cardiac arrest. I called the police and told them where I saw her and what she did. They didn't find her at the shopping center, and I haven't heard anything else about this. But my boyfriend offered to give me a new carton of eggs. This happened a little over a decade ago when I was an undergrad. I worked as a pharmacy technician my sophomore through senior years. At a pharmacy, of course, you have regulars. One regular was Joe, a mid-30s man with long straggled hair and an affinity for bizarre outfits. He was very sweet, but also very ill, mentally and physically. He was on a cocktail of antipsychotics, anti-anxiety, anti-depression, etc. Also, he was on medicine for AIDS. Normally, Joe would come in with his mother, who took care of him. However, his mother was older and had her own health problems. Towards the end of my junior year, Joe started coming in by himself, so he would walk from his home or take a taxi. Joe told me frequently that I looked like a young Michelle Pfeiffer, that I should be in LA, yada yada. Aside from the curly blonde hair, I never really saw the resemblance, but okay. I was polite, told him thanks, and asked him how his mother was. Made general small talk while I rang up his scripts. He never gave me the beware vibe. My senior year, Joe's mother came in without him and told us that Joe, wasn't doing well. He was refusing to take his antipsychotics, and she was getting too old to defend herself if Joe went into a rage. She was having him placed in a home for patients like Joe. I didn't know until that day that Joe was technically under guardianship. The courts and his doctors deemed him too ill to make important financial and medical decisions. Joe's mother gave us the medical release so that Joe's new home could send their staff to pick up his medicine. We didn't see Joe for about 4 months. It was the end of my senior year, a Friday night. Just me and the pharmacist were working because Friday nights are slow. I was reading a magazine when I heard,
Hey, Michelle.
I'm not Michelle, so I didn't look up. Then angry,
Michelle.
and a slap on the counter in front of me made me look up. It was Joe. He was bleeding profusely and left a bloody handprint on the counter. I was shocked, and all I could do was slowly back away to put distance between myself and the very bloody Joe. The pharmacist came rushing over to ask Joe what he was doing here. His home had picked up his meds on Tuesday.
I wanted to see Michelle. I miss her.
Then he started opening the waist-high door to get behind the pharmacy counter. The pharmacist called the store manager and told the manager to call 911 while she called Joe's mother.
Michelle, come here. Give me a hug.
No, I don't think that would be appropriate, Joe.
Give me a hug.
Then he just started screaming this over and over and attempting to climb over the counter. The pharmacist told me to go into the back storage room and lock the door. This just pissed Joe off. He started picking up items, which covered them in blood, and threw them at us. It was a chaotic mess. A patron was about to attempt to subdue Joe, but both the pharmacist and I both shouted not to touch him due to him being covered in blood and positive for HIV. We told the small crowd that had formed to leave for their safety as Joe was flinging items and getting blood everywhere. Eventually, the police and EMTs arrived. The store manager must have explained the blood and HIV issue because they had on protective gear, long gloves, face masks, etc., and were able to forcibly sedate Joe. The store had to be shut down, and a special cleaning crew had to come in and clean the entire store. Joe's mother came to apologize after the store reopened. She explained that Joe had developed an obsession for me and grew angrier and angrier each month when he was not allowed to tag along to pick up his pets. He attacked one of their home residents the night of the incident, so the home grounded him and sent him to his room. Joe broke his window and crawled out through the broken glass and walked to the pharmacy. The home did not know he had broken out until his mother called frantically. His mother was considering suing the home for negligence, and she had moved Joe to a more secure mental health facility. I grew up in Indiana, and when I was 17, I got my first car and started exploring. I lived somewhere pretty suburban, but if you drove an hour south, you would be in the middle of nowhere. Tons of cornfields and abandoned houses. My friend and I started driving out there a lot and started going to see these abandoned houses and exploring them. My dad bought a camera for the family a bit earlier, so I would take that and shoot some photos of the houses. We got really good at finding them too. We looked out for all the normal signs, broken mailboxes, long grass everywhere in the house, etc. But sometimes we were still worried about whether or not some of the places we went to were completely abandoned. The best houses didn't look as obvious from the outside. Like if a house looks like it's in decent condition, it's more likely to have stuff inside it. If it's super obvious, like all broken windows, missing doors, etc., kids probably already found it and spray painted it and broke shit. We were really respectful about it and wanted to explore places other people didn't, so we looked out for the more subtle places. I remember my friend and I were coming back from a concert in Indianapolis in the summer. We spent the night at my cousin's place in the city. Since the drive back was really long, we left during the day and started taking alternate routes back to try to find any cool places to explore. We were driving down this long dirt road, one of those that doesn't have a name. It's called like Country Road 3282 or whatever. After a while, we see a long dirt driveway coming out from the left, and in the distance, we see this really broken house. We pulled into the driveway and drove down. It was probably a quarter mile long. There was a big no trespassing sign, which really means the place is definitely abandoned. I know it sounds stupid, but it was something that made us way more confident in a house. We park and walk up to it. The door was falling off and the windows were cracked. Inside the house, everything was thrown around, and it had that normal musty abandoned house smell, but it smelled stronger, like more rotten kind of, and just really heavy. I don't know how to describe it. It was really weird. I figured since most of the shit in the house was thrown around and moldy and rotten, it was probably just that. There was this tiny room to the side, but it was completely dark, so we just walked past it. We walked towards the stairs and started stepping over broken glass, like a lot of it. It's common to see broken glass on the ground, but a huge area was completely covered in it. It made loud cracks as we walked. I started feeling a bit worried. We walked up the stairs, which were also covered in the glass. At the top, there was a long hallway. Two rooms were on the side, and at the end was a closed door. The two rooms were mostly empty. I saw a bunch of garbage in one room, black hoses, mason jars, Coke bottles with tubing. We kept walking and went up to the door and opened it. Suddenly, the smell hit us hard. It was this super strong chemical rotting odor. And then we spotted him. There's a guy in the room. He was really frail, super gaunt. He had baggy clothes on and sores all over his face. He was holding a rifle and staring right at us. I couldn't speak. I see some beakers, bottles, and some tubing on this table that looked like a really shitty science fair project. He lifts up his gun and we sprint out. We get out of the house and started for the car and drove off. We called the police, and it turns out he and his friend were squatting at the place and running a meth lab. The police found one guy upstairs and the other guy in that really dark room downstairs. He heard our car come and was hiding there and watched us. We have no clue why he didn't stop us. He was probably just tweaking out really hard. The broken glass was there to make noise to alert them when someone was inside. I feel so lucky to be alive and safe because they could have easily killed us and nobody would know where we were. They would have been safe. I haven't gone exploring in abandoned houses since that. About 2 years ago, my friends and I had found out about an abandoned insane asylum located in Downey, California. Being the curious 17-year-olds that we were, we decided it would be a good idea to explore this abandoned facility just to see what we could find inside. So on a Saturday night, we gathered a few more of our friends and made the drive out to Downey so we could explore this building ourselves. After about 30 minutes of driving, we arrive in Downey and make our way through the city where the asylum is located. The closer we get, the shadier and shadier the neighborhoods we're passing through become. And after about another 15 minutes of driving, we arrive at our destination. We park the car, climb through the hole in the fence, and make our way into the building to see what we could find. To be honest, it started out not being too bad, considering we are about 10 people, and we're thinking, what's the worst that could happen to a group of 10 people? So we made our way through the building, looking at all the broken furniture scattered throughout the rooms, the patient files thrown upon the floor, and we're pretty much just having a good time looking around this mental institution. This is where shit gets weird. As we're walking, we of course had a flashlight pointed down the hallway because the power that was once in this building was and clearly is out. As we're walking with our flashlight pointed ahead of us, we come to a corner and we see the adjacent wall of the corner light up from what we assumed was another flashlight. And sure enough, we turn the corner and there's a group of 4 kids. Shady, weird fucking kids. We confront each other and they ask us if we had been to the slide. We politely answer no because we have no idea what they're talking about. And they tell us that we should follow them. Of course, we decline because we're getting weird vibes from these people and they're just talking amongst themselves. One of the kids comes up to me with, I kid you not, a solid 6-inch long Bowie knife looking thing. Isn't it cool? Look what I found. As he moves the knife closer to my face, I politely answer what a cool find that is, and we start backing away, telling them that we're going to explore the roof of the building. Surprisingly, they say all right and turn the corner and continue on their way. All right, now that that was out of the way, I'm seriously beginning to feel weird about being in this place and about how we're definitely not supposed to be here. So at that point, I say fuck it. We need to get to the roof, go down the fire escape, and get the fuck out of here. So we make our way to the roof, and we're sitting there plotting our escape. Like I said, we're not supposed to be in the asylum, so they have a police car stationed at the main gate to make sure no one comes in. So as we're up there, we try to figure out the best path to get out of there without getting noticed by the police. That's when my friend sees a fire escape ladder coming down off this higher portion of the roof. We decide that that was probably our best bet. We grab a small ladder that would be able to boost us up to this higher portion of the roof. My friend Jonah goes up and immediately turns around so he could help the other people by pulling them up. As I'm getting myself up there, my heart completely fucking sinks. Jonah, did you not see this when you got up here? I whispered. What the fuck are you talking about? He responds. I'm looking forward, and he slowly turns to see what is pretty much our worst fucking nightmare. There's about 1,500 people sitting in a circle surrounding a burning cat or some other dead animal. These motherfuckers were talking in tongues and making noises which seemed satanic. As we're both getting down, we get noticed and they start talking amongst themselves in this weird language. As soon as we get down, these motherfuckers stand up and start sprinting towards us. I tell everyone to ditch the idea of the fire escape and not to worry about the cop. So we started sprinting through this building with this cult in close pursuit behind us. We miraculously make it out of the building and start running across the field to the main gate. And as we're doing so, the cop notices all the commotion, turns on his sirens, and comes driving in. Thank God he manages to cut off the cult from us and starts to chase them as we get away safely. Honestly, I can safely say it was the scariest experience of my life. What would we have done if they had taken one of our friends? Would we have to go back and confront them? I don't know, and I'm glad it didn't happen. During the fall, Some of my friends and I grew quite bored of just sitting around in our dorm rooms. Being the only one with a car on campus, I was usually the ones the plans derived from. Not too far from campus was an old abandoned mental hospital that closed down during the 1980s. I've been there before, and it's nothing really special. Your occasional slamming door and asbestos-filled rooms. On this particular night, we all decided to head back to the hospital to see if anything was left unexplored. In the car was my friend Michael, Alex, and my sister Haley. We were your typical rule breakers, thinking that crawling under a metal fence labeled no trespassing was badass. When we arrived, we made sure to park far in the back parking lot and check the charge on our phones. As we were driving in, Michael pointed out a building that we had not been in yet. It was blockaded by a 12-foot fence, so that was probably why. For some reason, that night felt like a good night to be a little riskier. Making our way under a foot of gap beneath the fence, we scanned the area for an entrance. Finding one almost immediately, we continued with our adventure. This building was just like the rest. Low-hanging ceilings, damp, rotting paperwork all over the ground. The only difference was the way that we entered was through the basement rather than the first floor. 45 minutes had passed, and everyone was starting to grow a little more confident, knowing that no danger lurked behind these metal doors. Coming up from the final floor, there was a small hallway with a door which seemed to be slightly cracked open. We made our way to this enormous door and pushed it open, propping it with a chair. Michael was the first to ascend up the stairs, the rest of us following closely behind. There was about 10 stairs, then a platform, a turn, then 10 more. But in the middle of the second set of stairs was a statue. This statue was very out of place and very unsettling to look at. It stood about 4 feet tall and held its hands in a praying manner. It was something that should not be in the attic of an old mental hospital. As we all shuffled by the silent statue, we were careful not to disturb it because there was an undertone of fear within us all. Reaching the top of the stairs was when the thought of leaving was agreed upon, because there before us was 50 to 60 religious statues, all standing about 3 to 4 feet tall, and in the same way, looking directly at us. Michael, being the bravest one of us, was the first to take a step into this uncharted territory. As our iPhone flashlights followed his path, we noticed where he was heading. In the far left corner of the attic was a couch. On this couch was blankets, clothes, and water bottles. Around the couch on the floor were beer bottles and food wrappers, and something that definitely should not have been there: children's clothes. Spotting a newspaper, Michael picked it up and read the date out loud. November 23rd, 2015. Silence was among us. We all made adjustments to face the stairs and headed out of this place, for the date was December 2nd, 2015. Making our way once again past the praying man on the stairs, we headed for the propped open door. As we were about to leave, we were stopped in our tracks. There was a sound coming from above us. At first, I could not make it out, but then I quickly noticed that it was the sound of someone walking. This person did not seem to be walking, but stomping with a stride. The sound grew closer and stopped as soon as it hit the top of the second set of stairs. It almost seemed as though whoever it was contemplating their next move. We did not give them that time and booked it all the way to the basement where we had come in from. From the time that I was in the attic, I did not notice anywhere that could be a place to hide. For the most part, everything was pretty visible and in the open. The creepiest part to me is that we were in that attic for about 10 minutes. makes you think that maybe the crazies are closer than we think. After my first semester of university at the beginning of May, I decided to reward myself by getting tickets for a band I wanted to see. They weren't playing in my hometown, unfortunately, and the nearest venue they were playing was in a small town 6 hours away by train. I had a friend who attended university in the town who agreed to let me stay with her, so I figured that it would be fine to go up. I had never been to this town before, but having lived in larger cities my entire life, I often associated small town with safety. I declined my friend's offer to drive me to the concert, considering that she was studying for finals, and I enjoy a good walk. The town was divided by a river, and to cross that river, you first had to go over one bridge, then walk through a park on an island, and then cross to get into town. To get to the first bridge for my friend's university, you had to walk down a nature trail. All this was perfectly lovely, as I did it at sunset. I had just emerged from my first winter in a rather harsher environment than I grew up in.
Can Mike Evans be trusted with money? Mike set up a nonprofit to provide scholarships.
I always figured the Apple Store was one of the safest places you could go. Bright lights, clean white counters, upbeat music humming softly through the speakers. It was like stepping into a bubble where real-world problems didn't exist. At least, that's how I thought it would be. My name's Emma Parker, and I live in Riverbend, a mid-sized town where nothing really happens. I'd spent the past week battling my dying iPhone, desperately trying to make it last. I couldn't afford a brand new one. Apps were freezing, the screen would turn black out of nowhere, and yesterday it had shut off during an important work call. That was the final straw. So, Saturday morning, around 10:30 a.m., I drove over to Riverbend Mall where the local Apple Store was tucked between a bookstore and a smoothie place. It was already crowded when I got there. Groups of teenagers loitering, parents chasing kids, couples sipping overpriced coffee. Normal weekend chaos. When I stepped inside the Apple Store, the chill of the mall's air conditioning hit me hard. Rows of display tables gleamed under bright white spotlights. Employees in navy blue shirts buzzed around, helping customers test the latest iPads and MacBooks. I checked in at the little Genius Bar kiosk near the front. A short girl with a high ponytail took my name and told me someone would be with me soon. I waited near a counter, nervously tapping the cracked screen of my iPhone. 15 minutes passed. 20. I started wondering if I should just leave and come back another day, but right as I was debating, I heard someone call out awkwardly, Emma? I turned and saw him. He stood a few feet away, clutching an iPad like a shield against his chest. Tall but hunched over, wiry build. His dark hair was uncombed, greasy in places. His navy Apple Store shirt looked wrinkled, like it had been pulled from a laundry basket that morning. His beard was long and patchy, almost hiding the thinness of his face. What struck me most were his eyes, constantly darting around, avoiding direct contact, but always somehow tracking me. I gave a small, polite smile and stepped forward. Yeah, that's me. Cool, he mumbled. I'm, Kyle. I'll be helping you. He gestured stiffly toward the repair counter in the back. I followed, feeling a tight knot in my stomach that I couldn't quite explain. Maybe he was just shy, I told myself. Or maybe socially awkward. It wasn't a crime. Still, something about the way he moved made me uneasy, like he was always bracing for something to jump out at him. When we reached the counter, Kyle fumbled to log into the repair system. His fingers trembled slightly. He kept glancing over his shoulder, even though nobody was there. "So what's wrong with the phone?" he asked without looking at me. I explained quickly. Random crashes, battery dying too fast. I just wanted to know if it was something fixable or if I needed a new phone altogether. He nodded absently, then held out his hand. I handed the phone over. Our fingers brushed for half a second and I instinctively recoiled, not because I meant to be rude, but because his hand was clammy and cold, almost sticky. He didn't seem to notice. He placed my phone on the counter and started poking at it. For a long time, he said nothing. I stood there awkwardly, listening to the low hum of voices and the click of keyboards around us. Finally, he muttered, "Gonna have to run some deeper diagnostics. You can come back in about, maybe an hour." "Okay," I said quickly, relieved to have a reason to leave. As I turned away, I caught a glimpse of him staring at the screen. No, not at the diagnostic tool. He had opened my Photos app. I saw my gallery flash by, rows of personal pictures. Before I could say anything, he hurriedly flipped it to another window. My heart thudded uncomfortably. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he didn't realize it. Maybe he did. I left without saying anything. When I came back, the store was even busier. Kyle was at the counter again, waiting, clutching my phone in both hands like it was something precious. When he saw me, his whole face lit up in a weird, unsettling way. "Hey," he said, drawing out the word in a way that made my skin crawl. "Hi," I said, forcing a smile. "Is it ready?" He nodded. "Yeah, your battery's definitely degraded. I recommend a replacement soon, but it's still usable for now." He handed the phone back to me, but his hand lingered, fingers brushing against mine longer than necessary. I pulled away, pretending not to notice. "Thanks," I said, stuffing the phone into my bag. As I turned to leave, I heard him say, barely audible over the noise, "See you soon, Emma." I didn't respond. I told myself it was nothing. I was lying in bed around midnight scrolling mindlessly on my now semi-functional phone when I got a text. Unknown number. "Hey, Emma. It's Kyle." I froze. How did he get my number? I hadn't given it to him. I knew I hadn't. Another text popped up immediately. "Kyle, I really liked meeting you today. You seem cool. We should hang out sometime." A third text followed before I could even react. "Kyle, I hope you don't mind me reaching out." My heart raced. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my contacts app. Somehow, he had added his number into my phone. My hands shook as I deleted it. For a long time, I just stared at the ceiling, feeling sick. It didn't stop. Texts every morning. "Good morning, beautiful. Hope your day is amazing. Thinking about you." Then the call started. I never answered, but voicemails would appear. Long, rambling, sometimes just the sound of breathing. And worse, he knew things about me. He mentioned my dog Marley. He mentioned my younger brother Jason by name. He knew what street I lived on. Every time my phone buzzed, terror gripped my chest. I blocked his number. It didn't matter. He used new numbers. It was a Thursday night. I was alone at home, sitting in the living room watching TV, trying to pretend everything was normal. That's when I heard footsteps on my porch. Software deliberate. I froze. Through the gap in the curtains, I saw movement. A figure standing at the front door. Kyle. It was him. He was just standing there, head tilted slightly, like he was listening. My heart pounded so loudly it hurt. I ducked down behind the couch, barely breathing. He knocked. 3 slow knocks that echoed through the silent house. I didn't move. My phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number again. I didn't answer. Then a voicemail notification popped up. Shaking, I put the phone to my ear. His whispering voice filled the line. I know you're in there. Let me in. I almost dropped the phone. Finally. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers. I whispered to the dispatcher, explaining what was happening, too afraid to speak loudly. While I was still on the call, the doorknob rattled. He was trying to open it. I couldn't even scream. The dispatcher kept me calm, telling me officers were on the way. Minutes later, though it felt like hours, I saw the flashing blue and red lights outside. Kyle was gone. The officers swept the neighborhood but didn't find him that night. The police took my statement. Because I had seen his full name tag in the store, they were able to find him quickly through Apple's employment records. It turned out Kyle had been fired just 2 days earlier for unprofessional conduct, though they didn't elaborate. They arrested him the next day. Apparently, he had been stalking at least 2 other women who brought in their phones for repairs. When they searched his apartment, they found stolen data, photos, contacts, private files from dozens of customers. He had a whole system for getting into phones during diagnostics and copying everything he could before anyone noticed. The detective said if I hadn't called when I did, it could have ended much worse. I changed my phone, I moved houses, I even got a new number. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel like someone's watching me. And whenever I walk by an Apple store now, my stomach turns with fear. You never really know who's behind the counter, and sometimes they know far too much about you. I always thought the Apple store would be one of the safest places you could visit. Bright lights, shiny gadgets, smiling employees, and matching blue shirts. The kind of atmosphere where nothing bad was supposed to happen. But that day proved me wrong. It was a Saturday afternoon and the place was packed. I wasn't there to browse or kill time like most people. I had a purpose. My iPhone had started glitching out, freezing randomly, opening apps by itself, doing that weird thing where the screen would flash and then crash to black. I needed it fixed. I needed it now. The Apple Plaza, as they called it, sat right in the middle of Westbridge Mall, one of the biggest shopping centers in the state. It had glass walls stretching up 2 stories high, so from the outside it looked more like an art gallery than a tech store. As I stepped through the automatic doors, the familiar smell of new electronics and fresh coffee from the mall kiosks filled the air. A sea of people bustled around, tapping on iPads, fiddling with MacBooks, trying on Apple Watches. Kids darted between the sleek wooden tables while their parents half-heartedly chased them. The vibe should have been comforting. Instead, the hair on the back of my neck prickled. I brushed it off at first. Maybe I was just anxious about my phone. Walking toward the Genius Bar at the back of the store, I clutched my phone a little tighter and glanced around. That's when I first saw him. At first glance, he didn't seem like much. Maybe late 30s, messy brown facial hair, clothes that looked like they hadn't seen a washing machine in a while. But it wasn't just how he looked, it was how he moved. He wasn't browsing. He wasn't waiting in line. He wasn't doing anything normal. Instead, he kept shifting from one foot to the other, scanning the crowd with twitchy, restless eyes. His hands kept fidgeting with the strings of his faded black hoodie, the hood pulled up over his head despite how warm it was inside. Everyone else blended in with the chaos. He stuck out like a sore thumb. I watched him from the corner of my eye as I waited in line. He moved closer to the tables with iPads on display, where a little boy was tapping furiously at a game. The boy couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, wearing a bright red t-shirt and sneakers that lit up when he moved. No parents in sight, at least not immediately around him. The man hesitated for a second, then he crouched down, pretending maybe to tie his shoe or look at something. But his body language screamed something different. Predatory, calculating. I kept telling myself,
Attention super markup shoppers, just a heads up. These loyalty cards with exclusive deals, it's a sham. Oh, you know, you just walk in and save. That's why they're number 1 in everyday low prices. It's all they say.
What food does Parker hate again?
Parker
Needs cherries.
Where's the closest bakery?
An accountant deposited money at Frost Bank by mistake, so their Frost banker drove to other bank and made the deposit for him? Who does that? Those are some nice people. Congrats. Where is the hot sauce bar?
Mom, we didn't get a hot sauce.
Well, has subs has one. Let's go, everybody.
You're overreacting. Maybe it's his kid. Maybe they just got separated. But my gut twisted tighter, and when he reached out and grabbed the boy's wrist, not gently, not like a worried parent would, my doubts evaporated. Nobody else seemed to notice. The employees were busy explaining storage options to customers. The security guards stationed by the doors were laughing at something on a tablet screen. It was just me. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I knew if I hesitated even for a second, he'd be gone. Gone with the kid. Without thinking, I pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Hey, let go of him." It wasn't a polite request. It was sharp, loud enough to slice through the chatter and hum of the store. People turned their heads. Some froze, phones halfway to their faces. The man jerked his head up, startled. His hand tightened around the boy's wrist for a split second. Then he dropped it, like he'd been burned. The boy stumbled backward, tears already welling in his eyes. The man bolted, shoving past a woman holding an armful of accessories, knocking a display of iPhone cases to the floor. He made a beeline for the side entrance. I knelt down quickly beside the boy. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm even though my whole body was shaking. He nodded, sniffling, and threw his arms around me. That's when the security guards finally snapped out of their daze and came running. "What happened?" One barked at me, already speaking into his radio. I told them, as clearly and quickly as I could, about the man in the black hoodie, the grab, the way he ran. I pointed toward the side door he'd fled through. 2 guards sprinted after him, while another stayed with me and the boy. A few minutes later, a frazzled-looking woman, his mother obviously, came rushing through the crowd, screaming his name. When she saw him clinging to me, safe, she burst into tears. The whole store was in chaos, employees trying to calm customers, security herding people back away from the doors. A manager came over to thank me, but I barely heard him. My mind kept replaying the image of the man's hand tightening around that tiny wrist, the way he hadn't hesitated, the way nobody else had noticed. The boy's mother dropped to her knees, pulling him into a desperate hug, sobbing into his hair. I stepped back, feeling suddenly awkward, my adrenaline crash hitting hard. My hands were trembling. I just turned around for a second, she cried, clutching her son tightly, as if she'd never let go again. He was right there, and then... She couldn't finish the sentence. The security guards were already talking into their radios, giving out descriptions. One of them asked me, "Can you stay a few minutes? We'll need a statement." I nodded numbly. Within minutes, 2 mall cops and a uniformed local police officer were there, trying to piece together what had happened. They asked me to describe the man again. His clothes, his height, any tattoos or scars. I did my best, but it all felt like a blur. I remembered the hoodie, the rough beard, the way his sneakers had squeaked against the polished tile as he ran. They didn't catch him. At least, not that day. I stayed in the store for another hour, giving my statement twice. Once to mall security and once to the police. They asked if I wanted to file a formal witness report. Of course I did. Anything to make sure that man didn't try again with someone else's child. The officer told me they'd check the security footage from the Apple store, the mall cameras, even nearby parking garages. But deep down, I could tell from his voice he wasn't overly hopeful. Guys like that are slippery, his tone seemed to say. The mother thanked me about 100 times, tears still streaking her face. "If you hadn't seen If you hadn't said something, she couldn't even finish. I just shook my head. It's okay. I'm just glad he's safe. Walking back to my car afterward felt different. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every movement in the crowd made my stomach tighten. Even inside my locked car, I sat gripping the steering wheel for a full minute before pulling out of the lot. Somehow, the world outside felt less safe now, and it wasn't like the movies. No triumphant music, no slow-motion hero shot. Just a cold, empty feeling gnawing at my gut. What if I hadn't noticed? What if I had hesitated? What about the next time? What about the next kid? For weeks after that, I found myself flinching whenever I saw someone in a hoodie in a crowd. I kept scanning faces, looking for that same kind of twitchy, restless energy. At the grocery store, at the gas station, everywhere. I even started locking my car doors the second I got inside, double-checking behind me whenever I walked through parking lots. It stayed with me. The idea that horror could slip into a safe, shiny place like the Apple Store without anyone noticing. That evil didn't always look like a monster. Sometimes it looked just like everyone else. I followed up with the police about a month later. They told me they had footage of the man, but no ID yet. He wasn't a local, at least not anyone known to the area. No license plates were clearly visible in the video. They entered his description into a database, but unless he got caught doing something else, there wasn't much they could do. Another cold case. Another predator still out there. I still go to the mall sometimes. I still see kids running around. Parents distracted on their phones, trusting that places like that are safe. I wish I could unsee what I saw that day, but I can't. And maybe that's a good thing. Because next time, if there is a next time, I'll be ready. I'll be watching. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to save someone else. I can still remember the feel of the crisp October air brushing against my face as I walked through downtown Fairgrove, my sneakers crunching over the scattered leaves. The sun was already sinking behind the rows of brick buildings, casting long shadows across the streets, but none of that mattered. Today was the launch day for the iPhone 16 Pro Max, and I had been waiting for this for months. Ever since the first announcement dropped, I had been obsessively watching reviews, comparison videos, and tech breakdowns, convincing myself that this was more than a phone. It was a new start. Saving up hadn't been easy. Working double shifts at the coffee shop, picking up side gigs, and cutting back on literally everything just to have enough. My old phone had practically become a brick these past few weeks, overheating and lagging to the point of madness. This wasn't just a want anymore. It felt like a need. As I neared the Orchard Tech store, Fairgrove's version of an Apple store just without the fancy branding, I felt a jolt of excitement. The glowing white logo above the door almost seemed to beckon me inside. I tightened the strap on my bag and picked up my pace. Inside, the place was chaos. Lines snaked between sleek display tables. Every table was mobbed with people tapping, swiping, inspecting the devices like treasure hunters. The polished white floors reflected the bright overhead lights, making everything feel a little too sharp, a little too surreal. I hesitated at the entrance for half a second, then spotted the sign. iPhone 16 Pro Max launch queue. This way. Here goes nothing, I muttered to myself and joined the end of the line. The guy in front of me, a tall, wiry guy in a denim jacket, turned and gave me a knowing smile. First time doing one of these, he asked. Yeah, I admitted, feeling slightly awkward. Is it always this crazy? He chuckled. You have no idea. Last year for the 15th, someone threw a punch over the last 1 terabyte model. Security had to drag him out. I laughed nervously. Hoping it doesn't come to that today. He shrugged. Hope you pre-ordered. My heart sank a little. I hadn't. I couldn't. I didn't have the funds ready until 2 days ago. I'm just hoping they have some stock left, I said. Good luck, he said before turning back around. The minutes dragged into hours. My legs ached from standing. My phone, naturally, had died about 40 minutes in, leaving me nothing to distract myself with except people watching. There was an older woman furiously typing on her iPad, a teenage couple sharing earbuds and nodding their heads in sync to some song, and a man wearing a dark green hoodie who kept pacing along the windows, never quite joining the line but watching it closely. Something about the way he moved made my skin prickle. I shifted my weight uncomfortably and tried to focus forward. Finally, my turn came. A young guy behind the counter with spiky blonde hair and a badge that said Mason waved me forward. "What can I get for you today?" he asked brightly, though there was a kind of exhausted glaze to his eyes. "iPhone 16 Pro Max," I said, almost tripping over the words. "Space black, 256 gigabytes if you have it." He tapped something into his iPad. "You're in luck. Got a few left." I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. And ... I hesitated, my mind racing. I'd been careful, frugal, smart about money for so long. Did I really want to stop at just the phone? And maybe the new AirPods too? My brain was screaming no, but my mouth said it anyway. He grinned. "You're gonna love them." The total popped up on the little payment screen, and it was worse than I expected. But somehow I still pushed my card into the reader with trembling hands. Within minutes, a small white bag with the sleek Orchard Tech logo was in my grip, holding everything I had been dreaming about. As I stepped back outside, the cool night air hit me like a wall. The streetlights flickered overhead. The sidewalks, once bustling, had thinned out. Downtown Fairgrove could get eerily quiet after dark. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and set off toward the parking garage a few blocks away. At first, I barely noticed the two figures. One of them was the guy in the dark green hoodie from inside the store. The other was shorter, bulkier, wearing a black beanie. They were walking a little too casually behind me, matching my pace a little too perfectly. A sick, twisting feeling settled into my gut. I turned onto 6th Street trying to act normal. I didn't want to believe I was being followed. Maybe they just happened to be going the same way. But when I cut down a side street, a shortcut I knew, they followed. When I crossed to the other side of the road, they crossed too. I quickened my steps. The parking garage was in sight now, only another block. The sound of their footsteps sped up too. I glanced back once, too quick, and caught a flash of the green hoodie right behind me. Closer now, too close. Panic lit up in my chest like a wildfire. I broke into a full sprint. The bag slapped against my thigh with every stride. My keys were in my pocket, but I'd have to slow down to grab them, too risky. Hey, hold up a second," a voice called behind me. I didn't stop to listen. I raced into the garage entrance, feet pounding up the concrete ramp toward the second level where I had parked. My breathing was ragged. The sound of their footsteps was louder now, echoing off the walls. Halfway up the ramp, something grabbed the back of my jacket. I yanked forward, breaking free, but stumbled hard, skidding across the concrete. The bag flew out of my hands, landing a few feet away. The guy in the hoodie lunged for it. I lunged too. We collided, grappling for the bag. "Just give it up," the shorter man barked. His voice was rough, desperate. "No," I screamed, kicking out blindly. The bag tore halfway open, the crisp white iPhone box spilling out onto the concrete. For a few seconds, it was chaos. Grabbing, shoving, yelling. I landed a punch that caught someone in the jaw, I think. But then an elbow slammed into my side, hard, knocking the breath out of me. Pain blossomed along my ribs. My mind was screaming at me to hold on, to fight harder. This was everything I had worked for, everything I had wanted. But then another blow caught me across the face. I tasted blood, and in that spinning, dizzy moment, a cold, terrifying thought surfaced. This isn't worth dying over. I let go. The bag was ripped from my grasp. The two men didn't even pause to gloat. They grabbed the spilled boxes, stuffed them back into the torn bag, and bolted into the night, their footsteps fading fast. I stayed there, sprawled on the cold concrete, gasping for air. Tears stung my eyes, but I refused to cry. Not here. Not now. Slowly, I pulled myself up to sitting. My lip was split. My side throbbed. My palms were scraped raw. But I was alive. Shakily, I dug out my phone, the old half-broken one that I hadn't yet replaced, and called 911. The police came quickly. They took my statement, asked for descriptions I could barely give. Everything had happened so fast, so brutally. They promised to review security footage from the store and garage. But deep down, I knew the truth. They were gone. My phone, my AirPods, my dreams, gone. But as I sat there on the curb, shivering under a space blanket an officer had given me, I realized something. I could buy another phone someday. I couldn't replace me. And somehow, as hollow as it felt, that was enough. I've always been one of those people who found comfort in technology. Growing up, I wasn't exactly outgoing. While other kids played outside until the streetlights flickered on, I stayed indoors, tinkering with old phones, computers, anything I could get my hands on. By the time I was 15, my dream job wasn't to be a doctor or a lawyer like my parents wanted. I wanted to work at Crestwood Mall's Apple Store, the tech mecca of our small city. When I turned 17, after months of begging my parents and refreshing the careers page on the website, I finally landed a part-time position. I thought it was the beginning of everything I ever wanted. Sleek tech, cool coworkers, the shiny white floors that made everything feel important. And for a while, it was perfect. I balanced my high school classes during the day and pulled shifts on evenings and weekends, helping customers set up new MacBooks, iPhones, and iPads. I loved seeing the excitement on people's faces when they unboxed something new. It made the long hours and tired feet worth it. But I learned pretty fast that even in a place filled with the newest, most beautiful gadgets, monsters could still hide in plain sight. It started small. There was this man, maybe late 50s, balding, round glasses perched awkwardly on his crooked nose, who became a regular. We all had customers like that, people who just liked to browse. Sometimes they were lonely retirees, sometimes bored mall walkers. I didn't think much of him at first. He never bought anything, just wandered the store slowly, hands clasped behind his back like he was studying priceless art. I'd catch his eyes lingering on me longer than normal, but in retail, you get used to uncomfortable stares, or at least you tell yourself you do. His name, according to our system, was Mr. Howard Green, harmless sounding enough. The first time he spoke to me was a rainy Thursday evening in March. I was restocking iPhone cases near the front when he approached. "Excuse me, miss," he said, his voice oddly polite, almost rehearsed. "I'm thinking of upgrading. Could you maybe help me?" I smiled automatically. Retail smiles are different, wide, professional, a shield against whatever weirdness might come your way. "Of course, sir. What are you looking for?" I asked. He shrugged, his eyes flicking up and down me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Whatever you think is best," he said. Weird. But again, retail. I showed him the latest iPhone models, explained the storage options, the colors. He nodded, asked simple questions, seemed genuinely interested. But he didn't buy anything that day. Or the next. Or the next after that. The encounters got stranger. Sometimes I'd catch him across the store, pretending to look at MacBooks but watching me out of the corner of his eye. Once I thought I saw him following me toward the food court after my shift, but when I turned around, he was just gone. It got to the point where my coworkers noticed. "That creeper again?" My friend Kayla whispered one Saturday, elbowing me as we helped a crowd of customers. I forced a laugh. "He's just a regular," I said, trying to shrug it off. Part of me felt stupid for being scared. The other part couldn't shake the feeling that something about him was wrong. Really wrong. Things boiled over about a month later. It was a slow Monday evening. Rain hammered against the mall skylights. Most customers had already cleared out. Mr. Green came in holding an old, cracked iPhone 7. "I'm finally ready to upgrade," he said, smiling like we were old friends. Something about the way he said it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Still, I nodded and pulled out a brand new iPhone 14 from the locked cabinets. I started setting it up for him, transferring his old data through iCloud, like I'd done 100 times before. The transfer would take a while. You can walk around if you want, I said, forcing another polite smile. I'll call you when it's done. He nodded and shuffled away, disappearing into the mall's wide corridors. I exhaled, relieved to have him gone even temporarily. 10 minutes later, the transfer was complete. As per policy, I double-checked, making sure contacts, messages, and photos had synced properly. That's when I saw it. The photos. At first, I thought maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I'd opened the wrong folder. But no, it was picture after picture of me. Me helping customers at the Genius Bar. Me stocking accessories. Me sitting outside in my car during lunch sipping an iced coffee. Me at the food court with Kayla, laughing over a slice of greasy pizza. Hundreds of photos, all taken without my knowledge. My vision blurred. I felt like the walls of the store were closing in. I heard his voice behind me. How's everything looking? Without thinking, without planning, I spun around and shoved the phone into his chest. What the hell is this? I screamed, my voice cracking. His smile faltered. Then he reached for me, and something inside me snapped. I don't remember throwing the first punch, or the second. I just remember the feeling of my fists connecting with flesh, the sickening crunch of cartilage, the desperate, ugly sounds coming from deep inside my own chest. It took 3 coworkers to pull me off him. Mall security stormed in moments later. Mr. Green was curled on the floor, blood trickling from his nose, one hand clumsily trying to shield his face. The police came. They separated us, took statements. I was shaking so hard that I could barely hold the pen to sign the incident report. When I showed the officer the photos on Green's old phone, his face went tight. They ran his name. Turns out Howard Green wasn't even his real name. His actual name was Ronald Hargrove, and he was wanted in 2 different states for stalking, harassment, and kidnapping. Kidnapping. The officer looked me dead in the eyes when he said it. You were going to be his next, he said quietly. If you hadn't fought back today, he might have gotten you. Apple didn't fire me. In fact, my manager pulled me aside a few days later, hugged me, something she almost never did, and said, "You did everything right. You saved yourself." But everything wasn't okay. Not really. For months afterward, I couldn't go to the mall alone. I'd jump when strangers brushed past me. I stopped using ride shares altogether. I kept pepper spray on my keychain, fingers curled around it, even walking across parking lots in broad daylight. I never went back to working in retail. I never went back to that version of myself. The girl who thought the biggest horror you could face at a mall was a grumpy customer. It's been 5 years. I've moved to a different city, found a new career, made new friends. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone and my phone buzzes unexpectedly, I still get that jolt of fear deep in my gut. Out of all the billions of iPhone users in the world, I had to get him. I never thought my part-time job at City Tech would leave me with nightmares I'd still be having a year later. At 18 years old, fresh out of high school, I just wanted some money for college and maybe save up for a car. City Tech, our version of a sleek tech store in the heart of downtown Wilmington, was busy year-round. But around the holidays, it was chaos. You could barely move between the crowds of people desperate for the newest phones, tablets, and laptops. I had been working there for about 8 months by the time this happened, just comfortable enough to handle the holiday madness without feeling like I was drowning. It was mid-November, a week before Thanksgiving. Black Friday deals had already started early this year, and people were acting like we were giving stuff away for free. That night, I was scheduled for closing. It was a Friday, which meant extra hours, extra stress, and double the amount of odd customers. When the incident happened, it wasn't my first time feeling uncomfortable at work, but it was the first time I ever felt genuine, paralyzing fear. It was 2 p.m. when I clocked in. The air outside was chilly. I remember because my hands were still numb when I set up my station in the store. City Tech was all glass panels and shiny white floors, the type of store where everything is too bright and smells like fresh plastic. Hey Wes, you're on accessories and activations today, my manager Kyle told me, tossing me a work badge. Got it, I replied, forcing a smile. Kyle was cool, mid-30s, laid back, and usually good at calming down angry customers. By 5 p.m., the store was packed. The lines for new phones wrapped halfway around the building. Kids with chocolate-stained faces were running between display tables. Everyone looked half-crazed, trying to snatch deals. I spent the next couple of hours setting up new phones for families, answering endless questions about screen protectors, and wishing I was literally anywhere else. It was during one of those activations that I saw him. The guy slipped in through the automatic doors like smoke. At first, I barely noticed him, just another face in the crowd, until something about him made me look again. He didn't fit in. Everyone else was dressed in coats, scarves, and winter boots. This guy was different. He was wearing a filthy gray sweatshirt 2 sizes too big, stained jeans, and what looked like hospital socks instead of shoes. His hair was long and tangled, sticking out at wild angles. His mouth kept twitching, opening and closing like he was trying to say something but couldn't get it out. And his eyes, they were impossibly wide, glassy, empty, almost insect-like. I froze for a second, phone halfway set up in my hands. Everything okay, man? My customer, a middle-aged guy in a business suit, asked me, noticing my hesitation. Yeah, sorry. Just got distracted, I mumbled, forcing myself to look back down at the phone. I tried to focus, but I could feel it. That stare. I glanced up again and my stomach twisted. The man was standing still, stiff as a board, at the entrance. And he wasn't scanning the store. He wasn't looking at the new phones or the fancy displays. He was looking at me. Only me. Out of 50 people packed into that store, his dead gaze shot straight across the chaos and landed right on me. I leaned closer to Kyle a few minutes later when we crossed paths. Hey man, heads up, I whispered. There's a guy near the front acting real weird. Just keep an eye out, yeah? Kyle nodded casually, but I could tell he was already scanning the crowd. When I looked back, the man was gone. Relief trickled through me. Maybe he wandered off to another store. Maybe it was nothing. We finished the rush around 8 p.m. The last of the customers shuffled out around 9:30, clutching their white City Tech bags. It was just me, Kyle, and Dana, one of our floor supervisors, left to close. Kyle locked the front doors. Dana was counting the cash drawers, and I was heading to the back to start the closing inventory. That's when I smelled it. It hit me like a wall. Rotten eggs, sweaty socks, old trash. A foul, familiar stench that seemed to ooze through the perfectly sterile air of City Tech. Jesus, what is that? Kyle muttered, pinching his nose. Dana wrinkled her nose too, looking around. Did someone leave food somewhere? Maybe a customer dropped something, I offered, but I knew better. It wasn't food. It smelled human, unwashed, sick. Still, none of us could see anything. The store was empty, clean, silent. We shook it off. The faster we finished closing, the faster we could leave. Or so we thought. I was halfway through the phone inventory when we heard it. A loud, sharp crash from the far side of the store. Kyle and I both snapped our heads toward the sound. What the hell? He started. But he didn't finish. Because that's when we saw him. The man from earlier. Only now he was completely naked. And crab walking between the aisles. Hands and feet splayed out on the white floor. His back arched, scuttling sideways at an unnatural speed. His filthy body glistened under the bright lights. His mouth moved fast, mumbling low and frantic, but loud enough that we could hear him over the whir of the store's air vents. City, they're inside. They're inside me. City Tech, they're inside. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't move. Kyle was frozen too, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. And then the man saw us. He let out this guttural sound, half scream, half moan, and started crab walking fast in our direction. And when the man started crab walking toward us, my body reacted before I even had time to think. "Kyle, run!" I shouted, dropping my clipboard. We both bolted from behind the inventory table, heading for the staff hallway. My heart was pounding so hard that I couldn't hear anything else. Dana saw us running, immediately understanding what was going on. She turned to run too, but I could already hear the man's frantic muttering getting closer. "City. City. They're inside me. City," he chanted, growing louder. We reached the hallway, and Kyle slammed the door shut behind us. He fumbled for the keys to the security room, his hands shaking, but I could hear the man scraping against the glass doors at the front of the store, trying to break through. "I'm calling the cops," Dana said, her voice strained. She had her phone out, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. I glanced at Kyle, his face pale as he worked to lock the back door. The phone line on Dana's end went dead, and she cursed under her breath. She tried again. No signal. We were trapped. It felt like the air was thick with dread as we waited for the police to arrive. The minutes felt like hours. Then a loud crash, followed by silence. We didn't hear the man anymore. By the time the police arrived, the store was locked down. They searched every inch, but the man was gone. No sign of him, no fingerprints, nothing. It was like he had vanished into thin air. The police couldn't explain it, but they took a report and advised us to go home and rest. As we stepped outside into the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't seen the last of him. For the next few weeks, I couldn't sleep without hearing that scratching sound against the store's doors, or the unsettling chant that had echoed in my mind long after he disappeared. City Tech was never the same for me after that night. Every creak of the floor, every shadow in the corner of my eye, made me wonder if the man had ever really left. But deep down, I knew. It wasn't over. I never thought a part-time job could change the way I looked at people forever, but it did. Back then, I was just 19, living with my mom and younger brother in a small rented apartment in a suburb just outside Orlando, Florida. Money was tight, real tight.
Attention supermarket shoppers, it's about time to pay everyday low prices. Like in all the unreasonably high prices for potatoes. All it does is play pricing games. That's why they're number one in everyday low prices. It's all easy. When I take food out of my Bosch refrigerator, I feel like the best version of myself. When I see how the VitaFresh technology keeps my food fresher for 3 times longer, I feel like I'm investing my best self times 3. And that makes me feel.
It's fresh, but 3 times longer. The more you feel like a Mom worked nights at a hospital, and I was putting myself through community college, trying to study business administration. The summer break had just started, and I needed extra cash for the next semester's books. That's how I ended up working at a place called Pearson Tech, a certified Apple retailer inside a strip mall about 15 minutes from our apartment. It wasn't a huge fancy store like the ones in downtown, but it had a sleek setup, white counters, shiny glass walls, and rows of iPhones and MacBooks displayed like jewelry. We were open 7 days a week, and I usually worked afternoon to evening shifts, finishing around 7 or 8 p.m. It was supposed to be easy work. Greet customers, answer questions, help with sales, and minor tech support. And honestly, it was easy. Until the night that changed everything. It was a Thursday. Hot, humid. The kind of Florida evening where stepping outside feels like stepping into a sauna. We weren't too busy. A couple of people browsing headphones, a family looking at iPads, a man asking about trade-ins at the counter. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was behind the Genius Bar, organizing some accessories when the front door chimed. I looked up out of habit. That's when he walked in. He was tall, easily over 6 feet, wearing gray sweatpants and a faded black hoodie pulled up over his head, even though it was easily 90 degrees outside. Something about him immediately put me on edge. Maybe it was the way he looked around too quickly, or how he walked straight toward me like he already had a bone to pick. I plastered on my best retail smile anyway. Hi there. How can I help you today? Without saying a word, he pulled something from his pocket and shoved it into my hands. It was a phone, or at least what was left of one. The screen was spiderwebbed with cracks, chunks of glass missing, the motherboard practically hanging out. I turned it over carefully. It wasn't even an iPhone. It was a Samsung Galaxy Note 20. I swallowed awkwardly. Sir, this is a Galaxy. We actually specialize in Apple products here. iPhones, MacBooks, things like that. I'm afraid we can't repair Android devices. His face twitched. I need it fixed, he said bluntly, his voice low and rough like he'd been smoking a pack a day for years. I sell products off this phone. eBay, Amazon, Craigslist. I need it working now. I nodded, keeping my voice polite. I totally understand. Maybe check with your carrier or a Samsung service center. If you'd like, I can help you pick out a new iPhone. I don't want a damn iPhone, he snapped, loud enough that a couple of customers looked over. I instinctively stepped back a little. He started pacing in front of the counter, muttering under his breath, the broken phone clutched in his hand like a weapon. I come here for help, and you people can't even do your jobs. His muttering grew louder, angrier. My heart started beating faster. I knew I needed backup. Let me get my manager for you, sir, I said, already motioning for Dylan, the floor manager. Dylan, mid-20s, cool-headed, came over immediately, offering the same explanation I had, but with even more calmness. Sir, we understand you're frustrated, but we only service Apple products here. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just not possible through our system. I really recommend taking it to your carrier or Samsung directly. The man's face flushed red. His breathing grew heavy, almost growling. You're all a bunch of useless pieces of... He launched into a tirade full of curses, shouting so loud that a kid with his mom started crying. And then he turned sharply, glaring at me. For a second, just 1 second, his stare locked onto me with something darker, not just anger, something personal, something dangerous. He stormed out, slamming the glass door so hard it rattled. The store slowly relaxed again after a few awkward minutes. Some customers laughed nervously. Dylan gave me a, "You okay?" look, and I nodded stiffly. But truth be told, I had goosebumps all over my arms. I tried to shake it off. Just another crazy customer, I told myself. I had no idea how wrong I was. The rest of my shift dragged by in an uncomfortable haze. Even though the man was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling he was still around somehow, lurking, waiting. Every time the door chimed, my stomach twisted. Finally, 7 p.m. rolled around. Dylan gave me a nod from the front counter. You're good to clock out, man, he said. Drive safe, all right? I smiled weakly, grabbed my backpack from under the counter, and headed out the side employee exit. The Florida evening had cooled down just a little, but the air was still thick and sticky. The parking lot stretched out in front of me, half empty now, bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. I fished my keys out of my backpack and started walking toward my car. That's when I felt it. You know that feeling when you know someone's watching you? It's not paranoia. It's something deeper. Instinct. I turned around, pretending to glance back at the store casually. There, standing by the sidewalk at the far end of the lot, half hidden behind a row of bushes. It was him, The man from earlier. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, hoodie up, head slightly tilted, watching me. My throat went dry. I turned back toward my car and forced myself to walk normally. Not run, not panic, just walk. When I reached my old Honda Civic, I unlocked it with a shaky hand and slid into the driver's seat, immediately locking the doors. I glanced up through the windshield. He was gone. I scanned the lot. Nothing. Just a few scattered cars, the flickering fluorescent lights from a nearby dollar store sign buzzing overhead. I told myself he must have just left, or maybe I imagined it. Maybe he never really followed me. I started the car, heart hammering against my ribs, and pulled out of the parking lot. I took the long way home, just to be sure, looped around 3 different neighborhoods, checking my rearview mirror every 30 seconds. Nothing. No one was following me. No gray hoodie in sight. By the time I pulled into our apartment complex, it was already dark out. I parked in my usual spot under the flickering streetlight, grabbed my backpack, and practically sprinted inside. Mom wasn't home yet. She wouldn't be back from her shift until after midnight. The apartment felt too quiet. Every little creak and thud made me jump. I double-checked the locks, then triple-checked them. Still, I barely slept that night. The next few days passed without incident. I went to work, kept my head down, avoided late shifts when I could. I didn't see the man again. Eventually, I convinced myself it was over. I told myself he'd just been some random, unstable guy having a bad day. Maybe he found somewhere else to cause trouble. Maybe he forgot about me. 2 weeks later, I was scheduled for a closing shift. It was just me, Dylan, and one other coworker, Katie. Business had been slow all day, and by 7:30 p.m. the store was empty. We started our usual closing routine, wiping counters, locking up inventory, shutting down display devices. Dylan was in the back office handling the cash drops. Katie was out front sweeping. I was plugging in the last row of demo iPads when the front door chimed. I looked up, and my blood ran cold. It was him. Same gray hoodie, same empty stare. Except this time, he wasn't alone. Another man was with him, shorter, stockier, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his face. They didn't browse. They didn't speak. They just walked slowly, deliberately, toward the center of the store. Katie noticed too. She caught my eye, her face paling. I moved quickly but casually toward the back, pretending to tidy up the Genius bar. I pulled my phone from my pocket and texted Dylan. Emergency. Front. Now. Seconds later, Dylan came out from the back, his posture stiff. Hey guys, store's closing in 5 minutes, he said loudly, his voice steady but firm. The 2 men didn't react. The tall one, my guy, just stared at me. His hand slipped into the front pocket of his hoodie. I caught a glimpse of something metallic, something sharp. My heart stopped. Dylan noticed it too. He moved closer to me, subtly positioning himself between me and them. Sir, I need you to leave. Now, Dylan said, more forcefully this time. Still, they didn't move. Katie was backing toward the employee exit, her hands trembling so badly she nearly dropped the broom. And then, finally, they turned. Not toward the door, toward the side counter, where our newer, more expensive MacBooks were locked behind glass. In one sudden, violent motion, the stocky guy smashed the glass with something heavy. A crowbar or a metal bat, I couldn't tell, sending shards flying everywhere. Alarms blared instantly. Katie screamed. I ducked behind the Genius bar instinctively. I heard Dylan shouting. Something about police, cameras, you're being recorded, but the 2 men didn't care. They grabbed what they could, 2, maybe 3 MacBooks, and sprinted out the front door. It was over in less than 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The police showed up 15 minutes later. We gave our statements. We showed them the security footage. They promised to investigate, but I could see it in their faces. They'd seen this before. 2 guys in hoodies, in and out in under a minute, untraceable, disposable, and the tall one, The way he looked at me before he left, it wasn't just about the laptops. It felt personal, like he wanted me to know, this isn't over. I never went back to Pearson Tech after that. I quit the very next day. Mom didn't even argue when I told her. She just hugged me tightly and said, "You're safe. That's all that matters." For weeks after, I kept looking over my shoulder, checking locks 3-4 times a night, jumping at every sound. And even now, years later, anytime I hear the soft electronic chime of a store door opening, I feel it. That tiny, creeping chill down my spine. Because you never forget the feeling of being hunted. Not really. Not ever. Later, I still do. Not every day. Not even most days. But sometimes, out of nowhere, stepping out of a grocery store, walking to my car after a late movie, hearing footsteps behind me on a dim sidewalk, that old feeling creeps back. The feeling that someone is watching, that someone hasn't forgotten. I know deep down that it probably was just a robbery. That guy probably never thought about me again. Maybe he got arrested somewhere else. Maybe he's dead. Maybe it was all just business to him. But try telling that to the part of me that still wakes up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure that someone's standing outside my window. Try telling that to the version of me that learned, the hard way, that sometimes people don't need a reason to hurt you. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and sometimes they remember your face, even when you wish they didn't. That summer, I learned 2 things. First, fear isn't always loud and obvious. Sometimes it's quiet, lingering, patient. And second, a stranger's anger can follow you a lot longer than you think.
We are so excited to share this new home collection created with Walmart.
It's inspired by the places we've called home and the memories we've made along the way.
Find our home collection only at Walmart.
Some people are born to suffer. I learned that at 16. It was the summer of 2007. Most kids my age were hanging out with friends, wasting away their last weeks of freedom before school started again. Not me. I didn't have friends. I didn't have freedom. My father made sure of that. "If you want to eat, you work," he told me one night, gripping my shoulder so hard I thought my bones would snap. "And don't come home empty-handed." He didn't ask if I wanted a job. He got me one. Wendy's, night shift. It wasn't the worst job in the world, but it was hell for someone like me, someone who barely slept, who was already bruised and exhausted before the shift even started. The store smelled like grease and sweat. I spent my nights scraping burnt cheese off the grill, mopping floors sticky with spilled soda, and dodging customers who were either too drunk or too angry to care that I was just a kid. The other employees weren't much better. The night crew was a mix of high school dropouts, ex-cons, and people who hated their lives enough to take it out on me. There was Dwayne, the shift lead, who reeked of cigarettes and had a short temper. Maria, who barely spoke English but could cuss someone out in 5 different languages. And then there was Malik, a guy in his 20s who always looked at me like I was in his way. I learned quickly. Keep your head down. Work fast. Don't give anyone a reason to get pissed at you. And when the night was over, I walked home smelling like burnt oil and freezer-burnt beef, dreading what waited for me inside. My father was always waiting by the door when I got home. "How much?" he'd ask, palm open. I never got a chance to take my shoes off before I had to hand over my earnings. If it wasn't enough, I'd pay for it. "You think I'm stupid?" His voice would drop to that dangerous tone. I knew what was coming. If I denied hiding money, he'd grab me, shake me, maybe throw me against the wall like he'd done 100 times before. If I tried to run, He'd break my door down. And my mother? She was just as bad. She'd come home at sunrise, stinking of alcohol and sweat, pocketing whatever scraps my father left behind. They didn't work. They didn't have to. They had me. It was a Thursday when I realized I couldn't do it anymore. Wendy's had been brutal that night. The fryers broke down, we ran out of nuggets, and a group of drunk college guys decided I was the perfect target for their anger. Yo, hurry the fuck up, dude, one of them slurred, slamming his hand on the counter. I was trying to get the register to stop glitching, but he wasn't interested in my excuses. You deaf asshole? I said hurry the fuck up. I tried to explain, but he grabbed a cup of soda and threw it at me. It hit me square in the chest. Laughter. You look like you pissed yourself, bro. Dwayne didn't say anything. He just told me to clean up the mess and get back to work. By the time I clocked out, I felt like my legs were going to give out. I walked home slower than usual, stomach twisting. Sure enough, my father was waiting. How much? I pulled out the bills, already knowing it wasn't enough. His face twisted in disgust. This it? I nodded. We were slow tonight. Wrong answer. His hand cracked across my face before I could react. You think I'm stupid? His fingers twisted in my shirt, yanking me close. His breath stank of beer and cigarettes. You better bring home more tomorrow, he hissed, or you'll wish you had. Then he shoved me toward the stairs. I locked my door, slid down against it, and pressed a shaking hand to my face. I couldn't do this anymore. That's when the idea hit me. I knew where the home phone was. I knew what I had to do. I waited until the house was silent, until my father was passed out in his chair, beer bottles scattered around him, until my mother had disappeared to God knows where. Then I crept downstairs. Every step was a risk. The wooden floor creaked beneath me, but I kept going. The phone sat on the counter next to an ashtray filled with cigarette butts. My hands trembled as I picked it up. 911. The line rang. 911, what's your emergency? My voice was barely above a whisper. I need to report domestic abuse. The dispatcher kept me on the line, asking questions. I answered as best I could, my breath shaking. Then I heard it. Sirens. I froze. My father's eyes snapped open before the cops even reached the house. He was already on his feet, stumbling toward the kitchen. What the hell did you do? Then the cops were inside. They swarmed the house, grabbing him before he could reach me. He screamed, kicking and thrashing, face red with rage. My mother arrived just in time to be handcuffed too, her drunken confusion quickly turning into anger. An officer turned to me. You okay, kid? I wanted to say no, that I was broken, that I didn't know how to be okay. But instead, I nodded, and just like that, my life changed forever. My parents got 6 years, not long enough. I was sent to live with my uncle. He wasn't perfect, but at least he wasn't a monster. I finished school, got another job, built a life of my own. But some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, expecting to hear my father's voice outside my door. The difference is, now I know he can't hurt me. Not anymore. And that's worth everything. It's been years since that night. I try not to think about it, but sometimes when I close my eyes, I swear I can still hear the register beeping. I can still smell the grease and burnt beef. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see something else. A shadow, standing by the counter at Wendy's. Watching, waiting. I tell myself it's just my imagination, but deep down, I know the truth. Some places, some memories, they don't let you go. And no matter how far I run, there's no way out. If you've ever worked in fast food, you know how it is. The shifts are long, the pay isn't great, and customers act like they're the only ones who matter. But at the end of the day, you do the job because you need the money. And for the most part, it's easy. Just routine. Pick up orders, deliver them, and move on to the next one. That's what I kept telling myself as I pulled into the Wendy's parking lot for another shift. It was a Friday night, close to 6 p.m., and I was scheduled until closing. Friday nights were always hectic. Cars lined up around the drive-thru, impatient customers honking, and the kitchen crew busting their asses to keep up. But it wasn't the in-store chaos that got to me. It was the deliveries. Most nights were uneventful. People ordering food, I'd drop it off, maybe get a tip, maybe not. But every once in a while, something just felt off. I shook off the unease as I walked inside. Yo, what's up, Caleb? My coworker Marcus nodded at me from the drive-thru window. Same shit, different day, I muttered, tying my apron. Marcus smirked. Get ready, man. We got a shitload of orders tonight. I sighed and grabbed the first bag of deliveries. The night had just begun. By 9 p.m., I was deep into my shift, working in a steady rhythm. Pick up, drive, drop off, repeat. Then, I got the order that changed everything. It came through the system like any other. One Baconator meal, a large fries, and a chocolate frosty. Nothing strange about the food itself. But when I checked the address, my stomach twisted. It wasn't in our usual delivery zone. I frowned at the screen. The address was for someplace way out near the edge of town, past a stretch of woods and barely any houses. I had driven down that road before, but never for a delivery. You sure this is in our zone? I asked Melissa, the manager. She glanced at the screen, then shrugged. It's close enough. Just take it. We got time for one more before we close up. I hesitated but grabbed the order. It was just food. What was the worst that could happen? I plugged the address into Google Maps and started driving. As I got closer, the houses became fewer and farther apart. The streetlights ended. I checked my phone. 1 bar of signal left. Great. The GPS told me I was a minute away, but all I saw was trees and an empty road. No house, no mailbox, nothing. Then, my GPS announced I had arrived. I slowed the car and looked around. There was nothing here. No driveway, no house, just a narrow dirt path cutting into the trees. My gut told me to turn around, but then my phone rang. I checked the screen. Unknown number. I hesitated but answered. Hello? A deep male voice responded. Hey, I think I see you. My breath hitched. I looked up and there he was. A man standing in the darkness waving at me from the dirt path. I forced a polite tone. Hey, are you the one who placed the order? Yeah, my house is just down this path. Can you bring it here? My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. Hell no. I smiled, trying to keep it casual. I can't leave the car, man. You can grab it from here. He didn't move, just stood there, watching. Then, after a long pause, he muttered, All right. I grabbed the bag and held it out the window. The man walked over, slow and deliberate. He had a hoodie pulled low over his face, hands shoved in his pockets. When he reached the car, he stopped, too close. Close enough that I could smell his breath. Rotten, stale. He didn't take the bag. I forced a chuckle. You gonna take your food, man? You sure you can't come inside for a second? He asked, his voice almost casual. My chest tightened. The hell kind of question was that? I forced a laugh. Nah, I gotta get back to work. Then slowly he grinned. And that's when my car shook. I flinched as my car lurched to one side. A sickening hiss filled the air. A flat tire. My heart slammed against my ribs. I hadn't hit anything. How the hell did I get a flat? The man still wasn't taking his food. He was still staring. I forced a smile. Shit, I think I got a flat. Guess I better call for help. He tilted his head. You can call inside. Fuck that. I grabbed my phone, but no service. I was alone, with a flat tire, no signal, and a man who wasn't acting right. I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something. I stepped out of the car, keeping one hand near my pocket. I didn't carry a weapon, but I had my keys. Maybe I could use them if I had to. I crouched down to check the tire, completely shredded, like it had been slashed. The realization sent a bolt of panic through me. This wasn't an accident. This was planned. I stood up quickly, and the man was closer. Too close. "You need help?" he asked, almost teasing. My mouth went dry. Then, headlights appeared behind me. A truck. 2 men got out. "Hey, you good?" one of them called. The man next to me stiffened. Then, without a word, he turned and walked back into the trees. The 2 guys stayed with me until roadside assistance arrived. When we called the cops, they ran the name and address on the order. Fake. Completely fake. I don't know what that man wanted, but it wasn't just a baconator. The next morning, the whole thing still didn't feel real. I told my parents. They freaked out. My mom wanted me to quit immediately. My dad told me to start carrying a knife or pepper spray. I told my manager too. He was actually shaken. Said from now on, we'd verify sketchy addresses before sending drivers out. For the next few weeks, I was on edge. Every order felt suspicious. Then, it happened again. About a month later, another order came through, same area, different house. I debated whether to take it. Finally, I told my manager, and he agreed. I'd go, but I'd call if anything seemed off. When I got there, there actually was a house this time, but it was run down, lights off, windows broken. I called the number on the order. No answer. Then, I saw something move inside. A shadow, watching me. I left immediately. After that, I put in my 2 weeks. Years later, I still think about that night. Who was that man? What did he really want? And what would have happened if that truck hadn't shown up? I don't know, and I don't want to. But I do know this: trust your gut. Because sometimes the wrong delivery could be your last. I never thought much about working the closing shift at Wendy's. It was just a job, something to do while saving up for college. I was 17 when I started, and like most teenagers, I didn't take the job too seriously at first. It was a typical fast food gig, dealing with impatient customers, cleaning up messes, and working under those buzzing fluorescent lights that made everything look just a little too artificial. The Wendy's I worked at wasn't in a dangerous part of town, but it wasn't exactly in the best area either. It sat in a mostly empty strip mall with a liquor store a few doors down and a gas station across the street that always seemed to have a broken pump. At night, the parking lot felt abandoned, just a sea of cracked pavement and flickering streetlights. By my second summer there, I was one of the more experienced employees, which meant I got stuck with closing shifts more often than not. Usually, it was just me, a shift manager, and maybe 1 or 2 crew members finishing up before we locked the doors. It wasn't bad most nights, just a little lonely. But there was one night I'll never forget. It was a Friday, and the dinner rush had been relentless. We were understaffed as usual, and by the time we started shutting everything down, I was exhausted. My shift manager, Luis, left early, something about his girlfriend needing a ride, and that left just me and our kitchen closer, Jason, to finish up. I didn't mind. Jason was quiet, but he worked fast. As he cleaned the fryers, I finished counting the cash drawer, double-checking that everything balanced before dropping it into the safe. It was a little after 11:30 p.m. when we finally shut off the lights and locked the doors. "See you tomorrow, man," Jason said, heading out the back exit. Later, I called after him, tossing my apron in my locker before following him outside. The parking lot was nearly empty, just my car and Jason's beat-up Honda. He pulled out first, leaving me alone as I walked toward my car. That's when I saw him, a man, standing right next to my driver's side door. He wasn't moving, just leaning slightly, peering into the window like he was looking for something inside. My stomach clenched. "Hey," I called out, my voice sharp. "Get away from my car." The man turned his head slightly, but he didn't move. Even in the dim light, I could make out his features: scruffy beard, hollow eyes, a worn-out hoodie that looked like it hadn't been washed in months. I took a hesitant step forward, trying to act like I wasn't scared. Yo, I said, get the hell away from my car. This time he reacted. He jerked upright, turned his head toward me for just a second, just long enough for me to see something off in his eyes, then bolted. He didn't run toward the street or another parking lot. He ran straight toward the alley behind the strip mall. I stood there, frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. What the hell was he looking for in my car? I hesitated for a second before unlocking my door, throwing myself inside and locking it behind me. My hands trembled as I started the engine, glancing in my rearview mirror every few seconds as I sped out of the parking lot. That night, I barely slept. I tried to brush it off as a one-time thing, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. 2 nights later, I was closing again, just me and a new kitchen worker, Ray, who had only been working at Wendy's for a few weeks. It was a slow night, which made the shift feel longer than usual. At around 10:40 p.m., just as we were starting to clean up, the door chimed. I looked up from wiping the counter, and my stomach dropped. It was him, the same man. This time he wasn't standing outside by my car. He was inside the restaurant, sitting at a booth near the window. He hadn't gone to the counter to order. He hadn't even acknowledged my presence. Just sat there, staring out the window like he belonged there. At Wendy's, customers were supposed to order at the front before sitting down. People didn't just walk in and take a seat. That wasn't how it worked. I swallowed hard and forced myself to walk over. Sir? I kept my voice steady. We close in 20 minutes. If you want to order something, you'll have to do it now. He didn't answer right away. He turned his head, slowly, and looked at me. His eyes were empty. Black coffee, he finally said. His voice was rough, like he hadn't used it in a while. My skin prickled. I wanted to tell him we were out, that we were closed, that he needed to leave, but I couldn't make the words come out. Instead, I nodded stiffly and walked to the coffee machine, my hands shaking as I poured his drink. When I turned back around, I caught him watching me, not looking at me, watching me. I set the coffee on the counter. It's $2, I said. He didn't move, didn't reach for his wallet, just kept his gaze locked onto mine. Ray, who had been sweeping the floor nearby, must have sensed something was off because he came over, glancing between us. Something wrong? He asked. The man finally blinked and dug into his pocket, pulling out a crumpled bill. He tossed it on the counter, picked up his coffee, and turned back to his booth without another word. I exhaled slowly, trying to shake the tension out of my shoulders. He's creeping me out, I muttered to Ray. Ray nodded. Want me to ask him to leave? I hesitated, but then I nodded. Yeah, please. Ray walked over and kept his voice polite but firm. Sir, we're closing soon. You'll have to finish your coffee somewhere else.
Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas.
We're gonna need one now. It's got sauce. If you feel held back by the weight of financial decisions, we can give you the tools to help you break free. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more, so you can find your way to money. Into a Credit Karma you can count on.
Immerse yourself in a world of total moisture without squash to naturally bring that infinitely moisturize your body and mind. Moisturize your
Save up to 45% on electricity for your home with the Jaxa Energy Big Electricity Sale.
The man didn't move at first. Then, without a word, he stood up. He turned toward the door, and for a brief moment his hoodie lifted just enough for me to see something. A gun, tucked into the back of his waistband. My stomach flipped. I grabbed Ray's arm and whispered, "He has a gun." Ray's face paled, but he kept his composure. The man took a slow step forward, then another. He reached the door and pushed it open, disappearing into the night without looking back. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the phone and called the police. By the time officers arrived, he was long gone. I never saw the man again. The police took our statements and told us they'd patrol the area, but nothing ever came of it. I don't know if he was planning to rob us. I don't know if he was just messing with me. All I know is that he had been in that parking lot before. He had been near my car, watching, waiting. After that night, my parents insisted on driving me home when I worked late shifts. Wendy's installed better security cameras. The manager started making sure no one left alone. But the fear never really left me. I learned a hard lesson that summer, one I still carry to this day. Sometimes danger doesn't announce itself with a scream or a gunshot. Sometimes it walks in quietly, orders a black coffee, and watches you from across the room. I've lost count of how many first days I've had. It always felt the same. New place, new coworkers, the same awkward introduction. This time, though, it wasn't some fancy office with cubicles and motivational posters. It was Wendy's. The smell of grease clung to everything, from the tiled floor to the worn-out red uniforms. The register beeped incessantly as orders came in. Customers loitered by the counter, impatiently tapping their feet. The fryers hissed, the freezer door slammed, and the distant hum of the drive-through speaker never stopped. I stood at the front, trying to adjust. My manager, Luis, a broad-shouldered guy in his late 40s, had given me the rundown earlier. He barely made eye contact when he handed me my visor and apron, muttering something about how first nights can be rough. I didn't think much of it. Every job had its challenges. Then I noticed him, the guy by the door. He was skinny, with messy red hair and a face full of freckles. His oversized Wendy's visor looked too big for his head. He stood there, staring, not at me, but through me, like he was looking at something just over my shoulder. I waited for him to say something. He didn't. Instead, he turned sharply and disappeared into the kitchen. Weird. I shook it off and focused on my station, tapping at the register, trying to get comfortable with the buttons. The customers were the usual mix: tired parents, late-night workers, teenagers daring each other to do something stupid. Then I heard footsteps behind me. The red-haired guy had returned, moving slowly toward his register like every step required effort. His eyes flickered in my direction. "Hey," I said, trying to sound friendly. He exhaled through his nose, like my greeting annoyed him. "First day." His voice was flat, almost robotic. "Yeah." I nodded, forcing a smile. "Guess you and I haven't introduced ourselves yet." "I guess," he muttered. His gaze lingered on me for a second too long. The air between us felt off. I tried again. "I'm Jake." He didn't respond right away. He just kept looking at me. Then, after what felt like forever, he muttered, "Nate." I nodded, unsure of what to say. "You drink coffee?" he asked abruptly. The question threw me off. Yeah. Helps with the long shifts." He stared at me like I'd just said something deeply offensive. "Rob and I used to drink coffee on breaks." "Rob?" Nate's expression darkened. "He sat where you are now." A pause. "He died 3 weeks ago." I wasn't sure how to respond. "I'm sorry to hear that." Nate just blinked. Then, without another word, he turned back to his register. 3 weeks passed, and Wendy started to feel familiar. The night shifts were grueling, but I adjusted. The customers were mostly drunk college kids or tired truckers, and the routine became predictable. But one thing never changed. Nate was always watching me. He never went out of his way to talk, but I'd catch him staring. His expression was never angry or friendly, just blank. Then, one night, something strange happened. A man walked in, tall, pale, with sharp features and an unsettlingly confident stride. He wasn't like our usual customers. He wasn't drunk, high, or exhausted. He moved differently, like he belonged here, even though I'd never seen him before. He stopped right in front of me. "You're new," he said. His voice was smooth, like he'd been expecting me. Yeah," I said, feeling uneasy. He glanced at the cup of coffee on my station. Funny, you drink coffee. Before I could respond, he picked up my cup and took a sip. Then, without another word, he set it back down and walked away. I stood frozen. Nate, who had been watching from the fire station, went pale. I turned to him. Who the hell was that? Nate didn't answer. His lips pressed into a thin line, and he turned away. That was when I realized the stranger hadn't even ordered anything. The tension in the store that night was unbearable. Later, when I was refilling napkins by the drink machine, I nearly bumped into the stranger again. He was just standing there in the middle of the hallway, like he'd been waiting for me. Sorry, I mumbled, stepping aside. His lips curled into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. No problem. When we walked back into the kitchen, Nate turned sharply at the sound of our footsteps. The moment his eyes landed on the stranger, his entire body stiffened. The color drained from his freckled face. Who are you? Nate's voice trembled. The stranger just smiled wider. Relax. Nate's hand flew to his chest. His breathing turned shallow and ragged. Then he collapsed. My stomach dropped. Nate! He was on the floor, writhing, his fingers clawing at his shirt. His breath came out in sharp, broken gasps. Panic surged through me. I turned to the stranger. What the hell is happening? He didn't answer. He just smiled. You're doing great, he said. And then he walked away. I called 911, my hands shaking as I pressed the numbers. By the time the paramedics arrived, Nate was barely conscious. His freckled skin was slick with sweat, his face twisted in pain. They carried him out on a stretcher, and just before he disappeared through the doors, he grabbed my wrist. His grip was weak but desperate. Don't, he rasped. Don't let him in. Then he was gone. The restaurant fell into uneasy silence. My coworkers whispered behind my back. Customers ate their meals, oblivious to what had just happened. I stayed late, drowning myself in cleaning duties, trying to shake the dread curling in my gut. By the time I clocked out, the parking lot was empty, except for one car. The stranger's car. He leaned against it, smoking a cigarette. The second our eyes met, he smiled. Need a ride? He asked, voice casual. I gripped my bag tighter. No thanks. He shrugged. Suit yourself. As I walked away, I felt his gaze on my back, watching, waiting. And in that moment, I realized I wasn't sure if Nate had been the real target. Maybe, just maybe, it had been me all along. I gripped my bag tighter. No thanks. He shrugged. Suit yourself. I turned and walked away, forcing myself not to look back. But I could feel it, his eyes drilling into me, watching, waiting. My heart pounded as I reached my car, fumbling for my keys with shaky hands. Then my phone buzzed. I almost ignored it, but something in my gut told me to check. Unknown number. Hesitating, I answered. Hello? Static crackled on the line before a voice came through, weak and strained. Jake? My stomach dropped. Nate? His breathing was ragged. Listen to me. I don't have much time. I turned my head slightly, glancing over my shoulder. The stranger was still there, leaning against his car, smoking like he had all the time in the world. Nate's voice trembled. You're in danger. A cold chill ran down my spine. He wasn't here for me, Nate rasped. He was waiting for you. The line went dead. I swallowed hard, gripping my phone so tightly my knuckles ached. Slowly, I turned back toward the stranger. He was gone. The car, the cigarette smoke, the casual smirk, vanished like they had never been there at all. The parking lot was empty, but the dread in my gut told me the night wasn't over, not even close. Ever since that night, chaos has consumed my life. I barely eat. Sleep has become an abstract concept, something I remember but no longer experience. Every time I close my eyes, I see it again. The dim glow of the Wendy's parking lot, the flickering neon sign, and the face of the woman who changed everything. Maybe this is my punishment. Maybe I deserve this. It all started with a job posting. Night shift crew member needed. Immediate start. At the time, I was desperate for anything to take my mind off the wreckage of my life. My past had left scars, ones I had spent years trying to bury. I had no friends, no family, and no purpose. Working the graveyard shift at a fast food joint seemed like a perfect distraction. Something monotonous, something predictable. I should have known better. The beginning of the end. I got the job at a Wendy's on the outskirts of town. The place had seen better days. Grease-stained walls, flickering fluorescent lights, and a parking lot riddled with potholes. But it was a job, and I needed the money. The manager, Kevin, was a short, wiry guy in his early 50s. He had this permanent look of exhaustion, like life had drained him dry. "You ever worked fast food before?" he asked, shuffling through my paperwork. I shook my head. "No, but I learned fast." He grunted, clearly unimpressed. "It ain't hard. Just don't piss off the regulars and don't argue if someone tries to fight you. You let it go, or you'll end up like the last guy." That should have been my first red flag. I should have asked what happened to the last guy, but I didn't. I just nodded. "Good. You start tonight." The woman in the drive-thru. The first couple of hours were uneventful. Just me, Kevin, and a quiet girl named Lisa running the register. "Night shifts are easy," Lisa said, handing me a fresh batch of fries. "Just watch out for weirdos in the drive-thru." I chuckled. "Like drunk college kids?" She shook her head, lowering her voice. "Number. There's this one woman. She comes by sometimes after midnight. She always orders the same thing, a small Frosty and a large fry, but something about her just ain't right." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Kevin cut in before Lisa could answer. "It don't matter. Just take her order and send her on her way." His tone made it clear. The conversation was over. At 12:17 a.m., the drive-thru bell chimed. "Welcome to Wendy's. How can I—" My voice caught in my throat. A woman sat in the driver's seat of an old, beat-up car. Her face was pale, unnaturally so, and her eyes were wrong. Dark. Empty. "Small Frosty. Large fry," she said in a flat, monotone voice. I swallowed hard. Yeah, that'll be $4.79. She didn't move, just stared at me. For the first time that night, the store felt colder. Finally, she reached into her purse, pulled out a $5 bill, and handed it to me. Her fingers brushed mine. They were ice cold. I rushed to give her change, eager to get her out of here. But as I turned back, she was already gone. The Frosty and fries sat untouched on the counter. That should have been the end of it. A weird encounter, sure, but nothing life-threatening. Then at 2:43 a.m., the power flickered. Lisa cursed. "Damn, place is falling apart." Kevin didn't say anything. He just stood at the drive-thru window, staring out into the empty lot. "Kevin?" I asked. Nothing. I walked over, following his gaze. A woman's car. Engine off. Headlights off. Just sitting there. Watching. A deep unease settled in my gut. "She never leaves," I whispered. At 3:12 a.m., Kevin pulled me aside. "I need you to go to the basement." "The what?" He gestured toward the back. "Basement. Breaker's down there. Power's been flickering all night." I hesitated. "There's a basement?" Lisa glanced at me. "Don't go down there." Kevin shot her a warning look before turning back to me. "Just flip the breaker." I sighed and grabbed a flashlight. The basement door was hidden behind the stockroom, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look. It creaked open, revealing a set of rickety wooden stairs leading into darkness. Something about that place felt wrong. I took a step down, then another. The air grew thick, stale. The smell of mildew and something rotten filled my nostrils. Then, halfway down, my flashlight flickered, and the door slammed shut behind me. Panic surged through me. I banged on the door. "Kevin? Lisa? Open the damn door. No response. Then from the darkness below, a whisper. Small Frosty. Large Fry. My breath caught. I spoke my light. Something moved. A figure, hunched and twisted, crawled toward me on all fours. The woman. Her mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. My heart pounded. What the hell do you want? She giggled. To finish your shift. The air grew colder. Heavy. My vision blurred. I dropped to my knees. Inside my head, whispers, images. Then, silence. When I woke up, I was back in the kitchen. Lisa stood over me, her face pale. You okay? I sat up, head pounding. She shook her head. I don't know. But you were gone for 3 hours. I glanced at the clock. 17 a.m. The drive-through bell chimed. Kevin paled. She's back. I turned. The woman sat in her car, smiling, waiting. I grabbed Lisa's arm. We need to leave, now. But Kevin stepped forward, his face blank. Number, we serve her. His eyes were empty. I ran. I never went back to that Wendy's. The next day I tried. The store was gone, just an empty lot. No rubble, no signs that it ever existed. I checked the town records. There was never a Wendy's at that location. Never a Kevin or a store. But I remember, I have the scars to prove it. And every night at 12:17 a.m. I hear the voice whispering in the dark. Small Frosty, large. I ran. I didn't look back. I don't even remember to my car. I floored it out of there, tires screeching against the cracked pavement. My hands were shaking so bad I veered off the road. I just needed to get home. But when something felt off. The streetlights flickered overhead. The air was too still, too quiet, like the world was holding its breath. I got out of the car and reached for my keys. Then I froze. In the distance, parking lot, a neon light flickered. Wendy's. My stomach dropped. That wasn't there before. I turned, ready to pull aside, but I saw something even worse. A car, her car, parked at the curb. The driver's side door opened with a slope, and she stepped out, the same hollow stare, the same unnatural smile. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my keys, my pulse hammering in my ears. She raised one pale hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The Wendy's door was open. Inside, I could see the counter, the register. Standing behind the counter, Kevin and Lisa were waiting, smiling in uniforms. Kevin tilted his head.
My Bosch dishwasher's expert drying makes me feel.
Apartments without me.
In life, all you need is guac. Guac makes the fiesta.
You're late for your shift. No, this isn't real, I whispered. Lisa's grin widened. It's time to clock in. The walls of my apartment flickered, like a mirage. For a split second, I wasn't standing outside my complex anymore. I was back inside Wendy's, the register, the smell of grease, the distant hum of the drive-through speaker. The illusion faded. I was still outside. But my apartment was gone. The Wendy's was the only thing standing. My legs locked. My breath came in ragged gasps. Then the drive-through bell chimed. I turned toward the speaker. Small, frosty, large. My vision darkened. And then everything went black. When I woke behind the counter, dressed in a Wendy's uniform, the headset was already on my head. Kevin was next to me. Lisa was on the register. I tried to speak, to scream, but my body wouldn't listen. The drive-through bell chimed. I turned toward the speaker. Well, I take your... Behind the wheel. Way too drunk. Hell, I was probably too drunk to even sit in a parked car without all the windows open. But I had places to be. Or maybe I just didn't want to be home alone, stewing in the same old regrets with nothing but my own thoughts to keep me company. So I kept my foot on the gas and let the car eat up the miles like I was trying to outrun something. The highway stretched ahead in a blur of headlights and the occasional taillight glowing red in the night. Traffic was light. Maybe because it was December, maybe because it was almost 3 a.m. Either way, the few cars I passed barely registered in my mind. I wiped my face with one hand, trying to focus. My fingers felt numb. Bourbon and Red Bull had been my poison for the night. A terrible mix, but it kept me awake. Sort of. The road hummed beneath my tires, and the neon glow of distant buildings flickered. My old Chevy Impala rumbled, its engine growling like it was just as exhausted as I was. My headlights blinked in and out, a problem I've been meaning to fix. Maybe next month. Then, suddenly, something shot out from the a deer. My foot slammed the brake, but my reaction was too late. The deer shot across the highway like a phantom, and I swerved hard, my tires screeching. My stomach hit my ribs as the car tilted dangerously before finding grip again. Jesus! I gasped, my hands gripping the wheel tight. I forced out a breath, heart pounding. Drunken, relieved laughter. The kind of laugh you only have when you realize you just narrowly avoided death. I wiped my face again, knuckles still white on the steering wheel. The deer was gone, swallowed back into the darkness like it had never been there at all. The road stretched ahead, and in the distance I saw a glowing cluster of signs. Civilization. My stomach cramped. I needed food. Badly. A sign loomed overhead. Speed limit, 50 miles per hour. I grinned and pushed the needle to 75. Buildings began whipping past me, blue and fast. Gas stations, a closed laundromat, a 24-hour liquor store with flickering neon. And then, just ahead on the left, Wendy's. I barely thought, I just reacted. My foot slammed on the brakes as I spun the wheel hard, the Impala fishtailing into the entrance. There was one bad moment where my bourbon-soaked brain forgot which pedal was which, but I sorted it out just in time. Tires screeched and I slid to a stop in a parking space at an angle that definitely wasn't straight. I didn't care. The drive-thru would have been faster, but I needed to piss. Bad. The Wendy's looked empty but open. Soft, white lighting glowed inside, making the place feel too clean for this hour. There were no cars in the lot except mine. Weird. Late-night spots like this usually had a few other drunks like me grabbing food before passing out somewhere. I pulled open the glass door and a tiny bell dinged above me. The air smelled like old fryer oil and something vaguely metallic. My grin faded the moment I spotted the two employees behind the counter. The guy looked like he'd just come from a fight. Tall, maybe in his early 30s, with a busted-up face. Bruises bloomed purple and yellow across his cheekbones, one eye slightly swollen, and a cut near his temple that looked fresh. His uniform was wrinkled and slightly damp, like he hadn't changed in a while. The girl next to him was worse, shorter, pretty in a hollow way, blonde hair, black glasses, no visible injuries like the guy, but the bottom half of her shirt was soaked, a deep reddish-brown stain. Sauce? I thought. Please let it be sauce. I cleared my throat. Hey, you good? I asked, nodding at the girl's shirt. She didn't react, didn't blink, didn't even look at me. The guy next to her picked at the cut near his ear. What can I get you? His voice was too casual, like nothing was wrong. I hesitated. My stomach growled. Tacos. The guy smirked. This is Wendy's, bro. Right. I rubbed my face, trying to focus. 5 chicken sandwiches, 5 cheeseburgers, a large fry, some of those frosty things. Oh, and a Diet Coke. My head was spinning. I pressed a hand on the counter to steady myself. That it? Yeah, and I pointed at the restrooms in the corner. Gonna take a piss. The guy nodded, ringing me up. I turned and walked toward the bathroom. Then I stopped. The dining area wasn't empty anymore. 3 people sat at a table. They weren't there when I walked in. I was sure of it. Different ages, all equally wrong. Pale, bloodless, with ringed, sleepless eyes. One guy had a stain just like the girl at the counter, only his covered the back of his shirt. They watched me silently as I passed. I shivered. The bathroom was disgusting. The floor was sticky. The walls had stains, and the lights flickered. One stall had no door. The other was occupied, a pair of cowboy boots visible under the wall. I didn't care. I just needed to piss. I used the urinal, washed my hands, then glanced at the mirror. My reflection looked wrong. Pale, bloodless, like the people at the table. My stomach twisted. Then I saw it, a cut on my forehead. Fresh. Something small and glassy stuck in it. I reached up, pulled out a tiny shard of windshield glass, and dropped it into the sink. A loud bang made me jump. The occupied stall door shook. I turned. You okay, man? My voice sounded hoarse. A low wail seeped out from inside. It grew. A half growl, half scream. I turned back to the mirror. Something dragged across the fogged glass. A message. I didn't wait to read it. I ran. The dining room was packed. The tables, the booths, the chairs, full of dead people. Not zombies, just dead. Ribs exposed, eyes sunken. Some had missing limbs. Others were rotting where they sat. The restaurant had changed too. It wasn't clean anymore. Mold covered the walls. Thick white-green fluid puddled on the floor. The smell hit me like a punch. Something between rotten meat and old grease. Then, order up. I turned. The bruised guy from the counter was holding a tray. A rotting tray of food. Maggots writhed over moldy burgers. I stumbled back. No, this ain't real. The laughter started. A buzzing sound. Flies. I ran for the door. It wouldn't budge. Door's locked. The bruised guy whispered, "You can't leave." Then he grinned. "Time to grab a uniform, buddy. You'll be working here for a long, long time." I yanked at the door, my palms slick with sweat. The Wendy's beyond the glass looked different now, warped, twisted, almost melting under flickering red neon. The parking lot was empty, except for my Chevy Impala. But the windshield was shattered, the hood crumpled, a crash, a wreck. I never made it here. I turned back to the counter. The bruised guy still stood there, grinning. His teeth were too white, too sharp. The girl with the stained shirt had disappeared, but
The 1978. No, 7 years ago. Batman, right? Pro. Scotty was 6'5", Scotty was in the top 10. Easy. You see what we're doing at Vanderbilt? Going 40, 30, all busting people ass at Vanderbilt. At 6'2". Defend, make big shots, all of that. Take charge, do all everything, take the game, all of it, man. So I'm happy, I'm proud of him, happy to see this for him, man. People were shitting on him, right? Really shitting on him. And he's not athletic, he's not this, he's not that, he don't do this. How about all the things that he does? Let's talk about it, coach. And he really put his on display on the biggest stage in the playoffs for everybody watching.
28 in game 3, 30 in game 4.
So yeah,
Anybody get paid.
right?
And now they got him already for the low.
Yeah, they got him for the low. So you know we had to sign, right?
3 years left on his deal.
He had to sign.
Yeah.
Because what you've been going, what you had went through to get in.
That's okay.
That's it.
I don't know why. Okay. I'm locked in.
Yeah.
And you gotta see me now.
Good spot.
Yeah, you gotta see me every day. The comparison now, low and deal in this spot now 4 years.
And it looks different than his dad, right? Different players, different dynamic, different position. So there's no comparison there. So you would be like, don't be like his dad.
No, the mentality there.
So, yeah.
The defensive mentality, the team oriented, two-way player.
Watch two-way player. Watch his foot. Right? Watch his foot. Offensively, pivots, like every step throughs, jump stop, step through, one all.
It's called Herb Libsy. I learned Herb Libsy up in Portland. Y'all don't know if you don't know basketball. Herb Libsy, Tim Gergerich,
Nothing Gerg. Hey, listen.
My guy.
No, Gerg is
my guy.
No, that's the Kenyans. I don't know if nobody knows.
He's my guy. You gotta calm you down.
Say no, him. Say no, him. No. This kid. In Denver, that's the dude main. Mm-hmm. Carolina, all him. If you want this Gerg. Without him, 1,000% would have went down in that motherfucker, bro. The game that I said I gotta keep that. Oh no, Gerg in the locker room. Listen, he ain't going out with the team. He's staying there with me. Hey, basically, calm down, Timmy. Easy, Timmy. Right.
Shout out to Gerg. Talking about Carolina connection. Before we move on to Mosi fans, I was gonna point out they got the North Carolina shoes. Shout out to Greatness. North Carolina jacket, North Carolina hat. Anything in particular inspired this wardrobe that represents UNC, the alma mater, NCAA champion. No. Okay. I think they're gonna lose shit. It's school pride. Don't it look good on me? Look at the colors. Coordination, as they say, got to coordinate. Well, I'm about to be messy.
I'm about to be messy. I think full shit. Huh?
What's going on? What's going on? Heard the internet, there's been some.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
They said, what happened? I don't just say some clips.
Like, they just be like, see, most people call you by your last name when they talk, man, oh, bitch ass nigga, McCann said that. I can't, McCann. I'm like, I heard you said your first and last. Said it correctly, too.
Shit.
Like, motherfucker, he ain't butchered neither.
It's crazy.
Yeah, one of your former teammates on it. Hey, man, I don't know, bro. If it was me, I'm gonna have something to say.
Really?
Yeah, if it was me, but they didn't say my name. But I'm just saying.
Y'all just don't let them jump me.
Hey,
I've been waiting for me to get beat up.
Now I like to say the dude in Sacramento said my name, I'm right with him. He didn't say my name though. But I ain't gonna let him jump you though.
That's why I'm
saying. My presence alone, so it's like Draymond, right? When he do shit, it's just like they think he gonna go all the way there. I'm gonna be there, but I'm here with you on the couch.
Why you ain't saying nothing when the fat nigga jump?
Why you saying when the fat nigga? Every time when the fat nigga jumps on.
What I'm supposed to do when the fat nigga jump on me? What I'm supposed to do? Find 99 other men. Y'all talking about fighting a gorilla. 100 to 1. I come in peace, in unity, Okay? Whatever the podcast is, give them a shout out. Go watch it. I want y'all to judge it. Go to the thing and watch it. Tell me how y'all feel. I don't got nothing to say because they want to see where we at. And I want to bring it here. I want to get everybody up to our level. But if you got to take shots at me to try to do that, it's going to look weird because everybody's going to be like, hey, man, I wasn't taking these shots before Shaw was on the show. Now Shaw on the show. He wearing the crown. He talking his shit. Here come the Matrix agents. Here come Agent Snipping them. Let me get out of my body and act like a goddamn zombie. Don't know what kind of fight here. I'm the light. Don't you see it? Yeah.
The way my brain works, I'm with you.
No, I'm no non-violent.
No, just word.
Violent.
Just word.
We're a peaceful podcast. Yeah. Confused admiration for a lot of people thinking that it's hate. It's not no hate. When you tell truth, the lies get bothered. It bothers people to hear shit that they don't think ever gonna get out.
The truth sounds like hate to people that ain't trying to hear.
That's it, man.
The truth sounds like hate to people that's not trying to hear.
So yeah, we can do this. It has been a while. I'm trying to put that nigga away. Change the name, don't bring the mask no more, no more none of this. We appreciate where our place in this ecosystem, but damn it, y'all keep pushing the buttons. We appreciate you here on Deals Arena presented by Wanted to give you an opportunity to address the situation. Oh, we did not address anything.
Can Mike Evans be trusted with money? Mike set up a nonprofit to provide scholarships, and only 10% has gone to children. One year, Evans didn't award one single scholarship. Instead, consultants pocketed the money. Voting to raise property taxes is bad enough, Mike. But what's your excuse for this dishonesty? Mansfield deserves an honest mayor. That's Julie Shore. She'll cut wasteful spending, protect our
community. Yeah, absolutely. Because last thing I need is, negativity.
You call old boy man.
Old boy now?
Old boy man. You don't give just old boy man.
I thought it was old girl.
That's the route you want?
Well, on that note, let's go on to mostly fans.
Wait, listen. It's your age. I
just want to give him some rubber to you.
Hey, I'm with you.
Meow.
We're live, guys. Welcome to Fresh Fit Podcast After Hours Edition. Got a full panel here, a bunch of people. And the tape. Sleepo. Hey, let's get into it, guys. There you go. Yeah, that's serious. Yo, put your shoes on outside. You don't have to put them on in here. All right, welcome back to the Fresh Fit Podcast, guys. After Hours Edition, before you get into the show, quick announcements. Patreon.com/FreshFit, guys. Go ahead and check us out over there. We give you guys all types of advice, whether it's, cryptocurrency, making money, getting girls, getting your credit score up, real estate investing, as you guys know, being pressure involved in real estate. And yeah, man, anything when it comes to Nelson Improvement, we got y'all, man. And check us out over there. Help you guys also with your Instagram and all that shit. So check us out over there, patreon.com/FreshFit. Also, Spotify, Google, Apple Podcasts, every single platform you listen to podcasts, we are there. Just make sure you wear headphones, because if you don't, you'll probably get fired from your job. top hated podcasts in the world right now. Other than that, guys, also pressurepodcaststore.com. You know, the I like shirts, all that other stuff, it's there. Pressurepodcaststore.com. So check us out over there for the merch. And then also, we're live streaming Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube as usual. And our Twitch is twitch.tv/fresh and fit podcast. So check us out over there as well. And we got a vlog channel that Fresh runs. Behind the scenes. Actually, what's happening recently? Did you? Yo, you can try. Actually,
How many guys you fucked?
yeah.
Oh my God.
No.
Give it to Selena.
It's how many guys fuck you?
You can try. Actually, what's happening recently? Did you? What is coming up or what's today?
Oh yeah, it's
Your birthday, nigga!
it's my birthday. It's my birthday. Yeah,
That's you.
it's my birthday.
You want the birthday?
Let's sing happy birthday.
Happy
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
This is
you.
absolutely amazing. Keep going.
Happy birthday, dear Andrew. Happy birthday to you.
Good. We out here, man.
Thank you, yet. You've been trying.
Yeah. I'm still breathing.
Oh, I'm an old man. How old are you?
35.
All these people know my age, and I don't look smart. 35, yeah, correct. I'm 35.
Okay. So give us your name, your age, your living, your printing size.
Anybody have that, you know? I'm 9. I'm loyally and I'm single.
Welcome. And buddy?
I missed all of that. What?
25? Yeah. Oh shit, okay.
Haram.
What about you? All right, you're next?
Hi, my name is Lolly Fernandez. I am 24.
We do for work and then you're
I'm
currently
a professional dancer and I do full-time modeling. And yeah, just.
Does that include
Professional dancer, you a stripper?
does that include dollar bill?
No, I do work in a nightlife as a bottle girl, but I do perform. I perform recently at East Las Vegas.
Okay. Speak, please. I will speak in the mic.
Yeah, you guys speak into the mic.
Oh, my bad. I
Yeah.
thought
There you go, so they can actually hear you. So I guess because they're gonna want to know, does your dancing involve people throwing singular denominations of currency at you?
Yes, that's nightlife bottle girl.
Okay, so not as a.
All right, fair enough. What about you?
My name is Morgan James. I'm 24 and I'm a bartender. I'm 22. And
Cool.
Okay.
Wait, Orlando, so you drove all the way here? You drove all the way here?
yeah, yes.
Damn, welcome to Miami. Welcome. Can you your printing size? There you go.
Whoa.
Okay, what about you?
My name is Katie Jenkins. I am 26 years old. I am a luxury real estate advisor, but I also just started an OnlyFans.
There you go.
And then I have multiple boyfriends, but I'm still single, so life is good.
Haram.
Okay.
Haram. Listen, Myron, listen. Before I come back on the show, we need a haram button. We need a haram button. I'm gonna pull the button. I'm gonna pull it in tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. Just leave that. I'm gonna put your voice. We will last. See, last. What about you?
I got skipped to say Uno.
Huh?
Okay, I'm Ellie. I'm 24. I'm a freelance artist and I'm very handsome.
All right, welcome. And your two girls? Oh, your two friends. No, your two friends. Chris wants to know. Yeah, down below. Look down.
Oh! My girlies. Okay. You made a joke to get the one.
No, Chris. Oh, man, it's Chris.
Chris, put the camera on you when you talk.
Yeah, man,
So they know it's you, man.
You, man.
Saying that shit in the back.
You look crazy.
Yeah, look, making us look crazy.
What about you?
Hi, I'm Trisha Marie. I'm a professional game model, model manager,
designer, and I think that's it.
All right, welcome.
And then I have multiple boyfriends, but I'm still single, so life is good.
Haram.
Okay.
Haram. Listen, Myron, listen.
Myron.
Before I come back on the show, we need a haram button. We need a haram button. I'm gonna pull the button. I'm gonna pull it in tonight. Thank you, Myron.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna click your voice for the last. Two last.
I got is this thing Uno?
Huh?
Okay, I'm Ellie. I'm 24. I'm a freelance artist and I am very shy.
All right, welcome. And your two girls? Oh, your two friends. No, your two friends. Chris wants to know. Yeah. Down below.
What friends?
Look down.
Oh, my girlies. Okay. You made it tough to get them up.
Chris, Chris, put the camera on you. You talk. Yeah, man. Today it was you, man. Man. Saying that shit in the back. You look crazy. Yeah, making us look crazy. What about you?
Hi, I'm Trisha Marie. I'm a professional game model manager, clothing designer, and I think that's it.
Welcome back. And Chris Dennis? Kind of single.
Kind of single.
Wait.
Yeah.
You know when she says kind of single, there's a guy at home who's hard. I've been paying for all those dinners. You're gonna come at me with kind of single online. Sorry, G. Sorry. Well, accept it.
Or be a guy.
Accept it.
He's not watching.
Yeah.
He's watching.
Okay, I'm Yonda. That shouldn't say Beyonce. I'm 28. What else? Oh, I'm not single.
What do you do for a living?
Okay, so I'm currently working at a doctor's office. I graduated from nursing school back in May. Thank you. And you guys can go onto my Instagram, click the link on my bio, and then it's not OnlyFans. I don't do OnlyFans. But it's a fitness coach thing. Yeah.
What's your body count? 4?
Yeah, what's your body count?
I'm white.
I know it.
All right.
Wait.
Dun, Selena, introduce yourself.
Okay, guys. Hi, I'm Selena Powell. What else do I gotta say? What's my career? I'm a professional whore. I don't know the career shit, but my body got like I don't know, like definitely I don't know. I just have why are you moving away from me?
And then
I don't know what I do for career is I do only have like my mustache and
there you go. And what's your current dating status?
Oh, I don't know. It depends what my academic season.
God damn.
Today I'm single. Tomorrow I don't know. I'm gonna be in a relationship.
God.
But I like this one.
There you go. All right. Andrew, last but not least.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, 4-time kickboxing world champion. Wow. Trillionaire. Humble. All around nice guy. Dominant? Would you describe me as dominant?
I mean, no,
I'm sure you do. Who's this other guy? You said his name. I don't recognize him. Because if me and him have to beef, I need to know the information in advance. Who he is. Who's your man? Yeah, who's your man?
Oh,
I mean, that was me saying that, but I have like 5 boyfriends. I don't think any of them are mine though.
Listen, I think the world's ready for the ass gun. Let me just say something. Let me just say something here in the beginning. I'm ready for the ass gun. I'm not afraid. Right? I think we've got to a point now we need to just welcome. Just because there's 72 virgins waiting for you. There's no virgins in my life. Bring the asteroid. Let's fix this. I can't see any solution. You boys are here broadcasting every day trying to educate these young ladies. They don't listen to nothing. They don't listen to nothing. I'm here now and I'm talking and she's telling me I'm single today. In 15 minutes I'm not single. Like, what we doing? Just bring the asteroid. Come on. I'm ready. Let's go.
Oh, man. Yeah. So, some hair follicles today. I won't have to do too much. All right. The legend take And then we'll read these super chats, and then Chris from this point forward, 20 and up. 20 and up? Okay. So, and guys, thank you so much for the donations. We'll be using this on hookers and cocaine later. Mike Anthony, $5. The legend Tate. Tate, how can I meet you one day? I'm a member of Hustler University. I've been waiting months before this night.
You can meet me one day by joining the world. Hustlers University is how I teach people who align with my worldview, how to make as much money as possible. That's what that's for. But the war room is the level beyond that. I need to see the world.
Well, Shapir, Mr. Tate, you're a brilliant and talented man. You should read the Quran. There are many gems of wisdom for you in that book to share with others, my brother. Trust me, guys, he lived in Luton, in England.
I'm from the Islamic Caliphate of Great Britain. Don't worry about me. I'm from England, right? I understand all about the Islam faith. So.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna get him around. All right, we got 279 from Will Smith. Jada doesn't like me watching tape. I wonder why. Okay. Will Smith. Again, Will Smith. My pain is greater than yours. Almighty push. Okay, thank you. And then we got Mr. Got Plenty. Broke boys stay bumping in my car stereo. We need more music. Bro, that's my favorite tape song to this day. Yo, why did you create that song?
I'm just fucking rapper. No, I'm not a rapper. I was just fucking around. I was just messing around.
Like if you're a rapper, if you think
No, I'm not a rapper. I was just messing around. I was trying to prove a point. You know why? Let me explain the story very quickly. Yeah. I believe that money loves speed. And everybody agrees with me when they say this, but absolutely nobody understands what speed is. When me and my team work together, when I say speed, I say we have an idea at 9 a.m. By 4 p.m. we're making money. Same day, speed. So I was talking to some dude, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm working on my music today." I was like, "Bro, I saw you a month ago. You working on the music. What do you got?" So I'm working on the song. Like, a month? A month? I'll climb Mount Everest in a month. You know what I do in a month? Why are you poor? You're poor because you're not trying. A month I can train for anything on the planet. I want classical piano in a month. Talk to me about making one song with a fucking auto-tune. So I made a song in a day to prove a point to this dude. And I got more views on my song than his shit song. So that's why. So I was never trying to be serious about it. I was never trying to be a rapper. I'm not picking proud of the song. I'm not playing my car. I was just trying to prove a point. It was trying to prove a point.
Your other song, Sugar Daddy, pretty funny too.
Wait, Sugar Daddy. Wait,
Let's say the song. Let's say the song to the end.
I made $5 million off of crypto, and I'm planning on moving to be closer to my family. What should I invest in?
Wait. This is another point. You know what? You know, every time you have me on this show, right? We didn't talk. What am I going to talk about? There's also some idiot. The idea is, wealth is the worst thing that can happen to the majority of people. And I know, I really mean this. I genuinely mean this, right? Because he just said it. I made $5 million off crypto. If you make $5 million in the real world, you learn so many lessons about how to network, how to navigate the world, how to negotiate, how to conduct yourself with important people. You learn so much. You make $5 million off of crypto, you don't learn nothing. You're gonna run around Romania, get shot in the head. You're gonna were you an idiot? The wealth. So many people come to me and say, "I want to make money." I say, "Listen, you're not ready for money. You're not a man. You're a dork. I'm becoming a rich dork. We won't make your life any better."
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? The old way of making money is talking so much about being a man. I'm so many children making money like some lucky ass man. And they ain't lucky nothing. And they're just geeks for music. Don't come to Romania, my friend. I've got your what's his name? Gilbert's. All right, me and my team. Yeah, bring your 5N. Safe.
All right. And guys, we're gonna run things. All right. So welcome back to the Love to Hear Your clips talking about Islam went so viral. Even my grandma all the way from now shared it on WhatsApp. Wow. Andrew, you got a link up with DJ Academics. Two of you would implode the internet with content. I think you guys would be cool. All right. $5, Joel Martin. Great podcast. Love what you guys are doing. Can I get everybody on the panel again? Shout out to all my people here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Shout out to Albuquerque. ABQ, Andrew, what do you think is better model for an online business having guys? You should send these money questions. We're going to do a one-on-one with Andrew this week, so don't worry. But having recurrent payments or having them pay a large sum up front, love you, bro. Always recurrent payments. $5. Sean Muhammad, have no fear. Andrew Tate is here. Love to take confidentials. Fresh City brings Slim Powell on air. One up Academics for what he did. LOL, he might be watching right now crying. It's cool, man. It's cool. He ain't crying, guys. Trust me.
We all love Academics.
Sean Muhammad. We have to save this man at all costs. Andrew, I'm gonna need you to pass me 2 of your dumbest 19-year-old once I join the war room. Okay. Dope by G, Live Myron, and Sick Block Fresh would take $2 and White Giants. Master Cole in the house, $5. Thank you. $5 for Mike Anthony. Say, would you ever live in USA or is America on its way down? Where is best to live in the world? Don't worry, we'll discuss that. Hater A. Broke Ninja here. I'm trying to regulate my sleep schedule, but saw Andrew here, so we must stay up for this. Shout out to Fed and Finance. Thanks, much love. Got you. Fresh, the king of networking, always have those aces up your sleeve. Fresh, big, keep shining. Proud of you guys. Lobo and Screw still over there. This, bro. And then, how many more do we got? 20 enough from here. Okay, yeah, 20 enough. Well, let's get into the first question so that we can start the show. Cool. All right, go ahead. So, let's get a few more real quick. Yep. All right, so Ibrahim Kane, shout out to FNF and the Cobra for this insane collab. Just secured my first client as a copywriter today. Thanks to Austin University and the professors. See you in the war room soon. Cool. 22, King Chris. Welcome back to the States, Andrew Tate. Thanks for coming on the show and supporting my bro Freshmire and Aaron, Trey, and Tom. That's one, the real one. And then the last one, Fran Sybil. We got mad love, respect to Andrew Tate, Fresh and Chris. And then good evening, one and all. Tonight is going to be a brilliant show. Lots of love from the UK and that's from Peanut. Ladies, thank you guys so much. Thanks, guys. First question on the panel. Why do you think a guy should date you over other girls? We'll start ranking.
That's a good question.
You got time to think of
Tell us, young lady.
Okay. I'm like scrambling. Okay,
Why do you think you're better than us?
why do I think I'm better than you guys? Because
well, not them, but in general.
well, I know. I didn't mean like that. I meant yes, in general. Because they don't look like me. That's why.
Can you explain?
No, because all these girls out here, they're not loyal. They feel like they're entitled. They want other guys to take care of them. They don't have women taking care of them. They're not nurturing. No, it's just right. I mean, girls out here, they want to party. They want money. They want their things. There's nobody at home cooking for you, cleaning for you, taking care of you. So loyal.
And are you doing that while you're in nursing school?
Well, guys.
Oh, I finished nursing school.
Okay, so you're let her finish her point at least. So you're white because you do certain things at home for your man.
I take care of my man.
Okay. And you don't party and go out.
No, I don't. Especially if I have.
That's not gonna stop him from cheating, though.
But if you're out there doing that, you're not gonna get a ring on your finger either.
I'll see a ring on your finger.
Oh.
Not yet. Where's your ring?
I got this something.
What about you?
A ring don't stop me from cheating either.
A man cheating and a woman cheating is not the same.
Oh,
So
let's
let's
not get into that.
Let's just jump in and let's cut that crap here. Girls always use that as an excuse, right? Oh, my man, he slept with some random chick once after looking after me for 4 years on he'll be all. Why? What's the upside? What's the upside? The only person disappointed in your actions is your father. Most men don't give a shit.
Oh, I don't know my father anyway.
Don't do it.
All right. Next.
But I would say because I don't know, I'm very independent. I've never really needed a man, but I've wanted one. So just being able to find myself spiritually and not be needy and be able to hold my own without a man, I guess you could say.
Okay. Cool. What about you?
I don't think I would ever want to be with someone who I have to convince someone to be with me. I shouldn't have to sit here and make a plea for why you should choose me versus anyone else. I don't need those reasons.
So this is just picky because it's you.
Precisely that.
All right. I mean.
A man who's asking you what you bring to the table has nothing to bring himself.
Oh shit. Okay.
He's asking you what you bring to the table. You need to leave for me.
Man.
You need to leave. Why does it matter what I bring to the table? Is there nothing on it already?
Except your two friends.
What
are you saying?
What
do you bring to your guy?
Oh, you're calling
Goodbye.
No, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Anyway.
Shots 6
You know, what do I bring to the table? I
I bring the table, the knives, the forks, the silverware, and fucking plates, everything, bitch, that I done took care of ever since I was with. But I mean, yeah, that's it. I like to simply that's what brings me to the table.
Fair enough. Right. That's what you bring to the table. So a lot of penis. Fair enough.
But not a lot of penis. His penis.
Okay, I got it. Anything else?
No.
Okay, fantastic. What about you?
But nothing keeps him out from cheating. So fuck man, just be a woman.
No, listen.
Word of advice from
No. Let's stop. Let's assume what you just said is true. Let's assume what you just said is true.
It is what I know is true.
Okay, let's assume what you said is true. Let's assume nothing stops a man from cheating.
Nothing at all. You can cook me, be inside. I done it all.
I'm not here to disagree with you. I'm asking what's the advantage to them being a hoe?
Because the man is a whore, so why the fuck would you be loyal while the guy's fucking bitch in Miami?
Well,
you might as well go fuck that guy in Miami.
I completely agree.
Especially if you have an only that play the bag off.
Let me tell you what. Obviously, I'm not.
I made it up.
Whatever.
What's good, Fambo?
What's good with it?
Lakers in trouble. Hey man, how come I can only be the only real honest Lakers fan?
Because everybody knows it's over. They don't want to stress over it. When it's hard to come back when you're down 3-1.
I mean, it's not hard to come back, but the reason why they can't come back is because LeBron's too old, man. You gotta think LeBron's 40 years old. If this was prime LeBron, and let's say they had, because you gotta think, Sambo, is Luka in shape?
LeBron should have him under his wings.
I know, but like I know what you're saying, but I'm saying like when you got out of shape Luka Doncic, and you got a 40-year-old LeBron James, it makes it harder to do anything, you know.
Yeah, that's why I said it's hard to come back from 3-1 when you halfway when you're on your last wheels.
Yep, LeBron's on his last wheels. Luka's out of shape. It's gonna be impossible to come back.
Yeah, that's why all the other Lakers feel like it's over because it's hard. Especially when you got an old LeBron, it's hard to come back from 3-1.
Hey, look! Not only do you have an old LeBron, but you got an out of shape Luka Doncic.
And you got a coach. This is his first time coaching in the NBA.
Yeah. That too.
Yeah, it looked good in regular season, but this playoff is different. It ain't the same when you're playing than coaching, because you ain't on the court shooting those shots up. You trying to coach them, show them how to take them shots.
Yeah, right now you could just tell Luka's out of shape. You can tell Luka's out of shape, and you can tell that LeBron's age is becoming a factor.
Hey, Mike, when Luka was in shape,
I know, but that's why Lakers fans got to be real. You know what I'm saying? Luka's not in shape. There's no way we could 3-1 with the out of shape Luka, a 40-year-old LeBron James. It's not gonna work. When LeBron came back from 3-1, what did he have in Cleveland, Fambo? He had 2 All-Stars, right? He had a head coach that actually coached. He had role players that actually showed up. He had an in shape. They had a bench. It was Kyrie Irving in shape or out of shape? Kyrie Irving was in shape. Kevin Love was in shape. And last but not least, what did they have? They also had a center.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that, Fambo? They also had a center, right?
Yeah.
Tristan Thompson. They had him at center. We don't got no center like that. Team had a center. This team don't.
It did. When I had Mark, when I got Mark Williams, and then they say he didn't pass the physical. No, I'm talking about when I traded for Mark Williams, and they say he didn't pass the physical. Then 2 days later, he he went for he went for 20 and 10.
You know what I'm saying, Fambo?
Yeah.
This team don't have what that Cavaliers team had. That Cavaliers team, Fambo, they had 3 All-Stars. They had a center. They had a bench. They had great coaching, great role players. This team don't got none of that. And also on top of that, a Fambo, Kyrie Irving was in shape. Luka's not.
Kyrie always been in shape.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, everybody try to compare this team. Everybody trying to say, well, LeBron came back in 2016. Well, look at what LeBron had in 2016. LeBron had players that's what, Fambo, is in shape.
He had all the weapons. Young,
he had all
just like a team. Just like he don't have no weapons.
Exactly. This team don't got nothing over there. He had weapons. He had coaching. He had a bench. This team different.
They had players who played. They had players who played defense.
Yep, they had players who play defense. Who are the Lakers play defense?
And then the bench had more defense than the starting on that Cavs team.
Yep, and they also had. Well, what I also tell you, they also had a center, in Tristan Thompson. Thompson way better than Jackson Hayes.
Yeah.
It ain't even close. If I had to compare those two, it ain't even close. Not even in the same seven.
I was telling you about Jackson Hayes. You was like, no, he good. I was like, that's why New Orleans let him go. Hey, New Orleans give it no fight for him. Y'all want him, y'all can have him.
He's not meant to be a star team, bro. He's too close.
If Jackson Hayes was that good, New Orleans would have gave up a fight to keep him.
If they even fight for him, they'd say, here, you can have him. Take him.
Yeah, we ain't for to argue with you because we already know what he is.
Well, they get him from nothing down there. And the damn Lakers is fools.
When it's a good player, when it's a good player, you can try to keep that player.
If they already knew he was bad.
Yeah.
And look, Fambo, Laker fans are delusional if they think this team can do anything in this series. Like Cam, you know what it is, Cam? They're over, but they're just not trying to stress over it. That's all it is. They know the raps. They don't want to admit it, but they know it.
Yeah, if y'all win this game,
if
y'all win this game, it'll be over when you go back to Minnesota. You might win one more.
You said if we win this game, it's over in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Maybe one more. Yeah, let's say the opposite. I said the same thing. Maybe one more.
Yeah, maybe.
They'll probably give them one game because game 4 they came out and said they missed calls, so they'll probably give them some calls in game 5 and then let them go home in 6, bro.
But when they don't miss calls, hey, they miss calls both ways.
I already know, Fambo, I already told you, I got this series being over with. I already said that. You know what I mean? I already believe it's over in 5. But I'm trying to be, what's the word, Fambo? I'm trying to be nice. But in reality, I already have it as being over with.
Hey,
I don't think we got no more games.
Hey, Mike, you know I said Minnesota in 5, you like, that's cap?
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said
No,
that?
I thought when the series started, I'm like, Minnesota might beat y'all in 5. You're like, that's cap. before the series started, I said they might beat y'all in 5. And you're like, that's cap.
I mean, the Lakers supposed to win in 5. Lakers supposed to be up
I thought
3-1
they
right
step
now.
up. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And because I think the last 2 games was the Lakers not in the tie game in the 4th quarters. The last 2 games was neck and neck.
Yeah.
They supposed to be up 3-1. Lakers have lost it. Lakers lost game 3 and game 4 fanboy the same way. You tie game in the last 3 minutes and you lose the ball game. Some of you might go on fanboy.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams. It could be over the next.
No, but do you know why, Sambo? Do you know why the Lakers lost the last 2 games? It was close because they should. You might mess up, Sambo. You might.
Because he didn't know when to call. He didn't know when to call a timeout and take some of the players out the game.
What else? What else should have Riddick done? Riddick should have did what your coach did. He should have said, "Look, I love you, Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, but we need defense." He should have subbed them 2 niggas out in the last 3 minutes, and you would have won the last 2 games. All Riddick had to do was do what your coach did: take out Luka and Austin Reeves. Am I wrong, Fambo? In the last 3 minutes, and put in your defensive games, and you win those 2 games.
Yeah, because
that's all you had to do.
Yeah, because in that game on defense, Curry was getting burned.
Yeah, but how come? But that's what I'm saying though. Riddick, all you had to do was say, you know what? I love Luka, I love Reeves, but we need defense, and do what Steve Kerr did.
The thing with Kerr, he got experience as a coach.
I understand that, but that don't change the concept though. Yeah. That don't change the fact that all you had to do is make one decision.
Hey, Mike, I think Donahue would have did better. I think he would have called it. I think Donahue would have did even a little better than that.
That just shows you, hey, Fambo, when you have an ego as a head coach, that ego will eat your ass up. Yeah. Riddick has an ego with Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. This is why he won't bench them. He got an ego. What is a fanboy? Part of being a coach is what? Making tough decisions.
Yeah.
And Riddick, he don't want to do that.
The player might don't like the decision that the coach making, but he have to deal with it.
The coach gotta do his best for him though, because the coach gotta do his best for him. You can't do his best for the player.
Yeah, he's doing what's best for the team. What's best for the team? In the last 2 minutes.
But
best defense players.
But doing what's best for the team in Riddick eye is playing Luka and Reeves in close games and hoping and praying they can get enough stops and win you games when they can't. Reeves and Luka showing you in every game of this series, they're showing you they can't guard. But you keep playing them in clutch situations. You keep doing it.
And y'all kept on putting Luka on Ant-Man. That's a mixed match all day.
That's why I said, why you think I said in the last 3 minutes of these last 2 games, all you had to do is take Luka and Reeves off the court. You put in your best defensive players.
Yes.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah, if you lose, at least you had a fighting chance. If you do lose it when you do bring your best players in, at least you have a chance.
No. You can still sub Luca and Reeves in, but I'm just saying you got to play tic tac toe. I might sub Luca and Reeves out for a play, get a stop defensively, and then at a dead ball, you can bring Luca and Reeves back in, or bring Luca in, leave Reeves out, and then at dead ball, the defense sub Luca back out. You see what I'm saying? 3 minutes left, you're gonna have at least what 5, 6 dead balls, so you can tic tac toe Luca or Reeves vice versa in and out the lineup. Defense, offense, defense, offense. You can still do that.
You say the worst on defense, Luca or
Who?
Who you say the worst, Luca or Austin Reeves?
Luca. It's Luca, because Luca's way out of shape. Luca way out of shape. It's easy. He's the worst. He's slow footed. He's not athletic. Now Reeves ain't the most athletic either, but Reeves is better defensively than Luca. Luca's so damn slow. It's easy to just rock him to sleep. That's why I said I would go with Luca's a superstar though. So you're not going to keep him out the whole. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to bench him for the whole 3 minutes because he's a superstar. But what you can do to help him is take him out on when you're playing defense and put him in when you're playing offense.
Like Steve Kerr did.
Huh?
He took Curry out like 2 minutes, and he the star.
Yeah, but at the same time, it depends on the situation. Yeah. It depends on how much trust do you have, because Vanderbilt already had the last 2 games Vanderbilt played. He picked up 4 fouls in 13 minutes. So I don't know if I could trust Vanderbilt, DFS, and Goodwin to play 2 minutes straight without fouling. Because Vanderbilt, DFS, and Goodwin, they've been getting a lot of fouls.
Yes.
So I don't know if I could trust that for 2 minutes to give Luka a break. What I would do, I'll play tic tac toe. You know what I'm saying, Fanbo? Because y'all have guys on y'all team that know how to play without fouling. So resting Curry for 2 minutes is no big deal because you're playing without fouling. Lakers defenders, they foul too much. So that's why I say I don't trust leaving him out for 2 straight minutes, because Vanderbilt is going to be more offense, and he gonna foul on the end. So that's why I say I would take Luke out for possession or 2 defense and try to get off him.
And with the Warriors, they got more chemistry because a lot of them been together for some years.
That now you're making my point for me. Now you see why I say I'm not resting Luka for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You can only afford a few possessions and get back to offense. We don't have the chemistry y'all have. We don't have the chemistry like that. None of that. So resting Luka for 2 minutes would be a detriment. You want to take him out for possession here and there, and then put back in your offense.
Yeah. Luka's like a rookie coming to LA. He's like a rookie.
Mm-hmm. And we got a head coach that's new, so he don't know how to manipulate that anyway.
He a rookie too.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, as a coach, he a rookie.
And DFS too. DFS is a rookie. DFS wasn't playing for Lakers last year, so he don't even know. He's still learning the damn system.
Yeah, but
and I was doing good one too.
He made everybody a rookie, really, because nobody really. He never coached none of them players. Like everybody a rookie too, really. Because you come with a rookie coach, nobody really know each other like that. Like what's his play going to be and stuff. He's learning.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say Riddick is making rookie mistakes. He's making mistakes because of that.
Yes.
He's making crucial mistakes. All he got to do All they gotta if Riddick was here sooner, I don't believe he makes these mistakes if he was here a year or two sooner. The fact that he just got here, he's making mistakes that he don't even see himself. So yeah, Fembo, everything me and you just said is like it's Chris money. And that's why I say he fucked up, bro. He's fucking up late in the games. You see how Steve Kerr made that adjustment? Because he already has chemistry with the players. He know what players can do what and what players can't do. And all the players on y'all's team, y'all been together for a minute. So y'all's chemistry is crisp from players to coaches. Reddit from players to coaches chemistry. You can tell the chemistry of the Lakers is off. In Golden State, y'all actually run plays. We don't. We just get the ball to Luka and Braun and say, hey, go to work, guys. Am I wrong with that, Fanbo? That's all we doing. Get a ball to Luka, Braun, get the fuck out the way. That ain't basketball. You can't play like that and say you want to win games. And that's how we've been playing. Fanbo fell out. Okay.
Only a million.
No, not only a million. I said from those guys.
If I was a chick and I believe that all men cheated, I would find the best man I possibly could, and I would understand that there's no point in leaving him for cheating or being a hoe because he cheats with every other man.
Exactly, no.
And I would be a good girl to him anyway, so that he preferred me over every other female. So he came home to me. That's what I would do.
I stood by that too. I was like, why would I leave my not shit ass man? Because all the other men are not shit ass.
So then why are you saying because he cheats like fuck?
But then you gotta cancel out. Okay, cheating is one thing, right? Let's cancel out cheating. Every man's gonna fuck a bitch, cool, whatever.
Right.
Then there's the financial side. Is he at least taking care of you? No, I'm taking care of him. All right. Then is he being loyal? Is he cutting off bitches you don't like? No, he's not. All right. There's other factors into it, So you gotta level up. How not shit is he? Because there's guys who are still treat you like a queen, and if you're gonna cheat on me respectfully, bitch. If you know I'm the FBI, change your password every day, you stupid ass bitch. Don't let me catch you cheating, you dumbass. You know what I mean?
So all in all, we basically
don't let me catch you texting this bitch.
By the way, her ex cheated on her with me.
Yeah, bitch. So let's just cut to the chase.
So we had that.
Did he all do it at the same time?
Wait, he's asking us back. He's
every bitch in your probably fucking you know what?
Hold on. How did you find out?
Never mind.
Wait, what's his name?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna give
you. You don't know who he is. Don't ask.
Is it my name?
Yeah, it is.
No, I never.
I'll tell you though.
Okay. Wait, no, but how did you find out though?
Because I go through his phone every day, it's my hobby.
And I never heard this girl in my life before. I've never heard this girl in my life before.
You know how I found this girl? I went through his phone and I saved her number and I went to her Cash App and I saw her Instagram and I went to her Instagram. I was like, nah, this bitch is too pretty to fuck with this loser. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
And then I did a little bit thing. I was like, oh, it's her.
And I went to this guy.
I just took her out to dinner like
Take notes, guys.
Whoa,
by the way, I went to this guy's table for 30 minutes one night. Just to have a drink. Just hang out. No. Just hang out. Just to chill, okay? Yeah. And I had everyone come at me like, girl, you know who you just fuck with? Selena Powell's gonna be calling you. And I'm all, what I get into.
Where's the asteroid?
The next day, I'm on the phone with my best friend and I get a fucking phone call coming in and I see a caller ID Selena Powell. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Here it comes.
You call her.
What did he say?
No, we hadn't even hooked up yet though. Those things do come over my neck and I hadn't even hooked up.
That's me. And there's other thing, if there's an unsaved number in his phone, I'm saving it for him, and I'm gonna find out who that is.
Anyway, back to the original point. Back to the original point. Anyway, my point is, I don't know all those other little points you're talking about, how he didn't look after you and your fucking broke dudes, whatever. I think that's your fault more than his fault, whatever. But whatever. But my point is this. My point is this.
I stopped liking guys for who they are. I like the bag now, bitch. What you gonna do for me?
Anyway, I think that if you have I think if a good woman has a man who genuinely takes care of her and she genuinely believes it's the best she can get, and he goes out for one weekend and fucks some stupid hoe, but he still comes home to you and you know he truly loves you. I don't think that's good enough reason to leave. In fact, I think that's fucking stupid. Because the next guy's gonna just cheat anyway. Why are you leaving the guy you love who cheated for a guy you don't love who's gonna cheat?
Exactly.
Sometimes men do that. Sometimes men just do things. And let me tell you something. And I'll tell you now, a man can be head over heels in love with you, ready to take a bullet for you, and still cheat on your ass. 100%. He can look at you. That's a fact of the game.
What the fuck is the sound effect?
Understood. Okay. Understood. It's fit of it.
Stupid.
Understood. However, I will concur that initial communication of that matter of, hey, don't ask, don't tell kind of situation.
Yeah.
She respects
very well may be appreciated and or overlooked if given the opportunity to have that transparency.
Yeah,
like, hey babe, if I'm out of the country and I get lit with my homies and some Venezuelan bitch is all up on me and I'm gonna take her back to my hotel, gang, because I'm gonna do my thing, right? And my girl's gonna be cool with it because I'm in a different country.
No, you try that shit too.
Fuck you. But 99% of guys will be like, I didn't do anything. You have screenshots of this dude doing whatever he's doing, and he was still he lies so much he convinced himself otherwise.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like, if you're gonna be transparent, cool.
Yeah.
Do it, because you'd be surprised how many women would actually be
No.
okay.
I agree with everything you said, but I disagree with that point. I would not be surprised because every single female on earth with a boyfriend is already tolerant of the fact that they know their man's doing everything. If you're not, go down to him right now and demand to swap phones with him for a week. He's going to make every excuse under the sun because of what? And you're going to end up buying his bullshit excuse because you know that if you have his phone for a week, you're going to see the other bitch is fucking. You know it. So everyone accepts it. And they accept it and they're just like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to know about it, but I accept it. And that's fine. If you want to talk to your man, he's probably going to occasionally fuck something. The only guy you're going to get who's going to fuck nothing is the guy who can't. That's the reality.
That's where we're. So, Steve, why should a guy choose you over?
I feel like I bring a lot of diverse qualities to the table. I know I look like a thought on Instagram, and I know you all love that. But behind the scenes, I bring a lot of intellectuality. She's like a therapist to the table as far as abstracting the best out of everybody I come in contact with and having those kinds of conversations that are going to encourage my man to invest in himself and become the best possible version of himself. There's concept, and I'm very old-fashioned. I grew up on a farm. I know I live in Miami now, but I'm from a farm in Utah, and we cook for our men. Dinner every night, breakfast every morning, and we ensure the house is clean at all times. Laundry done, all those sort of little things that someone like a hot girl like me that would see. And that's not usually a thing.
My man with you,
but it's always a thing. So, I think I bring, like that I said, like every quality to the table. Like I'm the hot girl you can take out, bring with your friends, do business with. I can put on a suit, close a deal with you. But I can also be, the housewife, puts on an apron and cooks a meal for you. So whatever you need.
And also the OnlyFans.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm a little freak on the
Cool. What about you, please, Max?
I feel like I'm really
No, go ahead, continue. We have an actual shirt.
I feel like I'm very trustworthy and I'm patient. So, but I'm not like a pushover, but to the point where I'll listen to my man and really try to understand his point. Like that to me is really important because that's where like arguments can happen if you're not trying to listen to each other. Mm-hmm. So yeah, like patience is important too.
Okay, you seem very passive.
I can be, but I don't think I'm necessarily like passive. I don't think that's the right word. I'm more like neutral. I prefer to just
you chill.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
cool.
I'm not trying to stress out.
All right. What about you?
I don't compete, I dominate. So all I gotta say, I know. It's one of my quotes. I've been doing it for a long time. But If you like me, you like me. I'm not gonna ever fight over a guy with a girl. Like never.
You've never slid into a DM before.
No, yes. Not everyone's
Say
crazy
fight.
with you, Selena.
Sorry, but like you never followed me.
No, I just cutthroat. So everyone's like, please bye.
Okay, maybe I'm all pathetic.
No, I cutthroat. I get what I want.
So someone's calling tap on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe you, but that's fine. You've never competed.
No, I don't. Have you ever competed for a girl, Myron?
Have I ever competed for a girl?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Men compete by default.
Why is it random when you ask stuff? Is that we can be for men? Why
Because men compete by default. It's just funny that women never acknowledge the fact that you guys also compete. It's just that you guys don't want to admit it and live the reality that you do, whether you want to admit it or not. We all compete.
We all compete.
It's that women have the ridiculous hubris to say, I don't compete for anybody. Yeah, you do. When you put makeup on and you dress up and you go to the fight club, bitch, you're competing, whether you want to accept it or not.
I'll go there. I'll go there.
Oh my god, it's a narcissistic.
What about you?
Yeah.
Can you define narcissistic?
You.
Define it by like textbook definition.
You.
Okay, which is?
You.
What did I display that was just narcissistic?
You.
You saying that we compete because we want to make ourselves
self-love.
What do you mean?
No, I said we all compete, whether we
Okay,
want
and when you
or
get
not.
dressed to go to the club, who the fuck are you competing against?
Actually,
confidence.
He doesn't go to the
I don't
clubs.
pay attention to what you're saying.
That's very clear.
He doesn't go to the clubs, right?
No. Yeah, but that,
He's a liar. I see it at the club with money.
okay. Anyway, that's what I was saying. Whether we want to accept it or not, we all compete. We all do.
Okay, good. You're taking accountability for yourself.
And that everybody competes.
Okay, babe.
You literally just questioned her if she ever competed for a guy, and she said no, and you said cap, and then you compete.
I said, has she ever threatened a bitch? I threatened every bitch who follows him. What are you talking about?
I don't deal with that shit.
I got multiple threats.
Every girl?
And I thought my life was in danger.
On to the next. Sorry, girl.
At one point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying all genders compete.
So,
Yeah, both genders compete. I'm saying that both do. I'm not saying I don't.
in
I'm saying
different
I
ways,
do.
but
It's just that I accept it and I acknowledge it. It's just funny to me that when girls say I don't compete, no, you do.
Okay, baby. Sorry, next is a girl.
What about you?
Sorry.
yeah, I think everything's about.
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
As you should.
I think everything's about connections and how make you feel. I think you're happy and loving, like a real and unique connection. I think that's the key, important thing.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a shoot up real quick.
Yeah, I'll read some of these chats. Yeah, I'll read some of these chats. We got 3 dicklets, $20. Damn, that voice is scary. He's referring to Selena. Hybrid, $5.
Stop, bitch, I'm sticking. Fuck off.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Certified Hood Classic. Cool. DeMarcus, no, we're going 20 now, right? There we go. Let's go. Okay.
Are these comments after like what we were doing for a living, or after what we just answered?
No, these like rolled in like while we were talking about
Okay.
The ultimate instigator, $20. Hey, Miss Selena, you're bad and all, but baby, get girl Bianca is the baddest baddie in the FNF history. Okay.
Which one is Bianca?
Equals cake. Right next to me.
The goody two shoes.
Mr. Marco, $50, $50. Hey, I told you I would be inside the war room by the end of the year. Had to be a brave soldier and made the investment today. Time to work. Good stuff, my friend. And we're going to talk about the war room in more detail, guys, later on when we bring
My mic always like this social security number.
Anything else, Chris? Yeah. Yeah. And guys, just to keep the show flowing, we're going to read 20 and up. All your donations, guys, all the new donations are going to be shown on the screen. So we got y'all. We're going to make sure that they're all shown. Jay Woodward, $35. $35 for one of the greatest to walk the earth. Salute to Cobra, Rolo, and Sterling in the house. My deepest respect to all of you. I hope to be in the war room one day. Thank you all for what you do. Myron is a gangster. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. And then I think $25. I received an email from you guys for a FaceTime call and for the free tip to meet you in 2 studios. How are we going to do that?
Oh, for the contest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you receive that, we're gonna follow up with that email.
Yeah.
And
guys, that contest, FNF Spirit Bomb, is gonna go until the end of the year. Okay, we're gonna extend it a little bit. C3, $20. Everyone is here. Welcome back, Andrew. Happy birthday, G. Hope to see Tristan with you next time. And then we got Brian O, FNF for the win, getting Big Tape back on. Keep Selena in check so she doesn't drag down the show quality.
Fuck off, whore.
Joshua Biss, $20. You guys have to have Andrew Tate and Mike Rashid on the same show day. One day, it'll be interesting to see how two alpha males interact and who gets the upper hand. Okay. Eduardo Morales recently got rich off Forex, but still a dork. Needs to join the world to see you next year. And then we got Andrew. Have you found true love? My money's on Selena. $20.
Which one's Andrew?
Andrew. You stupid. All right.
Take your money.
Anything Mr. Tate gives him blessings, his blessings to instantly become a certified new classic. I'm joining the war room in a few months, Mr. Tate. Thank you for everything. Resist slavery. Okay. And then we got Coach EO. Shout out to you. Chick to Tate's left looks like and sounds like a human ashtray. Salute to the crew. Have a great show. So then you got something to say back to EO?
No. Isn't that? Oh no, wait. That's
yeah. He's talking about Selena.
You have something to say? He just called you a human ashtray.
Oh.
You have something to say about that? What you should do is you should repent.
What?
Just repent. Just say, you know what? If that's what the public think of me, then I am sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry, whore.
Okay. Jesus, you have more work to do.
Joseph W. Modern Women
What about
Delusions
you?
is the reason my dad is dead.
Body count's the same.
My body count. You don't know my body count. I'm a man of God.
I bet. You're such a freak, and I know it.
Man of God.
Okay.
I almost had a girlfriend once.
Me too.
Almost.
God sends the dick to me. How is that a sin?
God sends the dick to you.
Yeah. Because sometimes I'm like, God, keep the evil spirits away. And then he sends a fine ass man to me, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
All right. So I'm just going to keep reading this.
Why would I say sorry for that?
Let me get through this. All right. Joseph W. $27.99. Modern Women Delusions is the reason my dad is dead. His presence in passing has me into the man I am today. My strong masculinity has helped my mom/woman. I didn't understand men, and in turn has made them more feminine. Okay. King Life. If your girlfriend looks like a character from Celebrity Deathmatch, you messed up somewhere in life. And then someone goes, Sukuki, Selena drank way too much before the show. Okay.
I didn't take 5 shots before the show, actually, so you're fucking yourself. Thanks. Thanks for joining $20 and telling me I can continue.
And then Amin Danga, welcome back. Take 27.99. What's all right? Well, no. We'll see again. Yeah, this is fun. All right, Emin and Daniga, welcome back to 27.99, and then let's get to the next question. Well,
cool. So we got minutes to react to.
Yeah.
And then wait, one more DLC.
Oh, shout out to our boy DLC. What's good fan Chris? Where did you find them to SMH more elegant women like Bianca? Please respect to Mr. Tate and Roll. Fresh fit 500K around the corner. Keep leading from the front, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, my friends.
Cool. We got here.
Yo, Selena, can you please put your phone away?
I'm sorry.
I think Fresh told you already once, right?
You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like it's extremely rude. Please don't do that.
I'm sorry. I think they can see me because I couldn't see
No,
you.
they can see you.
Yeah. You're upsetting.
Honestly, I don't know
everybody.
Why you have a phone
I thought we were on commercial break. I'm sorry. Take them from me.
Yeah, take the phone from her.
Here you go,
I'll take
wow, you just took a
Shit. You're upsetting everybody.
Shit.
You're ruining everything for everyone.
Oh my God, am I ruining the show?
Yeah, that hurts the body.
Typical.
Let's play the video.
Typical.
Guys, we got 19 people in here. I like the video, man.
Yeah,
It's going to be a crazy show.
Don't go to my phone.
Are we going to react to the video right now?
Yeah.
You go through her phone?
I want to
No one is going through the phone. We just put it away so that you guys can stay engaged in the show. I don't even look at my phone on the show.
Okay.
So
wow, man.
Thanks, Christina. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, guys.
So
who noticed that?
Okay, so I'll so any more chats, Chris?
Yeah, we do. So right here.
Okay, we got
Selena looks like a star.
May your Selena look like the star of Thriller? Oh shit. You got something to say back to that? May your
I love Thriller.
Okay.
There you go.
The Michael Jackson music video for y'all.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
Thriller. He's trying to call you a zombie. He's trying to call you a zombie. You got something to say back?
I'll take it too. I'll fuck Michael Jackson, so that's not a fucking insult, bitch.
All right. Okay. Sean Muhammad, they naked faces at Bianca for cooking and cleaning. Just imagine these chicks being mothers to your children. Recreational use only, chance.
First of all, bitch, I was like, hey, bitch, because I can cook and clean too, whore.
Oh, shit. Okay, friends, so tell me, Selena sounds like Freddy Krueger. Every time she talks, my stomach is turning.
So stop watching. You donate $20 to say that. Bye, bitch.
And we got Bill Cosby in the house. Shout out to you. You just made it out of jail. Yeah, Selena. Would be up for drinks after this. It'd be the night of your life. Not that you would remember. Oops.
Okay, fine.
Someone posing as Bill Cosby. All right, cool. So
wow, y'all didn't read the $100 comment about that.
We did.
Okay.
Yo, we got someone just walks in here, friggin' boss level.
No, Tristan
Tate's in the house.
Hey, shout out to Tristan Tate, man.
Shout out to Tristan Tate in the house.
Yo, want to say what's up to people, Tristan, or?
Yeah. The camera's okay.
Yeah, there's a camera right there to your left. So, Chris, switch to it real quick. Yeah, switch. 8. It's 8. Hey, there's Tristan in the house right there.
There you go, man.
Looking suave as usual.
Why don't you all wear suits like that?
She likes her men in suits.
I really like my men in suits. What's his name?
And for those that are wondering, that's Andrew's brother, Tristan.
There you go.
Shout out to Tristan. Okay,
So we don't work out.
We got a video.
So we're gonna react to a video.
We got to react to a video.
Tell us your opinion after, and then give a question for us on the panel. Each of you one-on-one question to us. Anybody you want on the panel. So, but you. All right. So, Chris, play video if you don't mind.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just. Can you talk about the video real quick? What's this video?
Guys, so this video is regarding why should a guy date a girl, and you go telling the guy, an interviewer, why they should date them. It's funny because you can answer the question. I'm going to hear other girls react to this question as well because they can answer it either. So,
okay.
There you go.
All right. So here's the video.
And it's not signed in, so sorry about the ads, guys.
What?
Why should a man date you? What's all of that?
Oh my gosh.
What is she even saying? What is your name?
Say, like a body of water.
Hey, I just gotta know. What's your name?
No.
Why should a man date you?
I don't know. Why should a man date me?
Yeah, wow, okay.
She's not stepping real close. Obviously, sexy and hot and beautiful and smart and talented. Because I'm great. Because I have morals. I'm hardworking, I'm loyal, and I'm honest. Shop one, shop. He shouldn't. I'm asking me because I'm basically Kim K, the black person. So I'm already better. I'm not gonna lie. Come on. It's weird.
Why should a man date you?
I mean, look at me.
You really thought you ate?
What?
Yes.
They shouldn't date me.
The question is, why is honest? Hold on, 1 second. Hold on. Are you acting up? Come on, man.
Oh, they shouldn't.
Why?
I break hearts.
Well, I'll break them too.
No time for those girls.
I don't.
No. A man should never date that. But women, we should be born into a relationship. That's what I say. And we have great personalities.
You're beautiful. What is your name?
My name is Rachel.
Why should a man date you?
I'm badass, and I got Barbies downstairs starting at 12 o'clock.
We need to validate that. Oh, okay.
Wasn't that nice?
Oh, hell no, that was terrible.
No, guys, okay.
What?
I'm an angel.
You're not an angel.
But I am. We gonna have NBA babies. That's all I gotta say.
I'm one of a kind.
How are you one of a kind?
I can spread my toes apart so far.
Hey, I can do the same thing. I can do the same thing.
I know we can.
What is your name?
I'm Catherine.
Why should a man date you?
Because I'm beautiful and fun. I'm funky and hot.
Stop the cap.
I'm stuck down there.
I like to be free.
I go to work, I go to the gym, I mind my business.
Last
I'm
Troy.
loyal.
Hey guys, it's really just my birthday. I'm praying for Aston.
She's still with the book after I'm getting the date.
What is it?
I'll always be there.
Okay, we can stop there. All right. So pretty much, you can answer the
I have
question.
I have one question.
Sure.
Why were all of those being asked at a club? Why all these obviously ratchet, very intoxicated women were answering? Like, why don't you go stand outside of a college?
It doesn't matter where you ask.
It doesn't matter. Your environment is a product of your surrounding. Like, it matters.
Females primary selection. Females rely on how they look. That's their primary way to attract a date or a amazed how they look. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying, but that's your number one weapon, right? It's how you look. Men rely on status, and women rely on how they look. So when you ask her why should a man date you, and she can't instantly say because I think I'm beautiful. She literally doesn't have clues.
Well, why should I go who date you?
Say again?
Why should I go
why should
date
women date you? Okay,
Yeah,
let's ask this.
Yeah,
Actually, hold on. We're gonna get to that. Come back around, and then we're gonna say basically, now in reverse, what should a guy have to date you? Yeah. So we'll come back around. And then Andrew, if you want to answer that, you can, real quick.
Let's save it for the panel.
So we'll start here.
Let's start with you.
No, we'll do questions for us right after. So we'll start here and we'll just ask question after this. So we'll say
the podcast?
No, after this question.
Okay.
So the question is, what should a guy have to date you? What are you talking about? Seriously.
You need to chill the fuck out. Seriously.
Hey, can you
No, like you're not gonna disrespect me on the platform, man. Like you're just not gonna do that.
All right. Okay, so what should a guy have to date you?
Okay, so first of all, be a gentleman.
Nobody's listening to me. They think I'm crazy. I made it up. The virgins are waiting for us. Give the asteroid. They're on the other side. We just got to go through this little bit of pain. And we'll have everything we've been waiting for this whole podcast. We've been talking about it for years. Where's the good woman at? Just let the rock crash, my G. Let's go. Asteroid. Let asteroid. No. Let's go. Let it burn. There's no other way out. Let it burn. There's no virgins in Miami. Okay.
What's the guy to date you? We got 9,000 plus people watch. 95. It's an hour and already almost 10K.
This here video says Andrew's here. Let's get lit. All right. What's the guy have to date you?
Okay, so first of all, be a gentleman, be intelligent, and a guy that I can learn something from him. Of course, someone lovely, carry on, honest, hard worker, all the stuff. Love me, respect me.
So no money, no? He can be broke.
Of course, no money. Honestly,
No.
girl, that's obvious. You know, you have to say it. Girl, you have to say it.
I mean, I think it's
You're speaking to you.
there's
no smiles here. You have to say it.
And I don't know. You speak that shit
Okay,
into existence.
all right.
Maybe.
Lifestyle. Billions. What's you?
Alright, so I like my men to like have their own path.
Ambitious?
Yes, ambitious. I do like a guy that's spontaneous. Like I'm really like if they want to go to like Puerto Rico, let's go to Puerto Rico. Let's have some fun. Like you know, I'm free spirit.
What about the threesome?
I'm down for that.
Okay.
She looking at me.
Honestly,
She
I don't
looking
even
at me.
need a man.
Hold on. First of all, it's a blue eye for me.
You like the blue eyes? I can look at you dead in the eye.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get you done.
But yeah,
Definitely.
because. But
So I don't need a.
I'm on threesome.
Girl, I got
Okay, so is that all you want? Ambitious, hardworking. That's it.
Yeah. Does he have to remind you?
No, I like
Really?
That's very.
I'm always like swinging different type of bag. So.
All right.
Oh, I like that hat. Wow.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I
Stop self
I
snitching. Stop self snitching.
Okay.
All right.
Moving on smartly.
Okay.
Ms. Max, what about you?
I like a confident man and a loving man. Like he's very open and expressive and a patient man. Like I like to be patient, but I also need a man that is patient and will listen, not just blow everything up.
Okay. Real quick, we got in the chat Daquan Wilshire. Daquan donated $200 to say hi. Shout out to you, Daquan.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Daquan.
Hey, Daquan.
He said, your environment. Oh, he said, I mean, basically goes, your environment is a product that you're surrounding makes absolutely no sense. Your environment is literally your surrounding.
You are a product of your environment.
Yeah.
And I will agree with you. You are a product of your environment. Correct. And that actually is one of the number one indicators of whether somebody's intelligent or stupid. Everybody understands that you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
So I'm so glad you paid $200 to prove my point.
No, but what you said is true. But if that means if you understand the fact that you are the sum of the people you hang around with, and you hang around with stupid hoes, well, then that says a lot about what you're aiming to be. Now, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying in general, everyone needs to be very, very careful of who they hang around with in general.
I can absolutely elaborate on that. If anyone's wondering.
Okay. What should they have to date you? What should they have to date?
I think there's like the top 3. Number 1, I want to walk into a room.
Speaking to the mic.
I'd say there's top like 3 main things I focus on. And the number 1 is like boss mentality. So like when I meet like a group of men, right, and I walk into the room, like whoever invited me there, it doesn't matter. Like I'm gonna like review the room and see who's in charge. I want to know like who invited them all there, who put everything together, who's calling the shots. That's what I'm talking to, like the boss.
Okay.
And the second thing is obviously confidence and the ability of like who they are and what they bring to the table. Because I've seen a lot of very in charge men, but also be very like insecure, and so it's like counterproductive, right? So when you have those 2 together, and then also the ability to communicate, I think is the third thing for me. So when you bring all those together, when you're a boss, and you communicate and you have confidence, like those 3 are like a lethal injection to me, and I submit immediately.
Just say my name, baby.
There you go.
I know you want me to.
Brush. All right. Oh, we got Daquan again. $200. God damn, Daquan. Okay. To tell you, you still made no sense. Here's another 20 to tell you still made no sense. He made sense of what you said, you idiot.
So why don't you just pay him to suck his dick already?
Oh shit! Daquan, you heard that? Oh shit! You know what?
You know what? Let's like Daquan's pretty funny. I must admit, no, Daquan's making me laugh. I'm gonna try to make it happen. It's a man's job. Isn't it our jobs to we wander the earth and just constantly make sense of what women are trying to say? Isn't that what we're trying to do, basically?
Yeah. You want to get laid? Yeah.
No, I don't want to get laid. We want to survive out here. They run their mouth for 2 hours, and they end up here like, all right, bitch, you're mad. You gotta learn to decipher, right?
What are you mad about?
Yeah, you gotta learn to decipher. We know what you're mad about, but we did it anyway, and it is what it is. So that's the game.
Selena, what do you look for in a man? Because I know you got some list of stuff.
Actually, no, you guys, to be I my list. All I look for now is money.
Oh shit. Okay. That's it?
She's me 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You remember the first time I was on the show and you asked me that? That's the first thing I said. Okay.
You know what? I really wish I was rich. Because you sound like such a catch. I wish I had money. I really wish I had money.
No,
I'm struggling.
No, I'm not afford that.
Oh, okay. So I stand a chance.
I won't lie about
that. Well, no. You'll be fucked by a poor guy. You can't fuck. Listen, you will die by the sword. Don't talk to me about the sword. I will mess you up. I will mess you up. I'll mess you up at a level you're not prepared for. Whether I'm rich or not.
We'll see about that.
All right.
We'll see about that.
Now, the next question fit is going to be her sitting here limping. I fucked with the champ.
I want to know who blew her back out, though. Are you the one who blew her back out?
Carry on.
Selena, what made you change your mentality to shorten the list? So you said.
Honestly, I've been through it all, so I started liking guys for who they are.
That's a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, and I realized I became like a bitch. Like was like getting nice out, like gentrification to the one who's paying for all that shit, and I still got dragged through the fucking mud. So I was like, you know what? Back to the old me.
You know, I don't want to jump in because I know we're trying to go around the panel. I don't want to jump in. But what's really interesting about a lot of these...
Oh, it never hurt me. Being loyal did, bitch.
No, but a lot of these conversations are interesting because we talk about male and female.
Fuck out of here.
We talk about men do this, women do this, and a lot of it is true.
Well, guess what? I'm the female version of you.
No, you were absolutely fucking not. Anyway, back to my point. When we're talking about men and women doing
we both rich and we both only want.
Please.
Well, you want pussy, I want dicks.
Please, please. Let him finish, and then you could say what you want to say.
I'm sorry,
He didn't interrupt you. Let him finish, then you can say what you got to say.
Thank you. Yes. So, because we talk about men and women a lot, and a lot of those points are true, because men think a certain way, women think a certain way. But there is also a huge element of just basic human nature. So what she said about I tried to be the nice girl about taking advantage of. Human nature is to take advantage of people who are too pussy. That's human nature. That's all about man and woman, right? If you're too pussy for your man, he's gonna take advantage of you. If a man's too pussy for a woman, he can take advantage. If we're too pussy to the government, we'll take advantage for you and get 4 injections. That's how the world goes, right? So that's a bit about man and woman. That's human nature. You have to have boundaries as an individual. So I think it's a lot of these debates, a lot of these things, people get confused. They're like, men say men do this, women do this. People do that. Yeah. Right? Let's not confuse it, because people do that. They'll abuse any power you give them. That's true. What do you think, Selena? True or not?
No, he's 100% true. A guy's only gonna do what?
You teach people how to treat you.
Exactly. And I thought guy was done with just treat me. That's what changed me into being a soulless cunt bitch.
I've never heard anything so attractive. I can't wait to see the day I got money. I can't wait to see the day I got money.
No, that's honesty.
A soulless cunt bitch is what I've always wanted. I'll give you what you want, baby. You want a handbag? Let's go, baby. You get what you want. I'm gonna go save it up. I'm gonna go back to Kroger's when I finish my shift. I'll get you anything you need. There you go.
So money only is what she cares about.
What do you want?
I don't give a fuck about nothing else. You don't gotta be, I'm never in a relationship again. I'm gonna be a force till the day I fucking die, bitch. Oh,
God damn it.
Amen.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What about you? What do you want in a man?
I think the primary thing for me at this point is safety. And I think confidence is one thing. Safety is really the element. Safety financially, safety mentally. Provide me a space to feel secure with you, because I can do everything else. You know, I can be the finance, I can be the provider, but I would prefer to step into masculine energy so that I can step back into like being a divine feminine. But that only comes with safety. You have to give your woman the space to be able to just step back.
I have a quick question for you. Earlier, so would it be fair to say that safety is a pretty, it's a tangible thing, it's important?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, when a man provides it?
Yes.
So if a man is providing you safety and that's pretty important, isn't it fair to ask you, what do you bring to the table? Because earlier you said any guy that asks that, it's like, that's bullshit.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. So if a man brings safety to you, isn't it fair for him to demand that you bring something to the table as well?
I will do that. I never said I was not bringing anything to the table at all. I never said that I bring nothing to the table. You provide me safety, I'll provide you the same.
But I think it's within a man's right to ask what do you bring to the table if he's going to bring you safety. I think it's fair to ask.
So what do you bring to the table?
So what do I bring to the table?
To man gives you safety.
Give it this way. Okay, like if you have your ideology, the man is giving you everything you've ever asked for. What would you provide in return?
Yeah.
How about that?
So I'm 24. I've been engaged I was engaged for a while. So I've worked out. So I was engaged for a little bit. In terms of what I provided in the I just felt like I was too young. I wasn't enough.
Facts. I was the right thing.
I'm gonna be real.
That's actually the wrong thing.
I did not feel like I was enough.
Really? Why aren't you married?
Mentally.
We'll talk about that. We'll answer that in a second.
I'm sure we will.
But
Let's get
men and women are not the same, ladies.
I did not clear that.
It does not benefit you to push back marriage, but it definitely benefits us.
I didn't want to marry him. I didn't think I was enough. I was also only 18 when I said that's wrong. I'm Mexican Dominican.
That's all right there.
I'm Mexican and Dominican, but in terms of what I bring to the table, I definitely agree with you in terms of like being like a classic timeless female.
Traditional.
Be at home. I like to take care of the person that I'm with. I know that that's who I am just by nature. I'm super mommy in terms of like how I want to deal with my man. Like I want to cook dinner. I want to do laundry. I want to make sure that he looks nice and do all of those things. But I also want to, like she said, make sure that he's okay mentally. Like making sure that his future is on track, pushing him to be the best version of himself. And I expect the same from him.
For the record.
All right.
Fuck all that. No, so cheap.
Selena would just put our kitchen on fire. That's why she feels that way.
No, fuck that. I cooked and cleaned and did everything. Fuck that.
Okay.
You gotta
Money
treat
only.
around and treat you, baby.
All right, Selena, we gotta let the other girls speak.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I guess I would say a man that's passionate with his career, someone who's mature. That's a big deal with me because I do deal with a lot of men in the industry that I'm in. So just like having that trust within me that I'm going to act right when I'm out in public with people, it's huge for me. Confidence as well. I can't be with a weak man who thinks that I'm his competition. And yeah, just someone who's honest, I guess you could say.
Cool. And yeah.
I'm going to say someone that's intelligent, someone that can hold a conversation, headstrong, so knows what he wants and goes for it, so self-motivated, determined, yeah.
And did your man have all these traits?
Yes.
That's so cute.
Lucky, I guess. Okay, Andrew. What does the legendary Tate want in a woman? Please tell us.
You know what would be even a little bit more interesting? Just very, very quickly. We've done enough panels.
Yeah, and
what do you girls think men want? Just quickly, one word. What would you? Because
dick.
I don't know most women actually understand what men listen for. What do you think?
Pussy,
dick. What do we?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I think they want a little bit of everything. I think they want a little bit of help. They want someone that they can be frank with.
Yeah,
They also want a girl that's gonna come home and cook every meal. They're gonna make sure they have food on the table.
Yeah.
They're gonna make sure their laundry is clean. They're also gonna make sure their bag is in there fucking right. Their bills are paid.
All right.
They're gonna be like, they want full force. They want a CFO. They want a CEO. They want a fucking everything. They want a full force woman. And if you don't provide all of those options on the table, you're nothing to this point.
I think
that you have all full force, like you're worthless.
I'm gonna say
be worthless. It's up to the guy.
No matter if you're a school, you're a nurse, whatever you got going on, you ain't got these things at home, it's gonna be an issue. Like what's a man want?
Bianca, you had something?
I think that men, in regards to having a woman, think more long term or in the future. And a lot of the people that are on here want somebody that's gonna raise their kids like well.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay. Selena, did you have something? I know you've kind of said something before.
No, I'm just saying, like, I feel like a guy, you can't, like, raise him in a sense. Like, you can cook, you can clean, you can do all this shit that you do. Then, a guy's only gonna act right if he wants to, period.
Oh, let me tell you,
I was the good girl. I stepped out of the
Yeah,
spot.
we heard the story, blah, blah. We got you were the good girl, now you're a hoe, we get it.
Exactly, bitch.
Let me give you all insight into how men actually. Okay. So men live in a world which is extremely competitive. I know you girls think it's competitive on Instagram and filters and all that shit, but it's much harder in the male. Yeah, because you're all trying to compete for how you look, right? But for men, it's far more competitive in many other ways. Because we have to compete not only on how we look, but it's also competing on things we can't even help, right? You're born short. You know what I mean? Or your dick's small.
Knee surgery.
Right, so we're trying to compete. Think of all the things you just asked. You want a guy who's intelligent, a guy who can hold a conversation, a guy who's wise, a guy who's dominant, a guy who provides safety. You need a guy who's brave, a guy who's capable, provide safety, right? So men are competing in many different realms. It's extremely difficult to be a man. So we're constantly competing, and what we're looking for is status. Men love status. This is the reason why men do the things they do. Why do men join the army and go out there and risk having their legs blown off? It's because they get to say they're a soldier. Why did I enter the cage and into the ring 87 times to get to say I'm a world champ? I risked my life. Well, that doesn't make any logical sense. Why did I risk my life to go fight some psycho from Russia? Because I get to say I'm the champ, right? Status. Men want status. So what do we want from our woman? We want someone who's going to help us with our status. And status is going to be derived from scarcity, right? So you're not going to be able to help us with our status if you're acting like every other chick out there. So that's why we want you to be beautiful, of course. But we also want you at home. We don't want you in the club. If I can get a beautiful girl who goes to the club, every other dude has one. But we want one who's beautiful and at home. Because that makes her unique. And if she's unique, I gain what?
Okay, well, we're out.
It's starting to make sense, right? So if you want to make your man happy, you can sit there and say, how can I increase this man's status? It's extremely easy. I'll tell you something. I've been to 72 countries. I've lived all around the world. And it's really interesting to me where certain cultures have they act in certain ways. It's all a little bit different. But when I was in Russia, for example, I had a girlfriend from Russia. If my boys came over, my friends came over, first thing she was come and go, anyone want a drink? Can I make coffee? And she wasn't doing that because she gave a shit about people having coffee. She knew it increased my status, talk bitch, to walk in and start offering drinks and food.
I was there, Conrad. I know.
So if you're a female, and I'm saying this seriously, if you're a female and you're sitting there and you have a man you genuinely like, and you actually want to keep him happy, the way you think about it is, how can I increase the status of this man? How can I increase his status? How can I make him be perceived more positively in the eyes of his peers? How can I make other men look at him and be jealous of him? How can I act in a way where people are like, Ross, my man's to beat you? That's how you act. Pieces in line, you're gonna have a very, very happy man. It's really not complicated. So when we say things like we don't want you going to the club, blah, 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 we're not trying to tie you down room free. Status.
But you
Does that make sense? Does that make
I'm just gonna say from Moscow, that's very true. And shout out to all our Russians out there. So who wanted to go? See, I saw you had your hand, and then you had some. And then we'll just go one by one.
Sorry, Mark. We got 10K likes.
Yeah, we got 10,000 right away.
1.2K likes.
Yo, guys, get the likes. All right, like the video. So we'll go. Who wanted to go? Selena has something to say. I know you have something to say. Bianca has something to say. Do you have something to say too?
It's me.
Oh, no.
He has something.
Okay, cool. So Selena, you go first, and then I saw her, and then Kay, and then.
We just wanted to know, like, why are you guys like?
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you
why.
We're at home, like y'all are out partying in the hotel,
Correct.
fucking whore, or else you're at home cooking your meal and making your bread, and you're not fucking with this one.
You guys
beside her.
You don't understand.
Might be pregnant.
Let him.
I've already answered this question. Everything ties back into the next point. I've already given you a baseline you can use to apply to any situation. The reason your man will go to the club and leave you at home and run around with some stupid bitch who ain't even a fraction of you. I fucked that stupid hoe. My girl didn't even leave me. The back of my chick will actually love. It's status. He doesn't give a fuck about her. She's a tool to use for status. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't leave that guy because he actually loves you. It's all status games. It's status games.
Baby, no, because now that side bitch can lie to your baby bitch and be like, yeah, that dumbass bitch that whole fuck your man.
You're wrong.
Fuck you.
The reason that side bitch can laugh at you is because you're stupid enough to fall for her game. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you are a real woman,
you gave her.
Yeah, I gave her dick. That's right. If you're a real woman and some side bitch messages you and goes, yeah, your man fucked me last night.
Yeah, exactly.
You reply, I know. Man, hope you have fun.
Oh yeah, we're sharing
You say,
The most lit response is like, no, I watched the video.
no, just say, I know. I hope you have fun. You just say, I know. I hope you have fun.
Bitches had a pimp of God. Show me more.
Who else?
Yeah, please. Oh, hell no.
All right, so you don't have anything to say anymore.
I do have a question. So you're not meeting women in the club. Where are you meeting the woman giving you status? So we're not supposed to be in the club because we,
Correct. Guys, one mic at a time. It is extremely annoying to the audience when multiple of the women are speaking at the same time. One mic at a time so they can hear what they're saying, and you'll get an opportunity to talk so they can hear what you're saying.
So where should we go?
No, you're not supposed to be in the club when you have a man. If you're single, then absolutely go to the club, meet a person. We're social animals.
Then why are you in the club if you have a woman?
I just told you. I literally just said. But I'm sorry, Myron. I know it's your show. I really don't want to do it. You press that stupid button and make me so happy.
Oh, I got you, bro. Don't worry.
Stupid. I just told you. And this is what women don't seem to understand, right? It's all about. Myron, I know it's your show. I really don't want to do it. You press that stupid.
Please. So where should we go?
No, you're not supposed to be in the club when you have it. I literally just said. But I'm sorry, Myron. I know it's your show. I really don't want to do it. You press that stupid button and make me so happy.
Oh, I got you, bro. Don't worry.
Stupid. I just told you. And this is what women don't seem to understand, right? It's all about status for men. This is the world we live in, and it's extremely competitive. So I don't want you to ever. The reason I genuinely say to girls, look, if you have a guy and he actually looks after you, and you truly love him with all your heart, don't believe in him over some dumb shit. It's because he ain't doing it because he doesn't love you. This is that genuine advice. That's my actual genuine advice. If you have a guy and you know he looks after you good, and you can sit with him and say, "Why'd you fuck that bitch?" He goes, "You know what? My boys are there. I fucked that bitch. I'm sorry."
Can I just say? Can I just say?
Go ahead.
If we just take a second to just listen to what he's saying, just reflect. All these men out here with status that are rich, that are famous, all their women right next to them, their baby mamas, their wives, everybody, they're at home and they look super classy. They are. Yeah, it's true. But okay, if all these men out here they start cheating,
you'll get a chance to say her piece. Let her finish, and then
yeah. If they're cheating, their wives stay with them. They're all over the news.
Correct.
He was sleeping with this girl.
Correct.
He had an affair with this person, and guess what? The wife stays.
Yes, they do because they're smart enough. Because you're not smart enough to get a guy that level unless you know the game.
You want to know
that's the game. That's the game.
All the women that are right next to them as their wives are classy. You want to know what that's called?
Intelligence.
Miserable.
No, it's not miserable.
All right, let's let her go. Let's go. Okay. All right. What is it called?
Absolutely. It all depends on what you want. These women they also want status. They also want money. They want to be taken care of. They want to be nice things. And you know what that comes with? Men cheating, like these men with a lot of money, with a lot of status, cheating on you. Unfortunately, that's how it is. If that's the lifestyle you want, that's what you deal with.
Right.
Okay,
And that you
let her.
Allow me to simplify.
Go ahead.
It's called an arrangement.
No, it's not.
Exactly.
No, it's not called an arrangement. I'll tell you why it's not called an arrangement.
Enlighten me.
I will enlighten you. I will. Because what she just said is absolutely correct. When you have a man of certain status who excels in so many qualities, you have to accept on some level that every other female wants him. And although he only loves you, sometimes he's going to do some dumb shit. That's what men do. This is the nature of the universe. This isn't even about men and women, right? There's always a downside. If you want the most reliable car you can buy, you don't buy a Ferrari. You buy a Toyota. You buy a Toyota because it always starts. If you buy a Ferrari, sometimes it fucks up because it's a Ferrari, right? So you're gonna get yourself you're not gonna, all these women out here going, I want a Ferrari man. I want rich, smart.
Okay, are you listening? He's literally talking to like.
Enlighten me.
It's okay.
Absolutely.
You want yourself a Lamborghini or a Ferrari man. You want someone who's rich. You want someone who's smart. You want somebody who's going to make you feel safe. You want someone intelligent. You want someone who's wise. You want someone big and strong and sexy. You want all these things, but he also has to be loyal. That's as dumb as walking in the Lambo garage and talking about fucking gas mileage. It's stupid. It ain't real. It's not real. You have to accept. Look, listen. I'm not saying you let your man make a fool of you. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you will just say to your man, look, some things are going to happen. I don't want to hear about them, X, Y, Z. I'm not going to let you have another fucking wife or no dumb shit. But if whatever happens, happens. I'm not pretending I didn't really notice, but I just want to know that you care about me and you make me feel like you really care about me. And that's the most intelligent thing you can do. And that's how you end up the wife of a billionaire. As she just said. You think the wife of a billionaire, a Russian oligarch billionaire on a yacht out in Santa Fe, you think she's telling him he can't go talk to bitches?
No, hell no, because I'm talking to me. Listen, okay, so can I just say I agree with everything you just said. On the contingency of the fact that whatever conduct you're speaking about, they have money, correct?
Listen.
No, I'm just saying. Whatever conduct you're talking about, the fact that they can do whatever the fuck they want.
I'm not about whatever they
They're providing security and whatever.
Well, money fixes a lot of problems.
It fixes all problems, man. Most 99.9% of problems, other than the fact that I have a disabled brother and they can't make him better. I get that, okay? But you're saying that all of this is contingent upon the fact that some woman is just be okay with some average ass motherfucker behaving in a certain manner. No. The only way that behavior is ever acceptable is if you have status to provide in return.
If you
which then gives you compensation.
That's what he's saying, though.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Or whatever.
He just told you that.
I'm not saying that an average guy you're gonna be dealing with those things with an average guy. No, you're talking about somebody that has status, that has money. And that's something that goes, you want to live that lifestyle?
You want to be with that man? That's what you go with.
Completely. You accept the gas mileage. You accept the crazy gas mileage from a Lambo. You want to accept it on a Toyota. That's the game.
Look at all those famous people that cheat on their wives and get caught all the time. Women stays always. Every single time.
Where else is she gonna go?
Exactly.
Where else is she gonna go?
You got a point?
Yeah, I'm gonna be what you say. This one.
It's true.
What you say, what you say. Oh, you have
So if you want to be a rich billionaire and you want to explain it in girl terms, you were just like, oh, wifey, I'll be your wife. I'm just
Yeah, but she said it's an arrangement. He was clarifying that it's not an arrangement.
It's clearly an arrangement.
I respectfully disagree.
In other words, because we met on thinking arrangement, so I really think that that's like actually very apparent to the point of like understanding a relationship and what you bring to the table and what that other person brings to the table. If it was a normal marriage, there would be no prenup involved, no understanding of mutual.
Who are we talking about? We.
Everybody in general.
Not me. Okay, I mean, you can say it's an arrangement. I mean, if you
But I did meet Myron on thinking arrangement.
Yeah, good try. No, anyway.
I mean, I'm not showing it a secret. I think you all know he trolls girls on there for whatever reason.
Thank you for showing that I am authentic. Anyway, that's what I was saying. Nice try. But yes, just because you're with a guy and he provides and everything else like that doesn't necessarily mean it's arrangement. Unless like you guys, he's your sugar daddy and you told you I'm gonna give you a
you know what arrangement is? You know what
I'm talking about a serious girlfriend that knows I'm dealing with a man.
You know when they say arrangement is a trick, it's a semantic trick. And they use a very particular word to try and change the dynamic of a situation. It's like, I'll give you another example, pandemic, right? It's another word they use to change the truth. If you look and use your own eyes, you don't see one, right? But they start throwing that word around, everything changes. So arrangement's the same. Life is an arrangement. You're all here for exposure on a YouTube channel, and in return you give your opinion. That's an arrangement. You go into a store, you give them money in return for the product. That's an arrangement, right? So the word arrangement is not a bad word. Because looking at a man and saying he is high status enough and adds enough to my life, looks after me enough for me to tolerate him occasionally doing some dumb shit with a hoe he doesn't care about, is not an arrangement in a negative way. That's just common sense. That's common sense. It's compromise, right? And it's also reality. The most unhappy females on the planet, the biggest hoes on this earth, are girls who are out there saying, I'm going to get myself the best man in the world, and he's going to be loyal. And all they do is end up getting with the fucking best man they can get who cheats, and then they get another guy, the best man they can get who cheats, and then they get through 20 of them, and then they just say, fuck it, and then they're like, her. Oh, now I'm a hoe. Well done. You win. Congratulations. No, but this is her own words. I'm not insulting the girl. It's her own words. All right? It's her own words. I'm insulting. I'll say it again as soon as she gets back here.
Can I say something?
Of course.
I know everyone's going to hate me for saying this. I guess I'm just different. I'm not from Florida. But I'm just so confused at why this lifestyle is like the goal for people. What about becoming a millionaire yourself? I'm just so confused at why the woman is like dependent on a man or like going after the money. Work for it yourself. When you put in work for something, then you will run into the person that you are meant for who has that money, but you can't sit here and be broke or not have a career or not have a job or not have an income and expect for a man to take care of you and not cheat. When it comes to cheating, you can be a man and not a boy and actually tell me what you're going to do beforehand. And that's a lot better than you going to stick your dick in someone random and not tell me. And then me going to the doctor and having fucking disease or something. I just don't know. It's just an open relationship, a new thing or something. But it's not.
Listen, a lot of women nowadays are lazy. They want their man to
This generation sucks.
Yes, they want their man to take care of them. Their goal is not to be successful themselves. Their goal is to have their man be successful to take care of them.
The goal is to be a housewife.
Is that this generation thing or is it a classic thing? Because back in the day, stay-at-home mom, women didn't have jobs, women didn't work.
No.
So
I'm sure that always existed. I'm sure that always existed, but right now it's a little bit more common.
So we
just are on social media right now. Women are able to take advantage of the way that they look and stuff and make their money off of men that want to look at them like that. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll answer succinctly. Here's the thing. That sounds good on paper, and that sounds fantastic. Be independent, get your own money, be a strong, independent woman, whatever.
But you hate women that do that, don't you?
Can I finish my point, please?
Yeah, sure. And like,
so, and I'm speaking with her. Like, that's great. You can get your own money and everything, but the thing is that as you earn more money as a woman, your potential mates go down with you. As a woman makes more money, doors close. As a man makes more money, doors open.
It depends if you find a partner that you're going to build with, because if money is not
Let me just be honest about this. Like, that whole build together and et cetera, et cetera. Women don't build, man. They move. We could sit here and say this bullshit about women sit there and they're going to build or whatever. Women, 9 out of 10 times, want a guy that's pre-assembled. Will they take a chance on a guy that has potential? Yeah, that's possible. But if you give a woman her own devices, she's going to want a guy that comes pre-assembled, especially if she's assembled. That's the main key. If she's assembled and she makes a certain amount of money, she's not going to take a chance on a guy that earns significantly less than her. So you can say that, but that's the truth.
Yeah, that's true.
So
So why hasn't any woman?
Can you please let me finish? Yeah, like I mean, is there an issue? Because when I'm making a point, you interrupt, and then you're not listening to what people are saying.
I wasn't interrupting. You're looking for conversation.
I was speaking with her to answer her question, and then you can definitely chime in after.
Just her? I thought we were all here.
Well, you weren't listening and paying attention before, so that's why.
It's one at a time. One at a time.
Yeah,
Julie speaks. He speaks. She speaks.
And then you'll be able to say your point. You know what I'm saying? I've asked other people to stop interrupting you as well. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so like what I'm saying is that as a woman makes more money, she just doesn't have the same amount of options as a man that makes money. If a dude makes a lot of money and he has status, he's gonna pick a young baddie. He's not gonna necessarily go for a woman that's his age, his caliber, and his financial success. That sounds great on paper, but it just doesn't operate that way. When men have status and money, they deal with more attractive women, and we don't care about a woman's status, but you do. So you are locked in to your socioeconomic equals essentially with men, but those guys don't necessarily want you.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would never jeopardize what I've worked all my life for a man to take care of me. That would never.
And that's
great
for you, but I mean, that's
yeah,
just
that's what I'm saying. I'm different, but
That's a different mentality. Why would I work my ass off? Why would I work so many hours? Why would I study for so long when I can have a man just paying for my bills just because I look nice?
Someone wants to leave you though, then you're gonna be crying.
But women don't think women don't think like that. They find another man.
Having sex for no fucking reason.
The ladies, men get punished when they divorce you. They have a significant amount of money. Well, there's a reason why the term cheaper to keeper exists. Guys don't divorce; women initiate divorce. Yeah, we got Rolex Mossy in here that can break down all the stats on that. But women initiate divorce. Did you have something, Kate?
Oh, sorry, we're back on me now.
Yeah, can you please stop being disrespectful for the podcast and making these weird faces and stuff?
I just listen. I just feel like a lot of your perspective is very short-minded. In regards to the fact that, I mean, first of all, you utilize, and I'm the first one to bring this to attention. You're the first one to utilize a sugar daddy website to quote-unquote troll young women to come on your website or your podcast so that you can whatever it is you do to them, right? Manipulation or degrade, whatever it is you get a kick off of, that's fine.
Okay.
So I just don't understand why you would feel the need to feel so high and mighty over someone where 99% of women that you actually troll on make way more money than you.
Really?
Way more money than you. Not Fresh. Fresh makes a lot more money. That's very apparent.
Actually, no.
But and y'all can whatever you can do on each other, but it's very apparent who make more money or who has more connections or who's more whatever. So my thing.
No. Let her finish. I'm still waiting for you to make a point here instead of making personal attacks. But continue.
My thing is I don't understand why you feel the need to personally attack women who utilize men to upgrade their lifestyles and enhance.
When did I attack? We don't attack you
at all. I don't think you are by any means, but I've felt and I've seen personal attacks on women that have been, degraded for a certain perspective or lifestyle that they portray because you don't necessarily agree with it. And you've personally said to me on multiple occasions that you think women who make their own money or who have their own thing going for them are completely useless to you because you want to be the dominant. You want to be the man that provides and you want to be this like whatever it is you call yourself. And so without providing financial assistance or anything else to women, this is what the disagreement that we had with each other when I first came on was the fact that you're on a sugar daddy website and you're trolling women that are looking for a sugar daddy. Financial assistance for that matter. Financial assistance for that matter. Living in a city, in a big city, Miami. Miami is not easy. And then you bring them on here to degrade them for finding men that pay them way more than you make.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
it's
no,
okay
no,
to take
hold on,
money.
I mean,
Stop the show. All right, this is fantastic. I love this. Yo, I love this. King Paul, what do you say? I am what I am.
Yeah.
So, thank you for cementing that. Thank you. So, here's my question though. So you made a lot of allegations there. Where do I degrade women or say any of these allegations that you're making right
I think
now?
if you were to go back and look at multiple of your episodes,
What is it that
you do
potential?
understand you have a reputation for degrading women online, correct?
Okay, can you tell me how
You
so?
do have. You're aware.
What did I
keep
say?
in mind, you're aware.
Reputation.
I'm not quoting you because keep in mind, I don't. Keep in mind, I'm not a fan online. I don't watch things. I don't do that. But I have screenshots.
Okay.
And multiple subscriptions and followers from multiple people from when I was last on here. And it's a word on the street. In Miami, that's why you don't step out.
Well, reputation.
You don't step out on the streets because people would fuck you up if you stepped out.
Okay, anyway, back to what I was saying.
They wouldn't like you.
All right.
You wouldn't do very well.
I work and I'm very focused on what I do.
Is that what it is?
That's why I'm
Fresh,
not out like
Fresh
that.
steps out and
I
does
don't
very
go to
well
the
for
clubs.
himself.
Just because I don't go to the clubs doesn't necessarily mean I
At all.
Exactly. I don't go to clubs.
When's the last time you went?
So I don't focus on that. So I'm focused on other things.
Yeah, you got enough.
Fantastic. Fantastic point. But my thing is, please tell me how I degrade women and or these other allegations you make. Because reputation, people can say a bunch of things about you that aren't necessarily true. Reputation is reputation, but that doesn't mean it's true. So tell me how I degrade women, as you say. What have I said that's degrading women?
Baby, didn't you want to know Jumper and say that you guys were the known podcast to degrade women?
Oh!
No, never.
I could have sworn you said that.
Here's the no jumper thing. By the way, keep in mind, no
not
jumper.
Smear's article. I'm gonna be on No Jumper tonight.
And keep in mind, no jumper is
taking
the
your right eye,
number one
babe.
podcast in the world, and you guys did go on there. You flew out.
Baby, you
to LA,
said that though.
went on
You
there.
guys said that you guys were the number one
So
podcast.
anyway, Selena, I'm talking with her right now because she's making some
sorry,
crazy
baby.
allegations. So I want to hear. I'm
sorry,
still waiting
Daddy.
for you to prove these allegations. Like, what are you saying? Like, when do I degrade women?
NoJumper.com backslash. Wait,
That's not true.
NoJumper.com
That's not true.
backslash.
So stop.
Baby, you said that.
Never said that. Stop. Well, so tell me.
So what we'll do is we'll find the clip. It's fine. It'll be posted tomorrow. It's fine. She'll find the clip because she's an FBI agent. For me personally, I've never felt intrigued enough to give you the time and energy to like go invest.
You're on my show right now. Okay.
Watch your shit. Yeah, because y'all wanted me here.
Whoa,
And I would love to be here. That's great and all.
What are you doing?
But it's just gonna go through a thing.
Christina, handle that. All right, so go ahead. So So I'm still waiting for you to like say how I degrade women. I'm still waiting.
So here's my thing. Are you
You're just talking in circles right now.
Is that how you feel?
It's
Because
not
at
how
my
I feel.
point,
It's a
I've
fact, and I
only,
think
I've
that's
only
what.
engaged with you one other time. And
Okay.
I've had you be completely depicted by my perception of how you approach
What did
women.
I do?
You approached me on a sugar daddy website and asked me to be your sugar baby and then
Never
couldn't
did.
afford my allowance.
Never did.
You couldn't afford my $10,000 allowance a month and said, that's funny. Why don't you just come on my podcast instead? So he pays $40 a month to be on a to be on a fucking app. It's called Seeking Arrangements to troll women.
Yes.
And I know a bunch of girls have talked about it because that's his thing. That's how he gets women
So
to come
I
on
just want to
here.
be very clear.
So I'm just curious
Hold on.
why you think
Quick
that's
question.
lit.
Quick question.
Not fine.
You asked. Hold on.
Weird. It's so fucking weird. And then I'm the gold digger. I'm the gold digger because I know that I can abstract more out of you than you ever were.
Okay, so are you done making your point now? Because let's really talk about this then. Yeah. You wanted $10,000 a month, and I said no, because I'm not going to
I
pay
don't
you.
want $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
I make well over $10,000.
But I'm saying I'm not paying no girl any money. Like I don't do that.
Yeah.
So thank you for.
You've never bought pussy before?
No.
Nope. Have you ever bought a flight? Have you ever bought an Uber?
Stop interrupting. So thank you for cementing the fact that I don't pay girls off sugar sites. Thank you.
Then why are you
And
on
then
that?
also,
Why are you on that?
because I use it as a dating site. I've said it many times.
We
do it all the time.
But it's like, why though? Why though? Like, why pay to be on a sugar daddy website. It's called Seeking Arrangement. So you can seek an arrangement.
Okay.
Why not get on Twitter?
I'm seeking hosts.
And it's bad for us to be a bottle girl and sex
So what?
worker.
You're a troll, so you're fake. Are you admitting to your audience you're fake?
Yes, we say it all the time.
City boys, we up.
City boys, we up.
So you realize?
So just so you know, he couldn't even get me to go on the first date with him. And he didn't get receipts. He got no head, he got no pussy, he got no nothing from me.
Listen,
But it's bad for us to be a bottle girl and sex worker.
yo. No. Listen, hold on. Here's the thing you gotta understand.
What's up, baby?
You asked for 10K a month. I said no.
I never asked for shit.
You wanted 10K.
Why are you asking for
You asked me what my perspective was, and I said this was my arrangement.
I'm gonna talk now. Okay. I'm gonna talk now. You wanted 10K a month, right? And I said no. And I said, you know what? Come on my pod anyway, because I'm gonna get something out of you. You showed up on the pod. We got views. We made money.
I made money.
And then you're here now, back on the pod.
And I'm still making money.
I didn't pay you no money. No, you didn't pay shit. You didn't get paid anything.
Really?
Okay? Because you look dumb right now. You're trying to put me on blast, and it's actually working in my favor. You're proving that I don't pay chicks to hang out with them.
Facts.
No, you just pretend to. You just pretend to.
I mean,
that's even better.
So now that you've been disrespectful, trying to put me on blast.
You want to ask me to leave?
You can leave. Yes, you can.
No, because if she leaves, I leave.
Hey, you can leave with her.
I have to leave with her. We're not leaving, stop. Okay, we're not leaving. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. Myron, we're not leaving.
I made it so stupid.
Myron.
You know, Myron, can Melvin only ask people to leave the show when he's so fucking ignorant?
Here's the thing.
Myron, why can't you have a conversation?
Chat. No, we had a conversation. She looks dumb right now.
So then why don't you kick her off?
Chat. I'm gonna leave it to the chat. There's 13,000 people in here right now. Guys,
who wants Kay and Selena to leave? Subscribe. And Selena. And Selena. Like it.
If you wanted to, we'll keep her on. I'll listen to what y'all say. I'm not gonna listen to what they say. I'm gonna listen to what they say. So one's for chaos, 2 for keeper.
Yo, there's a lot of ones. Let's be real. Come on. Oh no! Yay!
Oh God.
Andrew,
He's
you're the special guest.
No, I'm not doing this.
You're the special guest.
Do you want us on your podcast?
Know what it is. You know what it is.
You're the special guest.
No, I came on. Let me talk. Yo, let me talk. This is respectfully. I came on for Kay.
Clean that.
No, we will respectfully. That's not fair, my man.
You get off the show.
No, Kay.
Get on the show.
Kay.
You can leave. Oh, shit.
Kay, get back on. Kay.
She got it. Look at this.
Kay, get back
This is
on,
excellent
bitch.
content right now.
Kay, get back on.
Yeah. Okay.
Kay, get back on.
No, she's leaving. She's out. She's out. All right, cool. Okay. Yes, I do. Yeah. Actually, I own a lot of properties, but okay.
He owns a lot of
properties, but okay.
I don't know about this fit, dude. He's really not even that fit. He's like, actually.
All right, you gotta go now.
These people make fun of me in high school.
Now you gotta go.
That's what I feel like.
All right, now you gotta go. This is comedy right now.
Yeah.
You gotta get off the show now.
Your mother.
You didn't expect that.
And then they were done.
Thanks, God, they leave.
And then they were done.
Stay tuned. All right. Hold on, yo, there's other phones here. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. You gotta chill.
No, you want to bring her for that?
All right. All right, chat. Please like the video.
Because right now my head is pain in the ass. Shout out to you guys. We got 5K likes. Shout out to ladies. It's right here. It's
Is that true? Is that true?
pain in the ass.
No, yeah.
Guys, go on Patreon.com. Sub to our channel. Like the damn video, guys. Right now we got 12,000 people watching. Do you want to say anything to the chat from right here to the people watching us right now? The camera. You know, let me tell you something. I'm tall. Let me tell you something. My brother and I used to run a webcamming studio. That's how we made our first $1 million. And I used to deal with crazy women all day, every day. But let me tell you something, man. These two, Fresh and Fit, work hard. These girls are nuts. These girls are insane. So I'm just enjoying the show. But yeah, these girls are absolutely crazy.
No, they are not twins. We're happy they live.
You want to be on the podcast. I know this isn't how you want to be on the podcast. Maybe you'll see me in weeks to come. But, you know, they're dealing with these crazy ass girls right now. And I just thought I'd hold the fort in the short term. And asking about the black eye, my brother gave me that black eye. He'd give you worse if you're brave enough to fight. So you know you can laugh if you want.
Oh my God.
It's like we got
You see here what they say?
Lovely girl bringing me drinks, putting ice in them. I can very well take care of her.
How do you guys think?
The polite version of him. I know, right? Yeah, he came to see. Yeah, of course. Nice. Oh, drinks.
Yeah, we are. Okay, well, I didn't like how this girl threw my phone. Lock?
She threw our phone.
Yeah, threw our phones. 3 phones.
Hi guys.
No big deal. I don't know if it's your phone, but it's my phone and you.
All right, and you want to?
I don't know, but my phone was
Oh, no, you're fine.
Oh, someone's phone's been thrown, like mine. No big deal. It's not like I paid for everything on my own. Like,
You know what's funny? What's funny is when they said to me, Andrew, you're a special guest, decide that I was gonna say, you know what, deep down I'm a gentleman. I think she gave a second chance. But she just wouldn't shut up for the 3 seconds I needed. I needed 3 seconds to save her. I'm like, give me 3 seconds, and I'll fix all this. I'll smooth it out. I'll be like, Myra, don't worry, she's a little bit drunk. I'm like, listen, baby,
providing safety.
You know, that's right. I would have been a gentleman about it all. But she was just sort of running her mouth, and now that's what happened.
Now the girls in Miami.
Now she's on the streets. So that's the game. That's the game. Is the camera on us? Oh, is the camera on us or this crazy?
It's truly on us.
It's on us. So we're the stars of the show. We're the stars of the show, girls. We're the stars of the show. How it should have been from the beginning.
Amen.
You know?
I agree.
You know? We're the stars of the show. Yeah. All right. So let me ask you all a question. Let me think of something to ask you. But it's kind of distracting because I'm interested in the thought tree in the distance.
In the thought tree.
Would you ever act that way as a woman? No. Wouldn't you just like
No.
If I was a chick, even as a man, right? If said my wife said to me, leave. I'm not gonna get up and say, "I'll fuck you off." I was like,
That's embarrassing.
"Thank you very much, my friend." Goodbye.
First of all, she knows what type of show this is and what he's going to talk about. But for her to just disrespect him like that was just going too far. So I mean, it is what it is.
I know, but you know, I think some of these girls who get thrown off kind of want to get thrown off.
Yeah,
I was just
It's kind of like a sadistic thing when they're like, you know, when a chick's in your face, like, slap me, hit me, I dare you, and she's like, and you're like, all right, I know you want it. You know, it's one of them.
You will never ever catch me doing something embarrassing on camera. I refuse to have something
Girl,
like that.
come on, don't.
No.
Girl, it's not like you can't just have fun. Like, girl, come on.
I can have fun, but I'm not gonna embarrass myself.
Obviously, right now, but you're with your own.
No, please tell me, guys, I'm infected.
Because of what you did, they spit on you and they pour it on you. You're lying. You're lying.
What are you
Ew. Well, you know what it actually is? It's not even about, it's what it's about is choosing your battles, right? Life is hard and you need to analyze situations and realize when sometimes you don't stand a chance. Like there's been times I'll give you an example. I've been arrested by police in some crazy country in Ukraine. I was totally innocent. But I know that the biggest stupid thing I can do is run my mouth in the police in Ukraine. Other people in. So like, she thinks she's gonna argue her way into my role, saying, "Okay, I changed my mind. You can stay." Like just sometimes you don't know when you're beaten, right? And leave with grace and dignity. So I don't know what she ran her mouth for. That's my personal. That is what it is.
I just think they're crazy.
Yeah, maybe. Tequila gets to
Sure.
Tequila gets to
I agree. It's a little exhausting. And more.
All right, so that was definitely turning events. I mean, honestly speaking, when the show began, because that was definitely taking up a lot of time and shout out to everyone watching right now. 30K watching live right now. Like the video, man. That was crazy, bro. I mean, was that wrong? What are your thoughts?
What?
On everything that just happened.
Oh, silly. That's just silly behavior.
I mean, yeah, man.
Honestly, I think that was their plan, though. I think that was the plan from the beginning.
Probably.
Yeah. So that seems planned. It did not seem like it was spontaneous.
I think it's kind of unrespectful in the morning.
If that's how you feel, why
I mean, like,
I don't understand.
they're not bad people, but I just think how they did it wasn't the best because obviously you know how Myron is. It's like, yo, like, we're here to talk between men and women about topics. They're just like shouting and accusing. So I was a little too far. But I wish you the best.
I think you guys just fed off of each other's energy, and that's how it got to be to that point. Because it didn't have to get that way.
Yeah. And I think it was very personal. She take it very personal. That and talk stuff that she'll talk to you.
What can I say? I don't want to sound like the boring old man, but I am 35 today. So that does make me an old man. And you know, you can get very far in life if you learn how to not be offended, how to not emotionally react. These are some very important skills for life, not just about podcasting and stuff. Like if you want to get far, deal with situations with idiot people who say idiot things. And I really truly believe there's literally nothing anybody could say to me that would make me from this podcast. You could think of the most nasty shit you could possibly think of, and I guarantee I was because I'm an adult.
It's composure.
Exactly.
Your composure.
Go have the poker face, right?
You know, Sagittarius.
That's right. Well, is that I don't know. Maybe that's right.
That was fucking awesome, man.
Now you smell like Listerine.
Yeah, dude. I had to completely. I just like wash my arm. I had to disinfect myself.
Take that energy.
Guys, those girls are fucking dirty ass chicks, bro. Like I'm probably infected with the whole virus right now. Like those chicks, like, bro. Oh man, that was fantastic though. We got a bunch of great content. Sorry, Andrew, put you in the middle of that shit, bro.
I've been to war before. I'm used to this, so it's no problem.
Oh man. Cool. So, yo, guys, thank you guys so much for the support, by the way. Just so y'all know, you're probably wondering, what the fuck just happened? So I got y'all right now. I told them to leave. They didn't want to leave. They started talking shit. What's her name? The fat one on the right, the walrus chick. She spit on me and it's like, fuck you, blah, blah. Because girls can't take L's, bro. Like, I literally was like, okay, well, tell me how I'm, like, whatever. And she couldn't prove, like, oh, you talk shit about women, blah, blah. Okay, prove it. Oh, I don't know, blah, blah. They're just talking shit, you know, ad hominem attacks is what it is. But yeah, I'll read some of these chats. What was y'all discussing while I was gone? Sound like a good conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about the importance of complaint.
Yeah.
And also, we were talking about how when you asked me, when you said to me,
what's special guest? I was like, hey, what do you want?
I was about to say because I've got such a kind heart. Okay. I was about to say, you know what? I'm such a gentleman. We're gonna give them both.
Because the chat was giving them one. They were like, they wanted them gone. And I was like, damn. Well, Andrew's here.
Yeah.
Andrew's special guest.
Sweet Andrew.
Like once or twice a year. I was like, all right, Andrew.
Trying to save.
What do you want to do?
Trying to save him because
Andrew. Speaking of Andrew.
Hey, we got our boy Tristan. And the fact, she thinks she's worth $10,000 Zimbabwe dollars. Tristan, people ask me, bro. We need a one-on-one interview with you on the pod as well. All right, fantastic. So, yeah. Hop in here. Hop in here. Come on. He's like, no, it's Andrew's show. We gotta go take to the house.
The guy in the black suit.
You know what?
In the middle.
And he's like, screw it.
All right, the audible guys. We got Tristan Tate in the house, man.
We do it live,
yeah, we do it live, man. We do it live. You have to see, this is not scripted whatsoever, man. Only on Fresh and Fucking Fit, guys. You know what I'm saying? Welcome. We got Trey by the mic and all that stuff. And meanwhile, I'll read these super chats real quick. Shout out to the guys, ladies on the panel. I hope you guys like this, man. We're about to go viral. Let's make sure we take those dumb hoes Instagrams off the description as well. You know what I'm saying? All right. Travel drone life. Shout out to the influencer app for iOS. Ladies, get yourself featured online. And okay. Then we got Alan Webb, $20. Holy crap, we got the same birthday. Vodka Cheers, Cobra Tate, Team SAG, remain untamed. Cool. Ostrike, $20. Selena's lips will be big enough once I can no longer see her face. Okay. Ian Simmons, $20. How much was her face? I don't know. Some idiot probably paid for it. CF Quizzy, freelance writer girl. I don't care what you bring to the table. Let me just get some milk though. Okay. $20 from Oscar Rodriguez, Ambler. Being a house husband will get you disrespected, emotionally abused. Happened to me almost to self-deletion. Being your mask and at all times fellas stand for something or fall for anything. Facts. Mr. Williams, $20. Champion, excuse me why I simped and be petty. Bianca Lady, love, how are you tonight? Anyway, well, the boys really have to come up in the world. We had the throat goat, but oh man, Ho of Hoes and Muppets, I never thought I'd see her again. Yo, real talk, I know probably Trey Songz and a couple people gonna love that shit. Yo, they kicked Selena off the show. So it's gonna be like, fuck. Okay, $20, Oscar and Trey. Nah, bro, y'all let Chiseled, Squidward, Selena on the show. What the fuck, JK, Bianca, TT. Here's the thing, man. Tahik. I didn't know Selena and that girl were gonna show up, guys. And you guys are probably wondering, like, yo, why did she go off on me like that? A little personal thing. I'll take you guys on.
Mystery time.
Here's the factual. All right. As you guys know, I talk about this openly all the time. I use SA as a dating site, right? I use it like a Tinder or a Bumble. And she goes, oh, I want $10K a month. And I laughed and I said, no, I ain't paying no girl no money to hang out, and I don't do arrangements. That's not my thing. And I was like, well, no, how about this? Because she had just moved to Miami. I was like, come on the pod. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a guest in, come on, whatever it is. Because I look at it like, all right, if I'm not gonna fuck, I'm gonna make some money off this chick, right? It is what it is. I'm always either sex or money. If it's not, then I'm not gonna fuck with you.
That's how we move.
That's how we move. That's it, man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Dang. See boys me up. So anyway, so she comes on the pod. Drunk as fuck, by the way, and y'all saw it. You guys can go back and watch that episode. It was the one we were supposed to have Money Man on, but Money Man didn't end up making it because he had to do a show with Future. So she's like drunk and embarrasses herself. We have 15 girls in the studio. She wasn't getting a lot of attention. She gets mad and walks out. Cool, whatever. It is what it is. She runs into me in the elevator one time, and she's like drunk off her mind coming from the pool. You're a fucking asshole, dick. And I'm like looking at her, and then I was coming from the gym, by the way, and everyone's in the elevator like looking at her like, yo, what's wrong with you, bro? And then she just like gets off and walks off. I'm like, whatever. And then like when I see her around the building, or whatever, she like avoids eye contact, and I ignore her too. But yeah, that's so fresh. I didn't know you were bringing her. You said, oh, I'm bringing Selena, but you didn't tell me you were bringing that chick too.
Yeah.
Until the last minute.
So basically, this guy, I had to network, right?
So you set him up.
No. I had to get her to bring Selena. So I'm only in with Selena because obviously.
Oh, why bring Selena though?
The thing is, like, one, I want it to be viral. I know Andrew's here, and it went viral because what just happened?
Yeah, I guess. But goddamn. At what cost, man? But I lost more hair.
I'll say this, right? They're not bad people. Just how they brought the conversation is kind of weird and not cool at all. And then to talk to the host like that, he's a host. You can't do that. You're on his show. So, I mean, come on, be respectful.
That's why I let her talk. Yeah. She couldn't bring up any good points. But anyway, so that's the story. That's why that's where the anger comes from. Why she like went right away and she tried to go for the jugular foot. She doesn't realize this. She just made me look better. Because like, for all the people out there that say, oh, it's a sugar daddy, whatever. There's your proof, niggas. I don't pay bitches nothing on those sites, man. You know what I'm saying?
We be finessing and jugging and trolling.
Yo, I'm like smiling in my head because she's like, yeah, bro. You don't want to pay me $10K a month. And in my head, I'm like, oh shit.
Nobody paying that.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But anyway, Tris, what was your take? Tris, can you introduce yourself to the people real quick? Because people, they might not know who you are.
You know, I was going to wait for my black eye to fade away. If anyone doesn't know,
it's kind of hard.
I'm the two-time European kickboxing champion, so an accomplished fighter myself, but I still have to stay in shape. So I fight this guy all the time, trying to get my skills up. And yeah, he's good. He's good.
Who's older? Well, are you brother?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey,
Who's older?
Yeah. Don't be playing.
We're brothers. We don't look like brothers?
Yeah, I'm like brothers.
Oh yeah,
Very
what's up? Oh my God,
It's the hair.
We have the
It's the hair.
No, that's not true. I don't believe it.
We're brothers.
Who's the big brother?
Take a guess. Him.
Yes.
Well, look, it's cute and soft.
Am I the older one?
Evil.
I feel like
He's
Merch.
I don't know.
I don't think you're brothers from this place.
Okay, we're not really brothers.
Okay,
I'm sorry. We lied. We lied.
Shocking.
The whole Tate Brothers, our whole brand has been a scam from day one. We've been I'm on your shirt. You're like,
Your money.
I don't even know this guy.
I'm down to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I said, let's pretend we're brothers.
He taught me how to mimic his accent a little bit. I don't quite have it, but it's fooled everyone up until now. So congratulations. What is your name again? You're a very smart girl. You're exposed us.
So, Tristan, you were seeing that craziness unfold in the back. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I first saw, and I was interested in the super chats. I'm like, $10,000? She throwing the people from Zimbabwe.
Man.
No, that was my.
She had a pill in her mouth and shit, and you know,
She was trying to go.
Yeah, man, it's whatever. Fake body.
Yo, sometimes people just have too much to drink. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she came here to intentionally try to set you up by talking about nonsense that you addressed publicly, as you said.
Yeah.
So the way she kept trying to press you on that issue. I think it was maybe some kind of orchestrated setup because, as you said, she didn't like you from day one as it is. So I think she was here to try and bring that out in public. But you spoke about it 100 times. So.
Yeah.
But she made you look better. Yeah, exactly. She proves what you said. So
there's a real game behind the trigger sites. We talk about it all the time. And Wednesday we're gonna break it down for you.
Yeah.
How to probably use trigger sites to finesse to get what you want.
Yeah, so you can get a girl so mad for a where they show up. What? You don't want to pay me 10K, so that makes her no. Okay.
Oh man.
All right. So
you know what? So do that real quick, and then Anthony, that's the question. Use Tristan if you want to make the question, and then we'll go from there.
Yo, is this the first time y'all been on a podcast with some ladies together?
I think it might be, yeah.
Bam.
Hey, only our friends. Y'all been Does Lena just say these girls give her pick me vibes? Girl, most quality women would rather be pick me than a pass me around. Facts. Selena is in her 20s, but her voice sounds like she's been smoking for 40 plus years. Yeah, man. Bill Cosby, $50. Oh yeah, I said that she's a crackhead bitch when she left. By the way, guys, I got y'all niggas. So Patreon, get on Patreon, patreon.com/. $50. Guys want silence, intimacy, and sandwiches, 2 of which can be solved with NyQuil. All right, guys, we're gonna have to go 50 and up, man, just because there's a lot here, and I definitely want to get to the chat. Get back to the show. So I'll read some of these 20s, and then we're gonna go up to 50. And thank you guys so much for the donations. I appreciate it. This will all go into the hair follicle fund for me to get my hair back, because dealing with these girls is fucking tough, bro. I'm getting spit on, assaulted and shit. You know what I'm saying? We got it all on camera, bro. But
got a basement history.
Yeah, dude. Like I literally was like, scared.
I can't believe she did that to you.
I was like, bro, she's stunning. This bitch is dirty.
For real?
Oh, that one that was in there?
I thought it was like hand sanitizer.
Huh?
Hand sanitizer.
It looked like foam. That's all.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying.
Might have been semen from a douche. You just sucked before the show. Who knows, man? I'm infected. All right, so but don't worry, I just threw myself just now. But we got girl to left of Andrew is team caption. Okay. I don't know if they meant that for the other girl. Deal saying, yo, real talk, they need to go, fam. We got you, bro. They gone. $50. I think Selena doing something that is not Pepsi. Okay.
Yeah, when she was talking.
Yeah, she was coughing the store, bro. I don't know, she probably got the beer bug. Who knows? Is it even worth bringing up average guys? Y'all got a laundry list of things and don't want someone making 40K. That's the average income. What are you doing that's above average? What males you worth? High value man. Also, shout out to Tate and Bianca. Yeah, bro, you got, and that's from Fancy Zero, bro. Average women don't want average men, bro. That's what it is.
Life as an average man is probably one of the worst existences on the planet. Facts. It must be terrible. I have no idea.
Peoples, $500 all the way from Australia. Thanks so much. Bloody hell! The 2 next to Andrew are so disrespectful and killing the show quality.
See that, Tristan?
I agree.
Yeah. All right.
You bring me on the show, man.
Roberto Moreno, $50. FNF loves women. That's why us guys are here to attract and get women. Yeah, we hated girls. We wouldn't bring them on every night. $50. Jet setting Kels. Shout out to all the bros, the Tates, FNF, Cooper, Jay Waller, Rolo, everybody in the house. HU 2.0. War Room is up next. Hustlers University is what he means. Okay, keep checking these hoes. Okay, and then all right. So Andrew, Tristan, you guys are special guests. What do y'all want to discuss? Sorry, Mark.
All right. Okay. Let me. I have a question.
Oh, that's one real quick. Oh, is this here from your boy actually? Xin Yan Hu. Yeah, Xin Yan Hu. I think he's a member of the War Room, right? Yeah. Shout out to him. The War Room represents and welcomes the master of Hunan and his brother, the Talisman, to the land of their birth. See you both tomorrow evening. Hey, shout out to you, my friend, man.
All right, so I get to ask questions now.
Yes.
Also, like I'm
got some lovely ladies on the panel that are not, that are not low IQ.
Usually, I'm answering the questions. Usually, it's all Mr. Tate. You must tell us this because we're the police. Blah blah blah. So this is going to be.
I'll get a chance to ask your question too. Don't worry. I'll turn it to you guys as well.
All right. Let me think of something that's going to dig. Let me think of something that's going to. When's the last time a man made you cry and why?
Ooh, deep. Okay.
What did he do and why did you cry and how did it all work out?
With you?
Because I'm blessed.
Yes, let's think of these.
Go.
He so he was like very stressed about his job, wherever we are at the gym, and he just sent me a text. He said like I want to work out by myself, and I was okay, get your own time, that's fine. I have my car in his ballet, and then I say, please give me the car because you have the ticket. He said, no, you get solutions by yourself. So then he blocked me for WhatsApp, and then I have to go and get my car and then pay $150 to get my car back. So of course I cried. Obviously.
How did it all work out? Did you have makeup sex?
Then he gave me the money and then he said, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah.
See, I wouldn't have said sorry.
Yeah, he apologized. He said, I'm sorry, I overreact.
Okay.
Cry of happiness?
No, sadness. Don't give me the happiness. Sadness. When's the last time you made you cry? The last time you made you like, oh, my life ain't worth living.
It actually hurts you.
It has to be someone that I like, or it can be somebody else.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you cry over guys you don't like. I don't know. I'm just asking the last time a man made you cry and what he did, how it all worked out in the end.
The last time that I cried over a man was over my father because he got arrested, and you know.
I understand, but that's a cop out. But you know, I you know what? You should always respect your father. So I
exactly. So I'm gonna cry over my father, not any other man in his life.
I respect.
My dad will always have my tears. My first love, and my first breakup.
I respect.
I love my dad.
Yeah, you should always.
AK, happy birthday, Dad.
This is why. See, it's good that we've now sectioned into this because this is now I get my chance to just explain why arranged marriage is such a good idea, right? So. You look at father, why can't he choose the man to do?
I don't believe in marriage.
Oh, see now,
you're no, but like I'm so independent.
Arranged marriage all works out.
I'm just like so.
Let's go to Saudi. We need to bring it back.
It's because you haven't found the right man. That's why you feel that way. When you find the right man, you'll marry him. You will. You say that? Yeah, you're never.
Sorry, but I've been working for 10 years.
That's 10 years. You're gonna
14,
say you're gonna die not being married. Let's be realistic here. It's because you haven't found the right man.
Nah.
When you find the right man, you get married.
What about you? When's the last time a guy made you cry? Why you left Orlando?
Oh, you live in Orlando. Fights, and this is when we broke up over.
Fist fight or like screaming match?
Wait, was it here? No. Okay, sorry. So yeah, we got into a really big fight, and I ended up just crying and walking away. Ended up ending it.
She won't tell us the details because she's still with the guy.
Yeah.
She's still with the man. He's watching it now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, my G. Look, I can tell she loves you a lot. So I understand because if I was him, I'd be like, oh, what, my chick's now and there's dudes around. And don't worry. She's been very respectful about you. Before the show, she was saying she had a man. She was very, very clear. She's very respectful young lady. So don't worry about nothing.
Yeah,
she ain't put your dirty laundry out on the internet. Nothing. She's a good one. Keep her.
Okay. Right. Next.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you bring to the table?
Well,
I don't want to get punched in the head.
Apparently big roles. But
in terms of whatever.
What made you cry?
I cry all the time. I'm a big baby. So I cry.
What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Gemini, but I don't let people see me cry. So I'll pretend it doesn't matter, and then I'll just cry later.
Yeah.
You know. So my whole thing. The last time I cried, maybe like a week ago. I was in a situationship with this guy, and I stuck around for longer than I should have. For sure, 3 years to be precise. I stuck around for 3 years because this is someone who I said, okay, I'm willing to wait for you to get your shit together. I'll then cheat, type deal. Never did. We reconnected after having like a period where we were just no contact whatsoever. I found out that he might be watching this, but whatever, who cares?
Oh shit.
He actually still has a girlfriend. He told me that he mentioned it prior, but I'm not crazy, and I have an ironclad memory, and he never mentioned having a girlfriend. So he told me it was okay, and I found out later that it was very much not over. So to me, I thought we were getting back together, and we were reconnecting, and then I found out later that I was played, that I was hoed.
But luckily for you, you're on one of the best platforms in the whole United States. You can tell his girlfriend who he is. Right now.
Instagram. It was Instagram. I will let her find out. She knows who I am already, so it's not a big deal. She knows who I am. Anyone who knows this man knows him and I are like this. So no. She knows. She knows.
No names, they know.
She's not leaving though because
Good woman.
Yeah, a good woman.
Wait, you?
I don't know. I only cry when I'm angry. So I guess I would say when I found out that my ex was sleeping with an 18-year-old. Oh, and he was 42. So let's just
Shit. What the?
How you like them crackers?
That guy's got seeking arrangements game. Can we get him on the show on Wednesday? Holy fuck.
How do you meet her? How you meet her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, it's some little game that people play on the phone. I don't know. When I walk into the restaurant, they're both on their phone playing a game. Blocks or something. A bunch of blocks.
Wait, what did he admit to?
My man, he was on games to the phone.
Get this. When I came in the restaurant, he acted like he didn't know who I was.
Damn.
This is my ex that I was engaged to, by the way, too.
What?
Yeah. And his kids live with us.
That's why you want to be independent. That's right.
Yeah, of course.
Because it past cases of trauma.
Most
I'm a little bit of it.
Is that every man though? Is that every man gonna do that to you?
No, not every man, but
So just
Maybe.
yeah, but damn, he had kids, so
that I was taking care of. Anyways.
it's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't cry again. Don't cry again.
I definitely won't.
Go ahead.
Last time I cried.
Because of a guy.
Yeah, obviously. We just ended things.
You broke up with him?
So, it was more of like, I think we should do this, and I kind of agreed. It's very much.
You broke up with him?
Yeah. Yeah. You can say it like that.
What's up with you?
No, it was for like another girl. So.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah,
That is
you're lying.
Well, how long you been together?
He gave you the.
We were
Why do you know why he left the other girl?
He was like one of those influencers, and she was an influencer. But I'm not mad about it because it was more of like they're in the same. They're at the same level. You know,
Okay.
like I was not an influencer.
So you did all that wifey stuff
I didn't.
for him,
Yeah.
and you got fucked over.
Yeah. But I'm again like I'm not mad about that's me.
Mhm.
That's in my nature. That's who I'm always gonna be, whether you fuck me over, you don't fuck me over. But he's where he needs to be right now. Like if anything, I learned from him, but now he can learn from her. Like, cause
I don't think, am I explaining that?
Stupid person, stupid.
Nah.
Is she a streetwalker? Does she
She belongs to the street.
her own sense of chick?
No, not at all. I'm not even gonna downplay her.
Oh,
She's successful. She has her shit together, and they're in the same industry. They're both fitness.
Yeah, okay, I ain't a hater, bro.
No, I'm not a hater.
Yeah. And I'll say this, because you mentioned like, hey, but you still got fucked over. That's the risk that comes with it. You know what I'm saying? And a guy, there's always that potential for a guy to break up with you and or leave you or cheat on you. But just like Andrew was saying earlier, if a guy cheats on you, but he's the man of your dreams, it's not that big a deal, man. It really isn't. Like cheating, women.
You always have the choice to walk away. You can walk away if you want to. If that's not something that you want to deal with, then you just walk away. That's not what you deal with. That's not the lifestyle for you.
That's the risk that comes with investment, right? It's not just about relationships and investment. If you want to invest money in a company, you risk losing it.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't make sense to just go through life saying, I'm never going to invest in anything because I might lose. That's not how you win. You have to take chances to win, and sometimes you get burned. Sometimes you get burned, right? But one of these days, you're going to meet a man who do the same thing, so work out perfectly. So there's no point in meeting the right man now and refusing to do it and don't invest, and then it all goes wrong. That's investment. That's the way it goes. I don't know who this dude is, obviously, but I don't know. I would have kept both of you personally. I would have been like, listen, new chick, I got a new job, baby. I'm out sometimes. I gotta go see this influencer chick. You know, it's good. It's for work. You know, I might fuck her a little bit. We don't collaborate. Boom, boom, and then
That's an embarrassment.
that's me. That's what I would.
That's not right.
Andrew, you know what you should tell me? Oh, God, no. Finish it. No? You don't got anything to say?
No, say it. Come on, say it. Let's go.
Say
it.
No, I'm not gonna say that at all. I got what I needed out of him. I learned from him. I know how to run a business, fitness industry now. Like that, I'm making money now thanks to the knowledge he gave me.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Good girl.
So he served his purpose, and now we move on.
And that's how life works. And that life is not just relationships. That works that way in business. It works that way with everybody. You meet with someone for a few years, you work together, you learn something, and then it breaks up, whether it's business, relationships, anything else. That's a very intelligent way to approach it.
I agree.
Absolutely, very intelligent.
I agree.
Andrew, you should tell them the story about, because you're talking about I would have kept you both. You should tell them the story about how you started your webcam business and you brought the girls in.
Wow.
Okay, now you're dumping me in that's a long story.
Good story.
No.
It's a good story. I would be intrigued to see what the guys about. Unless you want the ladies to ask the question of the guys on the panel.
No, I want to hear this story.
Want to hear the story?
Yeah. Let's hear the story.
Let's go.
Oh, ladies, I want you guys to imagine yourself in the position of girls. What would you do in this?
I wouldn't do it. Just kidding. No.
All right, so let me give some context. I'm gonna tell the story to your opponents.
And there's 11,000 of you guys in here right now, almost 12,000. Please like the video, guys. I don't want to stop the show. I lost a bunch of hair follicles dealing with these girls, and I got spit on by a big hoe. So, guys, I'm probably infected with the hoe virus, so the H virus. So please like the video for us.
All right, so some context, right? So I'm not in the industry anymore, but I used to run a webcam studio like 5 or 6 years ago. So you know, like before only.
I knew it.
Listen, yeah, it's an interesting story. I'll explain how I got there. So, now it's a lot more common, the idea of OnlyFans, webcam, that kind of thing. But when I was doing it 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was a lot less common, right? So I was a kickboxer. I was 4-time world champion. But kickboxing is not boxing, right? We make money, but we don't make boxing money. So I made maybe 100, 150,000 a fight, which is okay. You fight 2 or 3 times a year. You've got money. You're not
Sponsorships.
Yeah, you make a bit of money. I mean, I'm living in London. My rent's $25 a month, and I'm pushing all these nice cars and that. So I'm making money, but I'm making that much money. Long story short, I invested in this place in Thailand, this property I still have now, which is not worth anything because of this virus and closed the country, blah, blah, blah. And I needed to pay, I think it was like 400 grand, and I had a payment date, and I paid 300 grand, and I had to pay the last 100 grand, I only had 70 grand. Now, I was 30 grand short, right? And I said to Tristan, I said, you know what? When's the last time I got lucky? And he's like, don't do it. It's like, bro, don't trust the big G. I'm going to go to the casino with this 70. I'm going to turn it into 100. So we have like a few days about payments. And he's like, don't do it. It's like, it's a big brother, relax. So I went to the casino and lost all the money. I'm all right. You know what? I was driving there, right? I'm driving to the casino in the BMW, and I'm like Googling, doing the math. Like, okay, blackjack has the best statistical odds. Roulette has a 2.7% advantage. Blackjack has the best advantage. I memorized the best blackjack theory based on the card they have showing in my card. When you hit stick, I memorized the best theory to the best possible statistical odds. I wasn't even playing emotionally. I was playing by statistics and all. Right. So I lost all the money. I came home to tea, lost all the money. We don't argue.
we're brothers. We refuse to argue. She's like, I told you. Now we're in trouble. Yeah. So, and this is in London. Right? So, I don't know how much I can say on YouTube, but through kickboxing and through fighting, you know a lot of dodgy people, a lot of bad guys. It's kind of one of the industries, right? So, I had some friends who I could hit up for $100,000, so I hit them up, but these are guys who have to pay back, right? So, I make the payment, blah blah blah, and then I needed money fast. And I'm trying to shorten the story because I don't want to go on too long, but I needed money fast. And I said to Tristan, look, I owe us $70,000. So I'm going to lock myself in my room and I'm not going to leave till I've made it. And this is a long time ago now. This is maybe 10 years ago. Think about 10 years ago. There was no Twitter, no Instagram, Facebook a bit, MySpace. This is the beginning of the internet. Like the idea of making money online now is so common, but back then you didn't know all these entrepreneurs selling stuff and Instagram, none of that. I didn't know anybody who made money on the internet, but I was determined to find a way to make money on the internet. Right?
Technically, you needed $100,000.
Yeah, well, exactly. I need 150. So I said to Tristan, look, I'm going to make some money. I'm going to work out how. So Tristan's like, yeah, well. So I'm sitting in my room all day, fasting, meditation, all this yoga, fire crap, sitting there thinking, I need to find a way to make money. And I started Googling up what money is. And it's actually interesting how the world works because now I've made a whole bunch of money outside of kickboxing. All the lessons I learned back then now apply. Because I understood the banking system. I understood how money works. I understand fractional reserve banking. I understand all of these things quantitative easing. I understand how it's all a lie. Money's fake. It isn't even tied to anything. The gold standard's gone. Inflation's here, and the common man's getting wrecked in real time. So I actually learned a lot about how money works. And then I got really angry because I learned how money works, and I still didn't have any. So now I'm really pissed, right? I'm like, oh, so money's a scam, and I ain't got none. Right, so I was really angry anyway. So I was watching this YouTube video and I had to write, and they were talking about liabilities, assets, the difference between having an asset, liability, blah, blah. And I started writing down my assets. Okay, I bought a couple cars, bought a house. I'm big and strong, but I'm already fighting. I don't know how to use it. And what I had was, please, ladies, don't attack me. But through my kickboxing career, because I've traveled the world, what I would do is I'd fly around the world and I'd win a world title or I'd win a kickboxing fight. And then I'd be with one of the ring girls for a week or whatever. So I had all these girlfriends all around the world.
I'm a ring girl.
You've been a ring girl?
Yeah, you can see it on my YouTube channel.
If you win,
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. If you win, you get a ring girl. If you lose, you get nothing. But so they all thought I was the big G, right? I'm in London. I'm the world champ. That little did they know I have a mafia net now. So so I had all these girlfriends all around the world, whatever. And by coincidence, I wrote them. I didn't write them down, but I thought of them. Well, that's something I kind of have. And I was talking to Tristan, and we were talking about how we literally were talking about how we've never opened a strip club. So we're never going to open a strip club because it costs too much to set up. It's too much to invest. We need to make money. We don't have any money, so that's stupid. Anyway, and by coincidence, and I was never one of those guys. I will say this now on the webcam. I'll say on the live today. I was never, and I never have been one of them porn guys. I don't go on porn sites. I don't do none of that shit. I never have. I've never needed to. Right? Never been interested. By coincidence, I was on some website. I think it was a gaming website. Some not talk or some crap. Of course, it talked to live girls now. And it's something. I think it's because I just thought about the fact I had all these girls. It's like, so I clicked on it. I saw some Russian chicks sitting there on some crappy webcam, and like these little tokens coming in. I was like, okay. So maybe I could get. See the wheels.
I love that.
That was my sister.
So I was like, this bitch is making money. She ain't even hot, and she's just sitting there. And this is remember, this is the early days of the internet, like dial-up. Like she was sitting there, like with her clothes on, like moving like this. Like, I was like, that makes money? That makes money. So I messaged all my girlfriends. I had 5 of them. I was like, look, you're moving to London. I've decided we need to be together. Come to London. Blah, blah. She go, oh, I have nothing to do in London. I said, no, I got jobs for you. You're going to come work for me. And I was sitting there for a while thinking, how do I organize the fact that these 5 girls are coming in thinking they're my girlfriend? And I want them all to do this job. And I decided that honesty is always the best policy. And I also decided that I'm not a coward. And I also decided that if all 5 of these chicks attack me at once, I've got the Aikido I can do it. I've been around the block.
At least 2 of them are going to be.
I've been around the block, right? I don't want to take them out, but I could. So they ain't got hands. So they ain't got much to worry about. So I flew all 5 of them in on separate flights and sat them all down at the same table. Listen, ladies, this is what we're going to do. When I talked about the webcam business, talked about how I've been with them all, asked them all to come to London, etc. 3 of them told me to get fucked, go back on a plane. 2 of them stayed, and the 2 who stayed worked for me for a very long time. And from there, for about the next 4 years, it built into an empire where I ended up having 75 girls, 5 locations. It's turning over $4 million a month, and it went crazy from there. And yeah, that's the story of the webcam business. It's kind of what it is, and that's one of the reasons why I retired. I'm back now because I'm a violent individual by nature. But I retired from fighting because I started to make a whole bunch of money, and then it got more mainstream, and I bowed out of it. About 4 or 5 years ago, we sold all our interests, and we're not in that business anymore. But that's how it all worked. That's all it went. So that's how it head to toe. But I was just honest about it, but I actually had a lot of respect for those 2 girls who stayed. I had a lot of respect for them. It was me and these 2 chicks who were living in an apartment. We were a happy throuple for a while.
Don't forget, my girls were making us money too. Don't forget that. What, you think I was just what? Sitting with my feet up being like, well, you lost all the money in the casino. No. I was doing the exact same thing, just for the record.
So the webcam had you and the other girls.
No. It was just the girls.
Oh, it was just a girl.
I was just the manager. And you know what's actually really
You were the pimp.
I was the pimp.
Yeah.
And we can talk about pimping as a whole. Because we can talk about pimping because pimping has a very bad name.
Yeah.
And I genuinely believe that pimping, if it's done correctly, is not negative. And I think that overall, if you're a pimp, you're a positively inspirational and motivating person. And that is your job, right? And I want to say this because everyone always I'm not breaking down pimping because people are sitting there saying, well, why does the girl work for you? Why wouldn't she work for herself? And I'll tell you why. Because the girl who works for herself doesn't make any fucking money.
You have the opportunity.
It's not even a girl can make $3,000 a month for herself or $50,000 a month, 50-50 with you. And the difference between men and women are a few things. But women are, once again, I'm not trying to insult you, but women, if they find a way to make money, they make enough to make money to pay the bills, and then they go party. Whereas a man goes, oh, we found a way to make money. Let's never sleep again and make money forever. So we have a different mentality towards money. That's the first thing. Second thing is we can provide emotional support. It's not easy to be a webcam chick and get no tips, right? So if a girl would log in and no one would send her any money, she'd be upset. But she can come to me, the pimp, and I'll be like, baby, oh, that's because there's a big football game. There's some football game on. It's not your fault. Everyone did shit to me. I'm lying through my teeth. I'm lying. But she feels better. Now she's happy again. Now she'll try again. She'll go back with renewed courage, and she'll make it, right? If she's by herself, she's like, oh, no, likes me, fuck it. And she'll quit. You'll see even now with OnlyFans, the biggest OnlyFans girls that exist in the world today are working for agencies run by men. Any girl who's independent makes a couple thousand a year in their bubble. They ain't making big money. The girls who are making big money, a man comes along and says, here's your photo sets. Here's what you're doing today. Here's your schedule. Boom, boom, boom. I got 5 people in your account pretending to be you. Go 4 of your sugar daddies are online. Bang, 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 bang. Money. It's a business. I was straight business about it. I was not involved in this business trying to be Dan Bilzerian. It was all money. Of this 55 girls who worked for me, it was money. I had zero interest in trying to fucking fuck them all or run around, have threesomes, none of that shit. It was pure business. That's why I made so much money. But pimps have a very, very important role in the whole industry. I'm telling you. And overall, all we do is provide motivational support. The idea that you can convince a girl to do something she doesn't want to do and make her do it en masse every day, 4 years by force is bullshit. I can't come along to you and make you do something you don't want to do. All I can do is make it comfortable and make you realize it's worthwhile and financially reward you. I had a business that offered girls a job, the same as McDonald's does, the same as an office does. Sit on the computer and make some money. That's all it was. So I'm here to defend the pimps. All right? We're not bad. I'm a feminist. I made a bunch of chicks rich. Hey, a man out there paid a girl more money than me.
No, between me and you, we made 4 girls millionaires before OnlyFans existed.
Damn.
So when OnlyFans was first launched, I don't know who this crazy drunk bitch who's sitting at Andrew's seat now is. But let me tell you, OnlyFans followed 430 people on Instagram. I'm one of them. Because I started when I was still in the industry, I was running a huge OnlyFans, the management company. So they know who I am. They probably don't know who this girl is. And OnlyFans is a British company. No, indeed it is. And they know who I am. That's why they follow me. You can check this out right now. You know, call me a liar.
So that's the story. And this is another thing. I'll make one more point. A lot of men talk about how bad it is a girl has OnlyFans, etc., etc. I know some bad bitches, right? Some beautiful women who have an OnlyFans account, and her man is running it, and they're making money. They're in the Maldives. They're pushing Lambos. Like when I see a girl with an OnlyFans account and I know she has a lot of money, I don't think, I think, she's married.
Happy relationship. Their man is actually taking their pictures.
Yeah, for sure.
And taking their videos.
100%. 100%.
And they've been together for years.
And Andrew,
you did all the time.
completely behind the scenes. I won't say what it is yet. I'm currently doing it right now. I'll bring it to light soon.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Start doing porn. No.
Get a monster out.
Are you gonna start fighting?
No, I mean with girls like. Never mind.
Start doing porn.
No, I'm not.
I'm your go-to man. Any questions you got, just message me.
Thank you, sir.
No, I know this.
So, ladies, what's your take on that? Number one, in that position, would have you stayed if he flew you in and you saw the other girls there? And then number two, what are your thoughts on him? We'll start.
And all the girls are like, whoa, that story was long. What? Would you have stayed or would you have left me in my hour of need? Or would you have stayed by your man and realized if you work together, you can be a team? Which one is it? Say it to the microphone.
But don't think about him right now.
No,
Think about the man you've loved most in your life. Yeah,
I think about what's happening to me right now. Everything that you're talking is happening in my life right now.
Well, listen, I'll make you more money than he will, so let's just exchange details after this. You know, I'll make you an OnlyFans superstar. He probably doesn't know what he's doing.
No, everything that you say, like you're easy to have a manager and he's talking all start doing all the stuff. And I'm considering my mind if I should do it because of how I feel, you know. So I do listen what you're saying.
That is true. There we go. The OnlyFans, 522 followers, and they're out following.
And I bet they don't follow your manager. So you know, that's all.
Okay. What are your thoughts, Miss Ring Girl?
She's looking at me with a little bit of anger. Don't get angry.
You know what it is? Some big, strong fire one day romanced her after a show and then broke her heart. And she's now seeing his face attached to your body. Saying, fuck this guy. That's what's happening. Right? True or false? At least give me a true or false.
I mean, I like him.
He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, and like, I like that.
Yeah, I do respect that. But about the whole pimp thing.
I don't see.
I am about a girl, but one time this guy had the audacity to tell me, "Hey, let me get your body done for you." Blah blah blah. I'm just like, no, I don't even own my body. Like, sorry, like I just no. I'm sorry, I can buy it myself. I'm just a natural girl.
The audacity.
Yes, that was Chris. Yeah, that was Chris back then. Okay. All right. So, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Honestly, I don't even know because I get it. Like, I get it. He needs help, but I don't know if I want to compromise myself and how I'm feeling to help the guy out.
You know what, Ayla, as well. I understand that, but let me give you a little bit more context.
I'd rather finesse on my own.
It's not to help the guys, to help you.
Sorry, finesse on your own didn't exist back then.
Finesse on your own doesn't exist now. Because it's small money. I'm talking about big money. And back then, it wasn't really compromising yourself. Like I said, it's like rubbish cameras. It wasn't really a thing. That's the first thing.
People wouldn't find you on these obscure websites.
You didn't have Instagram. Like, it was all that. And second thing, I didn't really approach it from a position of I need help. There's nothing in my life that I approach from a position of weakness. I don't approach things from weakness, right? You can point a gun to my hand. I'm not going to approach it from weakness. I approach it from strength. So I wasn't sitting there going, baby, please help, I need money. No. I was like, listen, I'm your man, so you're going to do as I say. And we're going to run an empire. We're going to get rich.
What percentage you take from them?
All of it.
Oh my.
Well, why would they need money? I need money. What are you talking about? They need money.
Oh my God. I love it.
They lived with me. They get to live in a nice big house.
Honest, I love it.
They lived in a nice big house. I took care of them in every way. And once they worked for me for a few years, I looked after them. And when they retired, I'll tell you the truth. When they retired, I gave one of them across her career. She worked for 7 years and she made $5.5 million. And when she retired, I gave her $1 million. So I'm an asshole guy. But at the beginning of all, it was like, look, you live here, you do as I say, I'll take care of you. This is what we're going to do. It wasn't about money for them. I wasn't sitting there trying to pitch them some business proposal. I wasn't approaching from weakness. I was like, look, you're my girl. I want you here. You're going to do this. What are you doing over there? Going to school? You ain't going to reach me.
You're my girl to 5 girls at the same time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to lie. But I didn't see the point in lying to them all, put them in different houses, running around like a creep. I just thought, let me approach with honesty. And I knew that. I knew the nature. The reason I did that is because I knew the nature of Earth is that if all 5 left, one would come back. That's how things work, right? So I knew I'd end up with one. at least. So I thought, well, let's see, and I got 2, so it all worked.
Wow, I was thinking 2 at least.
Yeah, well, I did okay. I got 2.
2 out of 5, yeah.
3, and the 3 who left, I think they regret it because they're still perfect. So.
And far less attractive. A decade is a long time. A decade is a long time.
This is a long time ago. Remember, 10 years, the world was a different place. The internet was a different place. Everything was a different place. These girls had no chance of getting caught, found, nothing. There was none of the things you have to completely imagine. I know I'm an old man. I don't know how old you girls are, but 10 years ago, you had MySpace. It wasn't like
Shut the MySpace at top 5.
Now that you put it like that, I don't know. I guess it's just not what I want.
Fair enough. I respect that.
All right. What about you?
No, what was the question?
Would you say when he brought you in and flew you in and he tells you there's 5 other girls there, you thought the only girl, hey, we're gonna build an empire, you're gonna help me with this weapon?
Oh yeah, of course.
You would say,
Because what's the worst thing that could happen? Back in the day, like you were saying, you were basically anonymous on the internet. I could say that I was freaking Jeff Bezos, and you would believe him because there was no way to verify those kinds of things. So yes, I would take a chance on making a move.
High 5. Boom. See, there you go. Ride or die.
I would take a chance. And it's not like he was going to stop talking to them if I said no.
True.
It's not like he was going to stop talking to the 4 other girls if I said no.
The 3 girls, you know what's funny about human nature? The 3 girls who left were so angry at the 2 who stayed. They messaged the 2 who stayed for years. Leave him! Leave him! Leave him! They couldn't stand that these girls are now in the Maldives. These girls are with me in Saint-Tropez. They couldn't stand it. They were furious. Why don't you leave him? I blocked them long ago, right? But they couldn't sleep at night knowing that these girls were enjoying their life. They couldn't stand it.
They were just jealous.
They were jealous. Yeah, they were jealous.
what about you?
I have no problem with webcam people and what they do, but I've never been a fan of just showing my body or having any proof for my future children to just pull up or be at school and someone's like, look at your mama with her legs wide open. I'm good on that, but I'll support anyone else wanting to do it. I would probably fuck him and then just go back home.
Fair enough. One last spin. One last roll of the dice.
Okay, well,
it's a complicated question.
It is kind of a complicated question. I would say that as somebody that was seeing you, I wouldn't like for you to look at me as a business rather than as the girl that you're seeing.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of hard for me. But I will say that as a ring girl, if you fought and I am sleeping with you, I'm probably not the type to like want something more with you. So if you would have, let me see if I'm explaining it right. Like
female logic at work here.
Yeah.
She's insulting all of your girlfriends.
No, I'm trying to process all my thoughts. If I'm the type of girl to sleep with a fighter after they've fought, then I'm probably the type of girl to be on webcam.
That's fair.
So I would probably say yes. If I saw you in a different way, I wouldn't.
Any girl can be a webcam girl, honestly.
Exactly.
So,
but if I
and
saw
any ring girl is like that.
True.
No. But he's talking about those ring girls. I'm saying from them. Out of 5 girls, if he fought and then he hooked up with one of the girls right away, you're probably looking for something quick, fun, all these things. So yeah, I would probably be a webcam girl as well. But now, if I'm looking for, if like how you said, I'm in love with you or I'm looking for something more with you, I don't want you to see me as a business. I want you to see me as like the girl that's gonna be like next to you, helping you grow, but not like that.
What if I framed it in a way whereas I do love you and I haven't seen you in a few months and you are going to help me and we're going to grow together because we have this business?
Okay. You said earlier there's that one girl that you go home to that that.
Now there is, yes.
Okay. All right. If I'm sitting at a table, you're not going to have that girl that you're saying that you go home to, that you love, sitting in another table with 4 other girls that you want the same opportunity for those 4 girls. You're going to have, it's like you said, you're going to have that girl at home and then you're going to have the other 4 girls working for you. That's different.
That's I understand your point.
Okay.
But, and I'm not saying this is necessarily true.
Because now you're looking at me like the other 4 girls and I'm supposed to be different.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that that's not true, right? But what I am, let me give you an example. Of the two girls who stayed, I'm not even saying I'm still with one or either of them now, but those are probably the women I have the most respect for in my life ever. So I think the girls who stayed understood that if they actually stick by me, we work on this together, it's not going to be a matter of me seeing them as a business or seeing them in a negative light. It's going to end up me seeing them in a positive light. And that's how it turned out. I do have a lot of respect for those two girls. Those are the two girls I would do the most for. Even if they have a new man now, whatever. I actually have respect for them as individuals. Because I really have a lot of respect for women in the modern age who stick by their men no matter what. You know, like all the girls everyone mocks. When I see a chick and like her man cheated, whatever, everyone goes like, "Look at this stupid bitch, she sticks by her man." That's the woman I'm like, you know what? That's I like that. I respect that. I respect that. And the fact that those two girls were like, well, who are these other girls? And I was like, look, I told you the truth. I have some girls around the world, etc., etc. But I do care about you. I do want us to work together. And you're like, okay, let's try this. I respect you.
I get that, but you're not going to give her the same opportunities that you give the other girls. You need to make her different. You need to give her a different opportunity. Now, if you're giving me and somebody else the same exact opportunity, that's something different.
It's going to upset you. I understand.
Yeah.
No, that's the point. I know you have a valid point.
So who's the girl that's staying at home?
I understand that. Back in those days, there was nobody at home, right? It was me and those two, and we were at home. That's how it was for a while.
Exactly. Exactly. But now if you're telling me that I'm supposed to love you, that I'm supposed to want something different from you, you need to treat me different than the other four girls that are sitting at that table. You're gonna say, baby, we're running this business together, and these four girls here are gonna work for us.
But you guys gotta remember this is after that's during the grind phase, but once you're gonna be the first one to get the Gucci bag, you're gonna be the first one to be taken on a trip. You're gonna be the first one to get the fruits of the labor
with other girls. Doesn't mean that you're the pimp.
No, I was going to say what you don't understand about the setup. So if you think it was Andrew and two girls forever, from the day the money started coming in, it grew, and it was. I wouldn't quite say more like a pyramid scheme, but those girls who were with us from the beginning, who were there when we were broke, who came to work for us when we lived in a 2-bedroom apartment or 3-bedroom apartment, when it got bigger. And the house was bigger and the lifestyle was nicer. The girls were like, "Oh yeah, I want some of this." We're joining then. They were below these girls. So you can talk about same opportunity. The other girls were making much more money because they were we were giving them bigger percentages. They had been working longer. We respected them more. We were treating them better. But we were never going to lie from the get go and say, you know what, it's just me and you and the other girls are different, because from there we were like, okay, we have this business now. We're making X amount of money. Let's scale this. 3 years after that story that you told me about, we were cash millionaires. 3 years after. And those girls had a premier position above everyone else. So it wasn't equality.
No, but she thinks she want to share with one girl.
It was equality between them two.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that you sit me, if I'm supposed to be important to you, if I'm supposed to be the girl that's standing by you, that's supporting you, that you want to be your ride or die, you sit me to the side. You don't sit me with the four other girls. You sit me to the side and you say, baby, this is what I'm thinking about doing. And if I'm down for that, I'm gonna help you get some girls.
No, I understand.
That's what I'm saying.
I understand your point.
She wants to be the pimp.
Like she said that she's like here.
So let's talk.
Listen, this is hypothetical. That's not what I'm saying that I'm gonna do. This is hypothetical. This is me putting myself in that situation. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's talk in pimp language. So what you're, because there's a language.
Which is where you're asking, you're telling me to place myself in that situation. That's why I'm talking like that.
But earlier we talked about not caring what your man is doing if you're the main one. So how can you care? You can't build with someone. Y'all just told me earlier that building is non-existent. So you can't sit here and tell him, oh, you have to tell me what we're doing with these girls. No, you have to be on their level until he makes a decision that you're higher than anyone else. That's how I look at it. If you're trying to be any type of wifey. But you can't have both.
Right. Yeah. But I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about this specific situation.
We are. And we are.
Are we talking about in general? Are we talking about still? Are we talking about this situation? Yeah.
I understand your point, right? So, and what's actually interesting is if you want to look at, because I kept getting called a pimp. I really never thought myself a pimp. I was purely a businessman. But in the pimp world, in the pimp language, they have something called a bottom bitch. And that's their number one girl, and that's the number one girl that runs all the other girls. So when you're saying you take it to the side and me and you, we run these girls, that's how most pimps do it. Even the guys on the street, they have their number one chick who they can trust. That's their number one girl they can say give instructions to, and she helps him run all the other girls.
Yeah.
So, and For a long period of my webcam business, I did have one girl who I trusted the most, and me and her were a team, and we ran all the other girls. That is how I ended up. But at the very, very beginning, with these two girls, how am I going to know who's more dedicated to the task? It's kind of like Hunger Games. Within 6 months, it was clear, right? But at the beginning of it, I was new to the business like anyone else, right? But after 6 months, most of my empire was run with me, and there was one chick who I could really trust. I trusted her in every single way, and it was me and her. So it is what you're saying is very, very possible. The idea of a man and a woman, and they work together, and then there's all these other girls, it's a business, and they're a team, and blah, blah, blah. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
Right.
I did get that.
I'm not saying that I'm okay with it. I'm not saying that I will be that girl that stands by you to support you. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm putting myself in that situation. If you want me to be different, then you have to put me in a different situation.
Right. But you're saying that that girl will be put in a different situation because
right.
she's higher on the totem pole than the other women.
Right.
She's going to be the first one to get like the reward when the
she has to, I'll be fair. There was a competition between two girls for a while. They didn't last. That's kind of how it worked, right? That's kind of how it worked. I think one of them bowed out pretty early. One of them got arrogant about it and said, I don't want to compete. And then she was.
Ever seen that scene in The Dark Knight when Joker breaks the pool stick in half and drops one in the middle? Yeah, that's what
The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. That's my favorite movie.
So, all right, so we'll turn to ladies. You guys get a chance to grill us now. And do any of the ladies have a question or comment or disagreement or anything on that?
I have a question.
Any questions?
I have a question. Okay. So
like the video, by the way, guys, please.
Sub to the channel, guys.
Sub to the channel. There's 11,000 plus y'all in here. Like the video, sub to the channel, guys. Do us that favor.
7.8 likes.
Yeah, 7.8. If y'all can get us to 10K like,
that'd be dope, man.
I will fucking love you guys because that's gonna push this video. You guys are gonna be able to see this on the newsfeed trending. Those two bimbos are whatever. Like smoke. Yeah. Oh, maybe we'll do that later on. Okay. We'll go ahead.
Okay. So considering that you guys have been with a bunch of different girls.
No. I told you earlier. Told you I was a man of God.
Man of God. Open it, man of God.
Man of God. I'm sorry she said that, Jesus. Don't listen to her.
Where's the holy water?
That's the person that says that they would get with different girls right after the fight.
When I meant get with, I meant read the Bible. We were playing cards.
Okay, you have a lot of diversity. You have a lot of different women coming at you. What would set a girl apart for you to see her differently? That's my question.
That's a good question. That's a good question. And I think at the point in my life now, if I were dating and I was trying to find a new girl, I'd be looking for so many tiny things. You know what? Like they say, in the eyes of an amateur, there's many possibilities than in the eye of the expert. Right? So, like, if you're a boxer and you're an amateur, it's chaotic. If you're a professional, it's pretty simple. It's left or right. You know what to look for. So I feel like, because I'm an old man, 35, I kind of feel like I know what to look for, and I'd be looking for a billion tiny little things. So if I let's say I'm dating a new girl, I walk into a high-end restaurant, and some guy or some girl, oh hi, she's like, oh hi, why the fuck? Why do you know this bitch in this restaurant? How many times have you been in this restaurant? Who's that?
A red flag.
Who's that bitch? Who's this dude? Oh, he's my friend. He's a promoter. Red flag. There's no such thing as male friends.
Bam.
But like women don't actually realize what men find attractive. Because if you did, you'd all act completely.
Damn.
You ain't got a clue. Right? So if you go like girls dancing in the club, like no, stand the fuck still.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Yes.
Don't do that. I don't want to see it. It's not sexy. Stop.
Yeah.
Like, stop. Dance in the club. People knowing who she is. Her being busy. I don't trust them busy bitches. If I'm like, it's Tuesday, let's grab lunch. Oh, I can't because I bought a new opening of my friend's store, and then my cousin is a TikTok influencer, and then after that, I'm going to the shut up. I don't like that shit. Right? No, I'm telling you, I know this through experience.
This video topic is gaming horror story.
Hi YouTube, welcome back to the Man Channel as well. This is a video that Marcellus Howard told me to
What's good, live stream?
19 hotel brands at HG Hotels and Resorts. Guest at guest.
What's good, live? Nice to meet you. Bro, this is so dumb, bro. Where you from, man? You from here?
He looks like a peach.
What? They be saying stuff. Like every time they donate, they can like say whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with
Yeah. It's Young Mooch stuff.
that. Come on, dude.
You too. Sorry about the chat, bro. They was tweaking saying that. You don't look like a bro. Yeah. What you look like? You look like a great guy. Not a pedo. I feel like somebody is really gonna crash out, bro. What's good, gang? What's up?
I see you once before.
For real?
No, thanks.
Oh, where you from?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
You from New York?
Right.
Damn, I can hear it in your accent, bro.
He looks like a bum.
Bro,
Boy, I
they be,
look like a bum. Boy.
no. That chat, my chat be, bro. Chat, he do not look like a bum, bro.
He looks like a bum.
Bro, yeah, you don't look like a bum, bro.
I'm not even worried about the chat. I already know what's going on.
Yeah, nah, you hard though. Your spit harder than mine. You feel me? Yeah. How y'all doing? Hey, are y'all a couple? No, I'm not gonna make you switch phones, bro. It's a good question. Basically, bro, like I just moved down here, like from Atlanta. So I'm just trying to know like what's like 3 of the best things to do down here.
Just get money, go to clubs.
No, like give me one spot, give me one good spot. Like let's go. Yeah.
Go to off the record.
Huh?
Go to off the record, crazy spot.
All right, bet. Well, my chat said something.
Mama look gay. Where the Mama look gay. Mama look gay.
Chat. Yeah. Hey, appreciate it. Trying to get so they think it's the chat, but it's really just me. All right. What's good, y'all? Yeah. Now I'm streaming right now. Yeah. Where y'all going though? Yeah, where y'all from? Bro? Yeah, how y'all like Houston? How long y'all been down here?
I've been down here since like 7.
Damn. Wait, how old are y'all? Y'all look good. So how old are you? 11? 14? 17? But hold on, you gotta hear what they donate. Wait.
Big boy donated $6. Stupid goofy ass YNE bad day mama.
Bro, I will spank your ass. Stop playing with me.
Nah, they be trolling, bro. It's my chat. Yeah, they be trolling that shit. Yeah. Hey, tell them to stop speaking on your mama though.
She like girl.
Yeah. Chat, stop trolling that.
Stop trolling. I'll find your mom.
Yeah, you don't find that out. Hey, this is a YN right here.
You already know 051 the biggest. PMT. Stop.
Wait. What?
He can make it mama though. Your mama special delivered the lunch been on meatball all day.
Damn. Nah, say. All right, gang, y'all be safe out here. Yeah. Huh? My name Canel. Canel Joseph. Kanel space Joseph. Canel Joseph, yeah. Hey, I'm trying. I don't know how to tell. Make it look bad. Chad Lorenzo is writing all that down. Like every time I hear an offensive TTL, that's Lorenzo writing. Whose birthday is it? Happy birthday to you. Hey. Whose birthday is it? Oh. What?
Oh my god. Damn. You alright?
Yeah, wait, it's a rope.
Oh shit. It's a rope.
However you book, first check Kayak to find great deals and filter out flights you maybe don't want, like ones with layovers.
Zach's a giant chicken finger quesadillas. Get them while you can. Who's got the sauce? Can Mike Evans be trusted with money? Mike set up a nonprofit to provide scholarships, but only 10% has gone to children. One year, Evans did.
The light and air conditioning, we're different. Our technicians are paid on commission, meaning they have no incentive to upsell you on repairs that you don't need. Before you agree to any cost of repair, because we believe in service that earns your trust, not just your. Ready to get your AC?
And basically, like, I'm not from here, so I'm trying to see. Y'all not from here either? Okay. Well,
Donate, bro.
I'm streaming right now, so when they donate, they can like speak to us from the speaker. Oh my god. Huh? Who? Chad, who y'all talking about? Like, Chad, what? Y'all wildin', Chad. How much did they donate? Donate again, bro. Get out.
You may work for the honey factory for the
Damn. I guess he was talking about y'all.
$6. I'm about to $6. Each. What was gonna do with that? We gotta get a thing there with that.
Damn. Chad. Wait, so what are y'all about to get into though?
I would describe this as on edge.
I guess that kind of energy going
You have to play with the sense of desperation. Yes. You can't change what's already happened. You can't feel sorry for yourself. Well, this is because well, there's a lot of stuff we did defensively that is preventable.
EPD. 8.7 centimeters is about its circumference. 32.2.
All right, hikers are in ultrasound now.
Tell them I'll be there in 5 minutes.
I told them that 5 minutes ago. Of course, they do, but Sullivan's.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Amy looks great. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, some soccer player your daughter's nearly kicked out my ribs.
Gets that from your side of the family. Her mother used to wrestle under the name Steel Toed Teresa.
Dr. Gordon, Sullivan's.
Take her blood pressure, Alice, and give him a lollipop.
We're getting backed up.
I'm sorry. Tell him I'll be there as soon as I can.
Dr. Walden, everything cool on your end? We're in great shape.
Yellow. Who is it at the door? Yeah, I'm back, y'all. Oh, the goat is back in the building.
Let me see her. Here I go. She's pretty. Sorry. Those are always a big hit at parties. I'll call you when I get the rest of Chestnut. It's okay.
Dietrich was arrested this afternoon after a 6-month investigation by the city attorney's office. The commissioner was charged with embezzling over $60,000 in parking meter coins. The mayor has yet to comment, but prosecutors say Commissioner Dietrich should be given no quarter.
Something else. Alice, are we in the same team here?
The Sullivans want a baby just as bad
Because
as
if
the
we're not,
Hardys.
I think you ought to take a vacation. Go visit your sister in Detroit.
All I'm saying is the Heightners shouldn't get all the attention.
They don't. They don't.
Yes, Dr. Gordon.
I thought Jeff's mom was dropping you off.
It's Dad's thing.
Huh? Oh,
Told ya.
jeez.
That's 2 tickets to the Phillies.
You had a bet. Get in the car. Thanks for dropping him off.
Man, I've always wondered.
What?
Did you ever lose a sperm cell?
I met you.
I can pick them up tomorrow.
It's not necessary.
Why not let me help? I was fun.
I can handle this time.
Billy stays at his dad's house the week. Alice's dad gets her Thursday through Monday. Dad says it can maybe stay with him sometimes.
You want?
Well,
We'll see. Okay. Got you need a haircut. What do you say? You want Thai or sushi tonight?
I thought we were just starting.
I'm reading at home. We're not cooking at home, I'm reading.
I get it.
The Wakefield Tavern has been a watering hole for the power brokers of this city since the days of Benjamin Franklin.
You realize you're dead, and Antonio leads. You're never gonna dine out in the city again.
Yeah, the sacrifices I make for the public's right to know.
Well, yeah. It's good for ratings.
Low brow, but no man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's not saying a problem with everything. I'll help out.
But behind the doors of some of our finest restaurants lies something that we here at WLOR think you should know.
Oh! The money shot. Jimmy, you genius.
Thank you. We can show them the racks of caviar, but can't keep them from eating it.
Thank you. I think this is definitely the high point of my career. Tracking rat droppings across Philadelphia.
And I have you to thank.
Well, someday when you're sitting in K. Park's chair, just remember the shot that got you there. Editing. This is you.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Linda Sinclair. Who's this? What kind of story?
Protection stone.
Oh, I felt a little twinge last night.
Mm-hmm.
Things really started happening this morning.
Any bleeding?
No.
That's normal.
Ed?
Seems they may have some pre-game jitters.
Oh. Roll over on your back, Virginia. Let's ultrasound.
We were talking to her. Her looks hard. Beats Limp Bizkit.
Chris has even been teaching her how to crank out software code.
Yeah, well, my boss hires hacker shit, and it's just.
This doesn't make any sense. Here we go. See this head? AC is unchanged, which is inappropriate, and she's having contractions. God! It was so close. For normal pregnancy, I'd say let's wait. Amy's abdominal circumference hasn't changed since her last test.
You said everything was okay yesterday.
Well, it may be now. What we're seeing is a red flag, telling us she might not be getting adequate nutrition.
It's called intrauterine growth retardation.
The mother, who happened to be there, then draws and shoots. She orders him to roll to his stomach, then puts her foot on his back to stop him from getting away. Bettis made an accusation.
Choose one appetizer and two entrees. Applebee's 2 for $25 with new sizzling skillets.
You know that time. Between her legs. Did she say anything? No. She just ran out crying. She said nothing. No. She said stop. What happened then? I mean, nothing. I followed her out into the hall. I asked her what happened in there. She said that he tried to grab her and it happened several times. I told her she had to tell someone. She
said she didn't want to because she thought no one would believe her.
Why did she think that?
Maybe because it's his word against hers. I don't know.
All right. Thank you. Now, can I talk to you privately?
Yes, of course.
You did the right thing by telling the truth, sweetie.
I don't think this sort of thing would happen if I was school.
This could have happened anywhere. But it wasn't you. Oh God, that poor girl. Gilbert, I'm gonna need you to step out into the hallway, please. Just step out or they'll come in.
Everyone, please back to your tables.
Step out, sir. Take the jacket off. Gilbert Atkins, you're under arrest for criminal sexual contact with a minor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. If you choose to answer any questions without an attorney,
Please, everyone, just back to work. See, I really have done this without you. You know, maybe this will inspire other people to come forward. Who knows how many girls you send this to? I should probably get to class.
What did they ask?
her side of the story.
So just basically what she saw.
Pretty much. The help of the detective was a woman.
Good. Glad that's over with.
Yeah, me too. Talk about it when I get home. Oh, hey, will you call me when you get back from the cardiologist?
Yeah. I had to reschedule that.
Don, come on. You told me you weren't going to flake out again on those appointments.
Tony asked me to pull a double. I had no choice.
Well, tell Tony you have dangerously high blood pressure and you need this doctor's appointment.
Honey, I'm fine. I'll see him next week.
It takes a month to get in.
I'll see him in a month. Please relax. Everything's okay.
Hey, Dad.
Oh, Tracy's here.
Tracy, she left school?
Yeah, apparently. Let me see what's up. I'll call you back.
Okay, call me back.
Miss Riddick,
Hey,
what are you doing?
didn't feel like staying.
I can understand that. How about an Italian soda?
Sure. Cherry.
Cherry. I'll be right back. So, one of the creepy teachers is like, shrug. What's that mean? Huh? You love your new school, everybody's fantastic. You wish you transferred years ago, right?
More like I have hardly any friends. No one really talks to me, and I still hate myself for messing up my knee.
Come on, it's done. It's done. If you weren't meant to go to college on a track scholarship,
Maybe I wasn't meant to go to college at all.
that I completely disagree.
Yeah, but look at both you and Mom. Neither of you went to college. You're both really successful. But you're a manager. Mom owns her own shop.
Your mom has Eileen. Eileen went to college, has a business degree, and even then, you're struggling. Believe me, going to college, I have a leg up.
I don't even know what I want to do. All I wanted was to compete.
Like I said, it's done. It's done, okay? Quicker you let go of it, quicker you move on and figure out what you want to do.
Thanks for bailing me out. Of course. You gonna tell Jim? Yeah, when she wakes up in the morning. It's the middle of the night, 7 hours ahead. So I guess that's it then, huh? 30 years building a career. One lie, one false accusation. And it's over.
Scott's generous. Whatever you're having. I'll go to all three. 1 hell of a day. You say that again. Don't be discouraged. You want Howard to teach you the words? Doesn't matter. Even if I can prove these girls are lying, we're still gonna wonder. You get away with it. These teachers were screwed.
I mean, you do the best you can. You try to help the kids that need it. Be a good role model. One kid wants to ruin your life. She can.
Why did this girl hate you so much?
I don't know, stupid reasons. Evan doesn't think the rules apply to her. She's always been handed anything she wants. Like take away her cell phone or give her a detention. A couple of weeks ago, she failed an exam and complained that I didn't give them enough time to prepare. And I wouldn't be surprised if she was behind my broken laptop, too.
Laptop?
Last week, my laptop goes missing, somehow gets smashed in pieces by the loading dock. I want to know, and I want to know right now. This is not like gluing an eraser to a chalkboard. This is willful destruction of school property. Not to mention the fact that every document I need to do my job is on my computer.
Wait, you could have backed it up.
Devin, you find this funny?
No, not at all.
I will find out who did this. And when I do, I will go to the police. Kids play.
Yeah.
I get that, but this was vindictive. I wouldn't.
The one that said you witnessed it.
Yeah, that one I can't figure out.
Hold on, y'all.
She's trying hard. She's certainly not a troublemaker. But who knows? Maybe Devin paid her off. What did your lawyer say? We'll fight. But so what? I can't teach. If you prove they made it up, you could sue Devin under fault for libel. Punitive damages, you make out pretty well. I'm just trying to be positive, is all. Teaching is my life. I'm good at it. I inspire those kids. I know you do. I still get letters from them years after they graduate telling them what a difference I made. I'm going to lose everything. Have my name on some sex offenders list. No. No way. It's not the life I signed up for. I don't want that. Ever.
Touched just now. I didn't know what to do, so I just made told him about that. I ran out. I'm so sorry. You need to tell the principal. Of course. I think you could. You saw it. I didn't see it. I know, but no one's gonna believe me if I don't have anyone to back me up. They're gonna think I'm lying. How's the study going? Fine. Thanks for the snacks. Sure. Hey, Mom. Can I ask you something? Sure. What's going to happen to Mr. Atkins now that he's been arrested?
Well, if he pleads guilty or is convicted, he's probably going to go to prison.
For how long?
I don't know. What he did was a very, very serious thing.
All right. We got fanboy in this motherfucker. Yeah.
What's good with it?
Bro, let me ask you this, fanboy. If you got a sister eating your birthday food, if she didn't say happy birthday, how would you feel?
Huh?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So if it's your birthday, right? You got a birthday dinner. Everybody eating your birthday food. Everybody say happy birthday, but one person. How would you feel?
Did they know your birthday?
It's my sister.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, she should know it's your birthday.
She's 15.
Okay.
How would you feel?
But you know how teenagers is. Sometimes teenagers like don't be saying happy birthday.
No, but that's wrong though. If I know,
Yeah,
for example, if I know it's your birthday, it's one thing if I
yeah,
didn't know, right? But if I know it's your birthday and I'm sitting down, I'm eating your food, right? It's kind of like fanboy. If you throwing a birthday party, right, and I came to
yeah.
your party, the first thing I'm gonna say is "Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
friend." This respect.
Yeah,
It just is. It's not complaining. It's just respect. I ain't about to be eating your shit. You know what I'm saying? And then not say happy birthday. That's just wrong.
yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so when I asked her about it, I said, "Hey, why you say happy birthday?" She wanted to argue, make excuses why she couldn't say it, this, that, and the third. I'm like, that's crazy. If I know it's somebody's birthday, I'm not about to eat no. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like showing to somebody's party, and you talking about everybody else. No, when I first come in the door and I see you, I'm saying, hey, birthday, so and so. Disrespect.
Yeah.
It's not asking you a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's your sister. She should know.
Supposed to know.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Well, I'm waiting for your the birthday cake to say happy birthday." You know why that's wrong? Because you're still eating the birthday dinner. But at least say happy birthday, like, bruh.
Yeah, when you eat it, then you could have said happy birthday.
Exactly. It'll be one thing if she didn't eat no dinner, right? And she just waited for the cake and said happy birthday then, that's fine, right? But if you're eating the birthday food, you follow what I'm saying? You just say happy
Yeah.
birthday.
If it was her birthday, you didn't say happy birthday. She'd have been pissed.
I would have said happy birthday because that's who I am.
Yeah.
I would
No, I'm
never,
just
I
saying,
would never,
if it was her, you didn't say it, she'd have been, your little sister would have been pissed.
exactly. That's my exact
Oh,
point.
this
Especially,
motherfucker did
especially,
happy birthday to me.
exactly, especially when you're eating the birthday food, you're eating the
Yeah.
food. You must be like, happy
Yeah.
birthday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't saying you gotta say it 40 times,
You
but
just gotta say
you
it
can at
one
least do
time.
happy birthday. Huh?
You just gotta say it one time.
That's it.
Harvey, did you get the melatonin?
It's just crazy, bro. I can't eat nobody's birthday food and it's not, you know what I'm saying? This is wrong.
Yeah.
That's like, it's simple. That's like going to somebody's house and having your shoes on. That's like leaving the house without saying I love you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I can understand if it was a friend or somebody I
Yeah.
didn't know, it was there, you know what I mean? But it's wrong, bro. I couldn't get one happy birthday. And then Fambo, the sad part about it is, went and
Mm-hmm.
made excuses to why she couldn't. She said she's waiting for the cake, but it don't make sense. You're eating the birthday food. You should just if that was the case, you should just not eat the food, right? You should just wait
Yeah.
for the cake. That's what I'm at with.
Or she could at least send you a text and said it.
Exactly. You just sent a text, something.
Yeah.
Hey, happy birthday. It's crazy.
Because everybody got phones.
Everybody on the same phone plan.
Even homeless people got phones.
Uh, that's the whole point. In fact, if somebody say, "Hey, Mike, why you say happy birthday?" Am I going to argue with you? No, because it's your birthday. Hey, Fambo, that's like coming to your house, opening your pantry, your refrigerator. I ain't ask you shit. It's like that, bro. Can't do that. But she is a teenager, so teenagers be acting, you know what I mean? Be acting funny sometimes. You know what the sad part about this, Fambo? I feel out. Yeah, man. Time and respect. Yep. She is a teenager, so as you know, you gotta expect these kind of things, bro. So for me, I couldn't do that, bro. I couldn't do that. My heart wouldn't let me do that. What? Not surprised. Not surprised, not shocked, not shook. I gotta expect that. Even when I say hey or how you doing, it's just always a stiffness. I don't know. It's what it is, bro.
He's certainly not gonna ever teach again.
Never again.
The schools have a responsibility to keep the kids safe.
I just didn't realize that he wouldn't ever be able to teach again.
You did the right thing, okay? Mr. Atkins made his own choice. I'm proud of you. Don't feel guilty for telling the truth.
I don't feel guilty.
You did everything.
Thank you.
Get those books.
I am. Don't worry. Thank you.
Dad, what are you gonna do? You can't let her get away with this.
I can't make contact with either of those girls. There's nothing much I can do. Nothing over it.
This is completely insane.
How are you holding up?
Ask me that again after I get some sleep.
I'm coming home.
No, I don't want you to do that. There's nothing for you to do here anyway.
I can be there to support you.
No. You need to finish up that contract, huh?
They can live without me for a few weeks. This is a family emergency.
I'll be on the next available flight. It probably won't be until sometime tomorrow.
All right. You're gonna do what you want to anyway, aren't you?
Damn right.
I love you. I'll email you my flight info later and I'll see you in a few days.
I love you too.
Get some sleep.
I'll try.
It's Tracy. She wants to talk about that.
Yes, or I don't know.
No, I'm all about you right now. Stop my car.
Not until I see those CAT scores.
I know, but don't worry.
Gee, pour me one of those. We're not distract you from studying, kiddo. What a dream of it, sir. I wanted her to have that car as much as she does. How you doing, honey? Better?
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Just promise me you won't quit your job at my office and become a bartender.
Totally, sir. Thank you, by the way, for hooking me up with that.
I've said me 100 times already. Just be good to my little girl so I don't have to break your legs.
Daddy, he treats me like a princess.
Don't you want to stay up tonight?
Come on.
Good.
Good night.
You're up early. Yeah, I wanted me to leave a steady. Any deliveries today? No, until next week. Want some coffee? Nah, I gotta get going. Bye. Bye. Love you. Love you. Sorry for not being able to talk last night. What's up? It's just the more I think about it, the more I feel like it's a way bigger deal than we realize. So keep me by a bigger deal. What if they make us testify in court? Well, they might, but my dad thinks he's gonna stay out anyway. Why are you so worried? I mean, if anything, just say the exact same thing you said to the cops. That's easy for you to say. You're not 21, Tracy. What you did for me was amazing. And I know you feel bad about lying, but you shouldn't. You know, last night was the first time in a really long time that I didn't have that dream about him. And that's because of you. You were here for me, so I'm totally gonna be there for you too, whatever you need. You got a friend for life. Okay, so no stress, especially about Adkins, right? It's better for everyone that he's gone. You know, the guilt, it'll pass. I promise. There it is. All right. And if we have to go to court, we'll deal with it together, okay? All right. I have to go, but we'll talk later, okay? See ya.
Thinking of your lessons all the time. Thanks for being the best teacher ever. 30 years building a career. One line, false accusation. It's all for me. No. No way. It's not the life I signed up for. I don't want that. Ever.
Hold my hand, I'm cool. Sorry, we don't open till 11.
Not here to eat. I was hoping to talk to Don Scott.
That would be me. I'm Donald. What can I do for you?
I'm Gilbert Atkins, Tracy's chemistry teacher. I know what you're thinking. We just need to talk to you for a minute. Please. Tracy, for a few months, she seems like a good kid. The truth is, she's corroborating something that never took place. And I was hoping you could talk to her and maybe find out what's really going on. And of course, if she does recant, I'll do everything possible to make sure there are no repercussions for her.
Look, I don't know what happened between you and that girl. I wasn't there. But what I do know, my daughter doesn't lie. So she said she saw it. She saw it.
I've worked with kids for a lot of years, and sometimes I make mistakes in judgment. Now, this Devin, she's a queen bee. Every girl in that school wants to either be your friend or be her.
You think Tracy lied because she wants to be part of Devin's clique?
I don't know. That's what I was hoping you would find out. I've devoted my entire life to teaching. I'm about to lose everything. Everything. For something I didn't do. All I'm asking you to do is just explain to Tracy it's not too late to tell the truth.
There are two types of people in this world. Those who got the sauce, those who need a little help finding it. Now you're probably
Right now. Hey.
Hey, honey. You're doing beautiful.
What are you doing here, Dad?
I just wanted to have a little chat about something. Figured it better do it here at the house.
What is it?
Gilbert Atkins came to the restaurant today.
Why?
He asked me to talk to you. I told him I would. He claims you never did anything inappropriate with your friend Devin. And here's the deal. Either he did it, he's desperate to get out of trouble, or he didn't do it. And if he didn't do it, it's impossible for you to have seen it. Trace, you've always told the truth, even when it was a harder path. And if you didn't this time, I figure there's got to be a damn good reason why. You see, though, in this particular situation, the stakes, they're high. They're real high. So that damn good reason, whatever it isn't damn good enough.
I get it.
I know you do. That's why I'm gonna ask you this once. I'll never bring it up again. Did you see him touch that girl?
He did it. I saw him.
All right. That's all I wanted to know. You want to lift back?
No. I'm gonna stay here a little while longer.
Okay. See you back at the house.
Hi, this is Gilbert Atkins. Please leave a message.
Hey, Dad. I ended up going ahead and getting into a cab because I haven't heard from you. Can you please call me when you get this? Otherwise, I guess I'll just see you at home. Okay. Bye. Oh, I can't wait to work on this media project. Who knew editing footage could be so tedious? I love it. So much better than math and science and all that boring crap. I'm sad. Not really. He's a creep. Well, supposedly the girl he touched was Devin Kavanagh, though. How'd you hear that? Supposedly she was bragging about getting him fired to one of her groupies and someone overheard. Who knows if it's true? It could have been someone else, but if it was her, I bet she knew that. Why would you say that? You know, I've been in a situation where people didn't believe me, and it really sucks. Like when, a long time ago, this really mean kid told the teacher he saw me steal something, which I didn't. But everyone thought I was lying. As it turns out, he was the one who was the thief, but I took the blame. That's completely different. You're trustworthy and honest. Devin's a complete liar. What are you talking about? Okay. A year ago, she said her mom lived in Paris and she was going to go visit her, and then we're going to Montreal to go shopping, blah, blah, blah. So her mom doesn't live there? Her mom committed suicide 3 years ago. Some hotel in LA. Dad? He left me a message saying that he would pick me up from the airport. I got it when I landed. Why would he say that and then not be here?
I think Gil's more upset than he's letting on. I don't want to call the police. If I say he's missing, it's going to look like he's in town.
Okay, so what do? Do we drive around and look for him?
Yes, it's scary. Yes, I'm his brother. Well, his half brother. Oh my God. I'll be there right away.
What is it? Where is he?
They found his car near Colfax Bridge. There's a note inside.
June, the officer said this note was on the dash. The car was unlocked, the keys were in the ignition.
Please forgive me for what will seem like a drastic act to most of you. I feel as if my life is over. I did something I shouldn't have done, and I apologize to those I've hurt. Please remember me for my life in its entirety, not just the mistakes I made. Gilbert Atkins. This can't be happening.
I'm so sorry.
All seniors, please report to the lecture hall. Thank you for coming and allowing me to interrupt whatever you were working on in your respective classrooms. I received news about half an hour ago that Mr. Atkins, whom you know had been placed on administrative leave earlier this week, has committed suicide. Many of you come to me with questions and concerns about what has happened here in the last few days. I'm unable to give any information about the investigation surrounding Mr. Atkins' arrest. I know that many of you were quite close with him and you would like answers. I know nothing about the details of his death. The detective I spoke with on the phone said that the story is going to break on tonight's evening news, and he said they'd be releasing more information at that time. There's somebody here for you to talk to starting this afternoon if you would like. Thank you very much, that's all. Are you okay? No, I think I'm going to be sick.
With a dream of saying you'll be so perfect. If I knew you'd stay, my arms are open, wide with your love. It's a little worry.
What's up? Have you been bragging to people that you got him fired? Excuse me? What? No. Of course not. What? You were there. The police told us we weren't allowed to talk to anybody about it. Look, we have to get to class. Can we talk about this later? Just meet me in the park after 7, all right? Okay, you really gotta stop freaking out like this. Are you serious? Yeah. It's better for you anyway. Now you don't have to testify or anything. You're unbelievable. No, I'm realistic. Atkins was an adult man, capable of making his own decisions. Right? None of that falls on you or me. So please stop whining and feeling guilty and move on. I don't think I can. What is that supposed to mean exactly? I should go to the cops and tell them I wasn't there and I didn't see it. Well, you can't do that. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means I didn't see it. Do you understand the consequences of that? Because if you tell anyone that you lied, they're going to think Atkins was innocent. And if they think that, then his death suddenly becomes our fault, which it obviously isn't. So it's more important now than ever for you to keep our secret. Okay? We have to make people believe that he actually did it. Did he? Of course. Oh my God. Please, I trusted you to believe me. And I'm never going to change my story that he did it. Right? He assaulted me. You have my word. So please give me yours. I promise. Thank you. It's gonna be okay. I knew this was a bad idea.
What are you talking about? It was your idea.
What? No, it was my idea to make up the sexual harassment story, yeah, but it was your idea to steal Atkins' computer.
Whoa. No, it was your idea. You were the one that wanted me to get those CAT answers up. I did it for you so you could get your car.
Please. You said it yourself, you want me to have that car just as badly as I do. I feel like you're not taking this seriously. She could be a really big problem.
But I am, though. What do you want me to do to address the situation? I'll do it.
I have no idea, Jay, but if we don't figure it out, God, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Sure, you can find a way to teach yourself. No, you can't. You're amazing.
Why did you do this to me?
I'm here at Colfax Bridge where Gilbert Atkins, the teacher accused of fondling the student at Fountain High, reportedly jumped to his death late last night. Atkins had been on administrative leave after the student claimed she was inappropriately touched by the chemistry teacher. Authorities will cut off the teacher Atkins' body tonight due to darkness, but have assembled a dive team to continue the search tomorrow
Tracy, what are you doing down there?
Oh, I couldn't sleep. It's so heavy. Taking your own life.
Yeah, it is. He wasn't a little man. I don't think we'll ever understand that.
I guess.
Hey, come upstairs, okay? Get in your own bed. You'll sleep better.
Okay.
Come on.
He was going to proctor the CAT exam. Hello?
Jim Daly,
Yes?
we believe we've recovered your father's body.
So where are we with all that?
Finish the application for medical.
Okay, how long does it take?
Depends, but I'll ask to push it through as quickly as possible.
Cross your fingers. All right. What is it? Talk to me. Is it Don? No, it's nothing. I don't know. I mean, his father died from heart disease when Don was like 12 years old. You think he would take this seriously? A lot of guys are like that. If they ignore a problem, then it doesn't exist. Look, I know you love him and you want what's best for him. But until he decides to take control of this himself, there's nothing you can do. Stop driving yourself crazy. You're probably right. This is from a week ago. So what printer did you use for the suicide note? There you go. I just don't get it. Nothing about the note makes sense.
What do you mean?
How did he write it? There's no history of it on his computer at all.
Maybe he deleted it.
No. No, there was stuff in his trash bin over a year old. And when I put paper in the printer, it printed stuff that was added to the queue last week. There's no way that he printed it from home.
That is kind of strange. What else? You said there's something weird about the note itself?
He mentioned twice that he was sorry for his mistake. What mistake? When I spoke to him, he was adamant that the girls were lying.
Looks like that with me too.
What if he didn't kill himself?
You mean somebody could have done that to him? Killed him to fake the note?
The girl that accused him, Devin, her father is some rich surgeon, right? What if he took justice into his own hands? He could have hired someone.
Anything is possible, I suppose. I don't think he showed you how really depressed he was. He believed his career was over. There was no way he could recover. I believe he could have decided to take his own life.
I feel like there's something more to this than we know.
We always investigate suspicious deaths as possible homicides, but in this case, it looks very much like your father chose to jump off that bridge.
But what about the weirdness of the note? And the timing? He knew that I was on a flight back from Uganda.
When people commit suicide, they don't act logically.
All that I'm asking is that you investigate the possibility that someone had him killed because of the scandal at the school. I know in my heart that my father never touched Devin Kavanaugh inappropriately. I just feel like there might be something more going on.
Until the autopsy report comes back, the investigation is ongoing. I promise you. We'll look at every angle.
Thank you. That's all that I ask.
How long have you been teaching? A long time, 21 years. What's your favorite thing about it? What's kept you going this long? I guess the best thing is when a student comes back a decade after they graduate and they tell you how you changed their lives. The fact that they remember you. They remember what you taught them, and that had a profound effect.
Tracy? Okay. What you up to? Just working on a project. The deadline's coming up really fast. Yeah, sounds boring. Do you want to go for lunch? because my boyfriend's here to pick me up. You can come. My treat. That sounds really fun. But Lee's gonna kill me if I don't get this done. So, okay. Well, Friday, there's a concert in the park. I can get us for seats. I actually already have plans Friday. But next time for sure. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Enjoy your project thing. Thanks. Bye. Bye. No, she doesn't want to hang out with us on Friday either.
Still gonna go eat. Sorry.
No, it's the problem. We can't let her distance herself.
So, what do you want to do about it?
I don't know yet. But we really have to see
June, so sorry about your father.
Thank you.
Please, sit down. It's been a while. You're just as beautiful as always. That's probably inappropriate. You're like being married or something.
No. 18 months in Uganda can be pretty rough for a relationship.
Africa. That's so you. Are you heading back right after the funeral?
No. That's why I came to see you, actually. Well, one of the reasons. I am going to stick around here for a while, and I need a teaching position. So I was hoping that you could pull some strings and get me in as a sub at Paladin.
Paladin? Why?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's closure or what, but whatever it is, I need it.
Yeah, but given what happened with your dad.
That's why I don't want you to tell them we're related. We've never had the same last name. There's no way that they would know unless you say something.
Is that such a good idea?
Nothing seems good right now, but yeah, it's really important to me.
Well, if you're going to be around for a while, maybe I can take you out to lunch or dinner or something.
I'm gonna like that.
And if you need anything at all, you call me. Because my mom passed away. You were the one that got me through that, and I'd like to be that person for you.
Thank you. That really means a lot.
I'll talk to you soon. Ladies, how's it going?
Pretty good. Sad. That's not funny. Speak for yourself.
There's more where that came from.
Your dad's really cool. Yeah. He is.
You now have 60 minutes left to complete your CAT exam.
Good morning.
I got good news. I was able to get you in as an English sub at Paladin to start Monday.
You're amazing.
I was thinking maybe we could do an early dinner.
Good morning.
I got good news. I was able to get you in as an English paladin to start Monday.
You're amazing.
I was thinking maybe we could do an early dinner tonight.
I would love that.
Great. Well, I'll swing by your dad's after work and pick you up.
Okay. Thank you again.
Yeah. Don't give me that look. You'll like her. Trust me. Let's go. You know, you never actually told me how you found out Gil was your biological father.
I did. But you knew that he left my mom when she was pregnant with me, right?
No.
I can't believe we never talked about this. Okay, well, my mom and dad, Gil, they weren't ever really together. Gil got back from Vietnam. They met. And then he got sent back like a month later. And they weren't really into each other enough to try to make it work long distance. So then when I was 26, I decided to find him.
Why'd you wait until you're 26? Because that's when your mother passed away.
Yeah.
My father asks about you. Yeah, when he's had too much to drink, he'll say stuff like, "Why'd you let her get away?"
And then you say...
And then I say, I don't know. I never know how to answer that.
Here's your schedule. Now you are in room 212. Your first period class is AP English, and I believe your break is right before lunch. And the roster of my students is... Oh, you'll find that on your desk. Great. Thank you. You're welcome.
Kevin Kavanaugh's second period. Now where's Tracy Scott?
Who knows the answer?
Devin? What? Did you hear the question? Why didn't Julius Caesar listen to the soothsayer's warning? Because he was inventing Caesar salad. Phone, please. I'm sorry. It's against school policy to bring phones to class. You can have it back after school. Back to Shakespeare. I'm looking for Tracy Scott. Thank you. Tracy? Yeah. Hi. I'm June Daly. I'm subbing for Mrs. Laurie's English class. Hi. Do you have a minute? I wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah, sure. So, I hear that you're a runner. Or not anymore. Not since I injured my knee. Right. I heard that too. I'm sorry. I'm part of a teacher's program that tries to encourage students to get more fit and active, and I'm hoping to start a running club hereabouts. That sounds pretty cool. Well, I need a student to lead it with me. All the girls on the track team are super busy, so I was wondering if maybe you'd help me out. I don't know. I'm working on getting my grades up. How about this? You help me out with the running club, and I will tutor you in all of this. think about it, okay? We can talk more after school. I'll get out of the chat. Perfect. I'll find you. Here for my phone. Can I assume that you'll leave it in your locker from now on when you come to my class? You can assume whatever you want. Have a good day, biatch.
Big shout out to Doors, man.
Not bad. Not good either. And he's burning up. So hey, I was thinking about the running club, and I was gonna say, sorry, you called me. Oh my god. What is it? My dad had a heart attack. They took him to St. Millicent's. I have to go. Tracy? Hey, you're on a bike? Yeah. That hospital's all the way across town. Why don't you let me drive you? Really? Yeah. Yeah, come on. Hey, Keith. I just don't want him to die. He has a really good chance of making it. Most heart attack victims survive, sweetie. You just wanted me to go to a good college, and I blew it. You mean because of your knee? It wasn't your fault. Accidents happen. It was dumb. I was just screwing around, just playing paintball. My parents didn't want me to go, and I stuck out anyway. I was running, and I tripped, and blew a ligament in my knee, and then it was surgery, and then rehab, and then no scholarship. I will help you get your grades up. I promise. They made me transfer here because it's a better school, but I hate it. Everyone's already in their little groups of friends. I don't fit in anywhere. You must have one or two. There's Lee. She's cool. There's another girl who I thought was my friend. She may have lied to me about something. I don't know if I can trust her. What did she lie to you about? It's complicated. There it is. There's the hospital. Mom. Oh, hey. How is he? I don't know. He collapsed at the restaurant. They brought him over here in the ambulance. Haven't seen him yet. Hi, I'm June Gailey. I'm one of the new subs at Powell. I was with Tracy and she got your call, so I brought her over in my car. Thank you so much. Come and sit with me.
Hey, you've reached Jay. Message.
sweetie. Do some homework or something. Help you take your mind off things.
I don't have my books or anything here with me. I'm all to school.
Well, I have to run back there anyway. Why don't I get them for you?
I'll write down my locker combo for you. Thank you.
It's not a problem at all. $2
Hey. Hey, are you okay?
Let's go somewhere and talk. I'm sure your dad is going to be fine.
It's not just that. It's a bunch of other stuff too.
Like what?
I can't talk about it.
Is it about Mr. Atkins and Devin Cavanaugh?
How do you know about that?
I knew Gilbert Atkins before he died. Honey, you can talk to me. And even if you can't tell your parents or the police, you can tell me.
You know, I witnessed it. What happened between him and Devin? It was a lie. I never saw it.
Why did you say you did then?
I saw her come out of his classroom crying. She was so upset. And I asked her what was wrong. She told me what happened.
She convinced you to say that you were there.
She said I wouldn't believe if she didn't have a witness. I believed her.
So you thought you were doing the right thing by helping her out?
I think she used me up. I found out Devin's lied about stuff in the past. I don't even know if Mr. Atkins did what she said.
Why would she want to get Mr. Atkins in trouble?
I don't know. All I know is he killed himself because of it. It's my fault.
Tracy, it's gonna be okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is if you go to the police and tell them the truth.
I can't now. It's too late.
It's not too late. It's not. Tracy, he was my father. Gilbert Atkins was my father. I knew that Devin had lied about.
Yeah. All right. Oh. I'm in the building. I'm in the building, y'all. I don't know if y'all can see.